You don't have to be, you don't have to be alone. You don't have to be alone right here. Right here, right here. This ain't something we can fight. Ooh. You just need a ride or die. You need somebody by your side. Yeah, baby. Look no further, it's right here. Ooh, you just need a ride or die. You need somebody by your side. Yeah, baby. Look no further, it's right here. Right here, right here. You just need a ride or die. You need somebody by your side. Yeah, baby. Look no further, it's right here. Ooh, you just need a ride or die. You need somebody by your side. Yeah, baby. Look no further, it's right here. Right here, right here. You don't have to be alone. You don't have to be alone. Right here, right here, right here, right here. It's right here, right
ओ माय गॉड, मैं माइक ऑन करके हेलो 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 बोल रही हूँ. एम आई लेट थोड़ा? आई फील लाइक आई एम लेट a little bit, like 5-10 minutes. Match must have started. रुको, फटाफट से स्क्रीन शेयर करते हैं. मैच स्टार्टेड. यस यस, मेरे को लगी क्या था, मैं मस्ट बी अ लिटिल बिट लेट. इट्स ओके. कहाँ गई आपकी
और डेनरीक के साथ भिड़ते हुए और वुल्फिन भी आ चुके हैं. अब चेस करने की कोशिश करते हुए विंडी गेट्स टेकन डाउन. पैराडॉक्स के ऊपर भी अटैक कर दिया गया है टीम एपेक्स गेमिंग के द्वारा. दिस टीम एपेक्स गेमिंग इज द रियल टीएजी. और आप देखिए पहले 6 मिनट में ही 7 एलिमिनेशन. यही तो मिसिंग था. These are the Indian champions. इस तरीके के गेम प्ले की ही एक्सपेक्टेशंस थी. This is what all the fans are here in for. And Team Apex Gaming एक शानदार शुरुआत करते हुए.
वाओ, जिस शुरुआत की अपेक्षा थी वो ड्रीम स्टार्ट दिला दिया यहाँ पे टीम एपेक्स गेमिंग ने. भारतीय दर्शक खुशी से फूले नहीं समारे. लेकिन अब पड़े तो टाइटन्स आपस में भिड़ते हुए. बुरीराम यूनाइटेड का सामना ईवॉस डिवाइस और रासिया को हवा नहीं लगी. जी हाँ गाइस, आप देख रहे हैं स्पोर्ट्स वर्ल्ड कप 2026 और यहाँ पे इस शुरुआती मैच से ही बता दिया है टीमों ने किस इरादे से मैदान में उतरे हैं. डेनरी के अकेले बचे हुए हैं लेकिन कब तक अपनी खैर मनाएंगे. टीम एपेक्स गेमिंग उनको चेस करते हुए गन डायनेस्टी के ऊपर भी यहाँ पे तगड़ा प्रहार कर दिया. शोटो, क्या बात है वुल्फिन और शोटो. ये
छोटू भाई आज लग रहा है खा पी के आया अच्छे से. खाना वाना।
कब तक अपनी खैर मनाएगी? आज भारतीय चैंपियन ने आड़े हाथों लिया उनको। शायद ऊपर डैश करते हुए ने कॉल एलिमिनेशन और डबल डिजिट में एलिमिनेशन प्राप्त कर चुकी है भारतीय टीम एपेक्स गेमिंग। ये वो दृश्य है।
आज लग रहा है खा पी क्या है भाई कुछ ये लोग कुछ सही है
जिसको देखने के लिए कल
रे।
भारतीय दर्शकों की आंखें तरस गई थी, लेकिन आज लगता है ऊपर
टॉबी
वाले ने
मेंबरशिप
इनकी
दे दो।
प्रार्थनाएं,
वाह
इनकी
जी
दुआएं
भाई, ठीक
कबूल
है
कर
ब्रो,
ली हैं।
ठीक है मैं देती हूँ
बिल्कुल
अपनी
सही कहा। मुझे
membership,
लगता है
सही
सिर्फ
कह रहे
इनकी
हो।
नहीं, हमारे लाखों भारतीय फैंस की भी दुआएं कबूल कर ली हैं और बहुत ही बदला हुआ अंदाज अभी नजर आ रहा है। बट गन
हाय
डायनेस्टी
हेलो
झटका इन्हें लगा है,
सलाम।
बहुत बड़ा झटका लगा है। बीएनएल एज ऑलवेज अपनी टीम को
अभी
अभी के लिए तो
how
रेस्क्यू कर
are
लिया है,
you?
बट यहाँ पे डीमंस प्राइड के ऊपर टीम फैल्कन्स का अटैक आता हुआ, टीम फैल्कन्स ने भी कामयाब शुरुआत यहाँ पे की है। 8 एलिमिनेशन मादारा के ऊपर शॉट्स लगाने की कोशिश। मादारा फिलहाल करे तो कंपाउंड के अंदर, लेकिन वहाँ पे काफी आसानी से मुझे लगता है प्लेयर्स रीच आउट करेंगे। ओह व्हाट अ ब्यूटीफुल शॉट। देखिए वो लास्ट
my
बिट ऑफ डाइंग
God.
एफर्ट्स जो मादारा के थे उसके लिए तो
What is happening
काश मैं उन्हें
today?
एक पॉइंट दे पाता, बट नहीं मिलेगा क्योंकि कन्वर्जन हो नहीं
Wait,
पाया।
let
बट
me
दैट वाज
open my
रियली क्रेजी
chat.
शॉट।
Fit check.
डाउन
अरे तुम
हुए,
fit
एलिमिनेट
check,
हुए, लेकिन
इधर
अब टॉप की
TAG
बारी है।
भर रही है
फैल्कन्स
पूरी
के
lobby
खिलाड़ी
को।
पंख फैलाते हुए टॉप की तरफ बढ़ते हुए टॉप 16 क्या बच पाएंगे? मुश्किल लग रहा है क्योंकि आप देखिए फैल्कन्स की टोली इनकी तरफ आती
Team
हुई और टॉप
India,
16 पीछे जाते हुए केरोरो मुझे लगता है स्पॉट कर लिया जाएगा। लेकिन यहाँ पे टीम एपेक्स गेमिंग यहाँ
भाई,
पे
Apex Gaming ना
पैराडॉक्स
मान
का
रही,
खात्मा
ना मान
करते हुए
रही।
टीम एपेक्स गेमिंग इट इज बॉयज एंड गर्ल्स एक तरफा प्रदर्शन।
नहीं मान
और
रही टीम
यहाँ
एपेक्स
पे देखिए
गेमिंग।
डीपी को ढूंढ के भागते हुए प्लेयर्स को एलिमिनेट किया एलिमिनेट ने।
देखिए फैल्कन्स अलग ही फॉर्म में खेल रहे हैं और डीमंस प्राइड आज तो
डब्ल्यू।
दिन बिल्कुल भी अच्छा नहीं है। कल अगर खराब था तो आज तो मनहूस है। आज तो बिल्कुल
ना
मतलब
मान
शुरुआत
रही।
अच्छी हो ही नहीं रही है। बार बार कोशिश कर रहे हैं उभरने की, लेकिन उससे उभर नहीं पा रहे हैं। लेकिन आज शुरुआत एक ड्रीम स्टार्ट की जो आवश्यकता थी वो प्राप्त करी है भारत की ओर से टीम एपेक्स गेमिंग ने। 13 एलिमिनेशन, किसी ने नहीं सोचा होगा कल एक ऐसी टीम जो सिर्फ 55 पॉइंट स्कोर करने में कामयाब हुई थी, आज के दिन शायद शुरुआती मैच में ही 20-25 पॉइंट मिनिमम
अरे,
निकालने
मैं
के
क्या
इरादे से मैदान में
टॉपिक-
उतरेगी। इनकी बहादुरी को सलाम, इनकी चेष्टा को नमन
अरे
है।
यार।
एक बार फिर से फैल्कन्स और लाउड, दो टाइटंस आमने सामने हो चुके हैं। देखने वाली बात होगी कि
Let's
यहाँ
go,
पे किस
team
तरीके से
Apex!
ये फाइट
अरे,
एग्जीक्यूट
अरे,
कर
अरे,
पाती है
अरे।
लाउड। इसी बीच नेपाल से डीआरएस गेमिंग शायद एलिमिनेट हो चुकी है। इसके अलावा आप देख सकते हैं केरोरो के ऊपर यहाँ पे हमला करना चाह रहे थे लाउड के खिलाड़ी। ग्वेक्सा के ऊपर अच्छी खासी जिम्मेदारी मौजूद है।
भाई,
ग्वेक्सा
क्या
उस जिम्मेदारी
है
को
आज,
समझते
क्या
हुए
हो गया
तुरंत
सबको?
रोटेट कर गए। पीना के पास, पीना डाउन। पीना के पास वो अपॉर्चुनिटी थी जो पहला नॉकआउट दिला सकते थे लाउड के खेमे से अपनी टीम फैल्कन्स को, लेकिन ऐसा हो ना
अरे,
पाया।
अरे, अरे,
लिमिट के
हाय,
ऊपर हमला करते हुए
Paxton
नेक्स्ट
सही है,
ग्वेक्सा
ये
का
कर लो।
जीना
अभी तो
दुश्वार
आई भी नहीं
करके
मैं।
रखा था, लेकिन नेक्स्ट पीछे से आते हैं और इसी के साथ ऑन फायर और लिमिट दोनों घुटनों पे अकेले केरोरो बचते हैं, जो इस वक्त तो मुझे ऐसा लगता है कि शायद लॉन्च पैड लेकर उड़ गए।
एक
और
HP
क्या
है
यहाँ पे
बस।
रिवाइव दे पाएंगे अपने साथियों को? केरोरो की एचपी काफी डाउन है, सिर्फ 34 की एचपी बची थी। पीना वहां पे मुझे ऐसा लग रहा है कि शायद अकेले सर्वाइव करने की कोशिश करते हो, लेकिन 33 खिलाड़ी 9 टीम है। आज तो अग्रेशन के साथ
Let's
शुरुआत
go,
करी है
let's go,
ग्रुप
guys,
ए ने,
let's go.
लेकिन अभी
Like,
काफी,
like and subscribe,
ठंडी
come
नजर आ रही है
on,
बुरीराम
फटाफट से।
यूनाइटेड, क्योंकि अगर आप देखें शुरुआत में ही वॉज
यार
डिवाइन
चैट
से
में
व्हील पे
दिखाओ
भिड़े
तो
थे।
तुम लोग
उसके
हो
बाद
कि
ज्यादा
नहीं हो,
कोई
मेरे को तो
fight
पता ही नहीं है।
engagement दिखी नहीं है उनकी
चैट
तरफ
ही
से।
नहीं चल रही है, क्या सीन?
देखिए धीरे धीरे करके
हेलो हाय तो कर दो
अब
यार।
मौके मिलेंगे और फिर जाके उनको आगे बढ़ के अपने लिए फ्रैंक निकालना पड़ेगा। लेकिन यहाँ पे ऑल गेमर्स ग्लोबल और नजदीक पे हमें मार्स इलेक्ट्रिक पे नजर आती हुई टीम एपेक्स गेमिंग देखने वाली बात है
फ्रैक्शन
कि
बच्चों को
all
डिस्कॉर्ड पे
gamers
बुलाओ,
global
आप
के
लोग जाओ
साथ
उनकी
वो
साइड में
challenge
बोल
किस
के आओ।
प्रकार से TAG के
फिर
खिलाड़ी लेने
वो आ
वाले हैं।
जाएंगी तो
13
मेरे को भी
eliminations
बुलाना।
ऑलरेडी लॉबी में आ चुके हैं उनके खाते में इस समय पे। तो देखिए फिनिशेस में डोमिनेट कर रहे हैं सबसे ऊपर। लेकिन ऑल गेमर्स ग्लोबल क्या ये डायरेक्ट वहां पे अटैक बनाएंगे या फिर एक लंबा रोटेशन देंगे? बिकॉज पोजीशनिंग
कर क्या है, कमबैक होगा आज, कमबैक होने वाला है टीम इंडिया का। हाय, ये हुई ना बात, चैट वाले बताओ तो हम देख रहे हैं। हाय डॉबी, हाय।
तुरंत शायद उसका फायदा बुरीराम यूनाइटेड के खिलाड़ी लेंगे बिकॉज they've got nothing to
डॉबी
lose.
मैच
हारने के लिए
देखने
कुछ
दो
है नहीं,
यार,
already
ठीक
वो
है यार।
top पे बैठे हैं, लेकिन यहाँ पे जैसी
लो फिर
लाउड
मैच।
के ऊपर शॉट्स लेते हुए नजर आ रहे हैं, लेकिन अभी लाउड का भी पुश आता हुआ
होला
इनके
como
ऊपर।
estás?
जी बिल्कुल, और मैं थोड़ा सा हैरान हूँ, शायद कार 98 के साथ वो शॉट्स थे, बट वो शॉट ठिकाने पे कनेक्ट नहीं हुए। और ऊपर से लाउड जिस कॉन्फिडेंस के साथ आई है अभी फैल्कन्स को ठिकाने ऑलमोस्ट लगाने के बाद, मुझे तो ऐसा लग रहा है कॉन्फिडेंस बढ़ा हुआ है। और टीम एपेक्स गेमिंग अब बुरीराम यूनाइटेड से भिड़ रही है, वसाना गिरा दिए
tell
गए
me,
हैं।
कहाँ है?
एपेक्स
दिखाओ
गेमिंग
fight,
आज तो
fight।
सबको ढूंढ ढूंढ के पिटाई कर रहे हैं और उम्मीद भी
भाई,
इनसे
fight
यही थी।
दिखा दो यार।
उतना अच्छा नहीं हुआ, बट मुझे ऐसा लगता है शायद आज का दिन एपेक्स गेमिंग के नाम हो सकता है। शुरुआत तो कम से कम अच्छी कर दी है इन्होंने, और टीम स्प्राइट की यहाँ प्रतिस्पर्धा चलते हुए टीम एपेक्स गेमिंग
फाइट ही नहीं दिखा रहे यार। आउटफिट चेक, कुछ नहीं आउटफिट में मेरे कुछ चेक
बुरीराम
करने के लिए
यूनाइटेड
नहीं
कहाँ
outfit।
यहाँ पे लड़ रहे हैं ये
Silent
देखना
viewers हो, हाँ
चाहूंगा
भाई।
मैं, लेकिन अभी तो मुझे नहीं लग रहा है कि शायद इस वक्त वो दोनों टीमें आसपास नजर आ रही है। फैल्कन्स के ऊपर हमला कुटुश की ओर से, यहाँ पे इस युद्ध का आगाज किया गया था। 6 एलिमिनेशन टाइटन ई स्पोर्ट्स क्लब के पास है और फाल्कन्स की हालत खराब है। एक और खिलाड़ी ऑलरेडी गवा चुकी है। फाल्कन्स सर्कल को प्रायोरिटी देनी है, लेकिन सर्कल में आप पहुंचेंगे कैसे जब आपके पास कोई विकल्प ही नहीं है। सर्कल बिल्कुल सेंटर ओपन में बना है इनसे, जिसका मतलब है जिस टीम के पास अधिकतर ग्लू वॉल्स होंगे या फिर जिस टीम के स्नाइपर के पास स्काइलर होगी वो थोड़ा
अरे
सा
अरे
फेवर
आप
में होंगे।
बहुत
आप देखिए
क्यूट हो रहे
बुरीराम
यार,
यूनाइटेड
थैंक यू यार।
बिल्कुल सर्कल के एज पे आके रुके हुए हैं, इंतजार कर रहे हैं, गेट ठीक कर रहे हैं कौन सी टीम पहले पेशेंस खोती है और एक गलती करती है। 34 खिलाड़ी 9 टीमें, अभी तो एक्साइटमेंट की हर सीमा यहाँ पे पार होती हुई गन डायनेस्टी से सामना हो सकता है टाइटन ई स्पोर्ट्स क्लब का। और इसी के साथ टीम एपेक्स गेमिंग का सामना करते हुए ऑल गेमर्स ग्लोबल, मैंने पहले ही कहा कि जिनके पास भी स्काइलर है उनसे थोड़ा बचना पड़ेगा। ओ यहाँ पे तगड़ी ग्रेनेड, लेकिन उतना ही अचूक डिफेंस। टीम एपेक्स गेमिंग सही समय पे इस्तेमाल करते हुए अपने क्रोन शील्ड का, क्या बात है।
अरे शोटो भाई तो कह रहे मैं आगे जा रहा हूँ।
क्या शोटो एक पहला नॉकआउट निकाल के दे पाएंगे ऑल गेमर्स ग्लोबल के खेमे से। आप देख सकते हैं इस वक्त विश्व के क्लैश वर्ल्ड के चैंपियन सामना कर रहे हैं भारतीय चैंपियंस एपेक्स गेमिंग का। साहिल चाट की ओर से बारोस पे हमला और एक बुलेट से भी कम के हालात में बच जाते हैं वहां पे बारोस, और साइफा ने आके कमर तोड़ दी। ये मेरे हिसाब से शायद शोटो नहीं, पूरी की पूरी टीम एपेक्स गेमिंग का गुरूर ही गिरा दिया। अब यहाँ पे कोई मौका नहीं। ऑल गेमर्स ग्लोबल चारों खाने चित करते हुए टीम एपेक्स गेमिंग को, और कहना पड़ेगा एलिमिनेशन चाहे टीम ने मिल बांट के उठाए हैं, बट अ डेंजर मैन इज गॉट टू बी साइफा।
देखिए इस समय पे सर्वाइवल बहुत ही ज्यादा मुश्किल होगा उनके
अर्जेंटीना,
लिए।
कल मैंने क्या कहा था चैट, क्या बोला था? अर्जेंटीना जीत रही है इंग्लैंड से। Who won? अर्जेंटीना।
इस समय पे यूटिलिटीज आपको बहुत ज्यादा जरूरत है। टीपी सामने की तरफ इस तरफ से लाउड कॉन्स्टेंटली उनके ऊपर शॉट लगाते हुए नजर आ रहे हैं। बुरीराम यूनाइटेड भी है वहां पे। टीम लाउड नजदीक जाते हुए डीमन स्प्राइट को एलिमिनेट करने की पुरजोर कोशिश की जा रही है। एंड देयर वी गो, देयर वी गो, लॉन्चर का प्रयोग किया और एलिमिनेट कर दिया है। टीम लाउड स्टिल इन फाइट टॉप 5 और अब धीरे धीरे करके आगे बढ़ते हुए। अब देखने वाली बात ये कि यहाँ से कौन सी टीम
तुम्हारा अलग चलता रहता है।
और आप देखिए जो टीम्स टॉप पे बैठी हुई है ना वो अभी तक सरवाइव कर रही है। बुरीराम यूनाइटेड सरवाइव कर रहे हैं, ऑल गेमर्स ग्लोबल सरवाइव कर रहे हैं, आज भी पहला चिकन लाउड ही निकाल सरवाइव कर रहे हैं, लाउड सरवाइव कर रहे हैं, और इन चारों जायंट्स के
चिकन कह रही बूया यार,
इकलौता खिलाड़ी टाइटन क्लब का ब्लेड वो भी सरवाइव कर रहा है। बुरीराम यूनाइटेड अब दीवार के इस बार आना पड़ेगा और देखिए बोल्ट मेकर्स का भी प्रयोग इस समय पे किया जा रहा है।
क्या मैच था कल का भाई,
राशिया को डाउन कर दिया है। एक बहुत बड़ा झटका लगता हुआ वो उसको नीचे की तरफ और भी खिलाड़ी नजर आते हुए। देखने वाली बात ये कि ऑल गेमर्स ग्लोबल क्या अपनी पोजीशन का फायदा उठा पाएंगे बुरीराम यूनाइटेड के नजदीक जाते हुए, लेकिन पहले ब्लेड को एलिमिनेट करना पड़ेगा। दे रियलाइज कि देयर इज अ प्लेयर ओवर देयर। ब्लेड को एलिमिनेट किया, टाइटन ई स्पोर्ट्स क्लब को एलिमिनेट किया, और अब बुरीराम यूनाइटेड धीरे धीरे करके लाउड के नजदीक जाते हुए अब इन दोनों टीम्स के बीच में बैटल बहुत ही जल्दी हमें देखने को मिलेगी। काफी ज्यादा क्लोज, पीछे से सर्कल भी आता हुआ। अब देखने वाली बात ये गेटाई को डाउन कर दिया गया। बुरीराम यूनाइटेड यहाँ पे वसारा डाउन, जोइना डाउन एंड दे गेट्स डेसिमेटेड। बुरीराम यूनाइटेड को एलिमिनेट कर दिया है। ऑल गेमर्स ग्लोबल अब आ चुकी है फाइट में, लाउड के ऊपर चढ़ चुकी है और यहाँ पे लाउड के प्लेयर्स को एक एक करके डाउन करते हुए रॉकी ऑल गेमर्स ग्लोबल ये बूया काफी हद तक हमें करती हुई नजर आएगी।
ये बिल्कुल सही कह रहे हैं आप, द डेंजर मैन साइफा। मैंने पहले ही कहा था,
छोड़ रहे यार उसका नाम।
और यहाँ पे तो पैन परांग मिली वेपन से पिटाई करके
वेपन से कर रहे हैं।
ऑल गेमर्स ग्लोबल पहले ही मुकाबले में आज के दिन बूया बूया बूया। वर्ल्ड के क्लैश स्क्वाड चैंपियंस क्या इस बार ई स्पोर्ट्स वर्ल्ड कप का भी खिताब जीतने के इरादे से मैदान में उतरे हैं। उम्दा प्रदर्शन, द अनस्टॉपेबल साइफा एंड द डेंजर मैन क्यू इज बैक।
कैसे खेल रहे हैं यार?
आप कह रहे थे ना कि
मैं तो सिर्फ आपको देखने आ रहे हैं, रहने दो।
कल का दिन में उतने ज्यादा
हाय महाकाल,
मुझे लगता है
हाय शरद।
यूने भी काफी अच्छे फ्रैग्स निकाले इस मुकाबले में, साइफा ने भी काफी अच्छे फ्रैग्स
ब्रो
निकाले।
मैंने
लेकिन
कल का
टीम
मैच
में
देखा है। साक्षी वाज
बेहतर
रेडी
परफॉर्मेंस
शी
भी है,
टोल्ड
क्योंकि
देयर इज नो
लेट
वन ऑन
चैलेंज
डिस्कॉर्ड।
में
वेट वेट
यही तो होता है। दिस इज द
साक्षी को बुलाओ डिस्कॉर्ड
आपको
पे।
सामने दो टीम भिड़ती हुई दिख रही हैं, जैसे ही एक टीम निकले फाइट से तुरंत आप
हेलो
अटैक बना दीजिए।
हेलो
आप उनको मौका ही मत दीजिए रीसेट करने
साक्षी।
का, और वही टीम ऑल गेमर्स ग्लोबल ने
हे
इस मुकाबले
गर्ली
में करके दिखाया। इस मुकाबले का भूया निकाला है
आगे लो गाइस डिस्कॉर्ड पे आ
Did
गए।
you see 13 eliminations? So good.
यस
छलांग मुझे लगता है इन्होंने पॉइंट
यस
टेबल में ले ही ली
ब्रो
होगी।
Yeah.
मैंने कहा आज ये पढ़ उड़ के आया है, लग रहा है अच्छे से खा पी के आया है फुल।
ये मुकाबला
Yeah.
गन
So
डायनेस्टी
nice.
से
Energetic
अच्छा
first
गया
match
नहीं
अच्छा
है।
था.
बहुत
मजा
अच्छा
आया.
बिल्कुल
यस।
सही कह रहे हैं आप। देखिए गन डायनेस्टी की ओर से कोशिश भरपूर थी
एक
यहाँ पे, तो
एक सेकंड
देखिए
दियो
पता
बस
ही
के।
था कि शायद ऑल
मैं ये बोल रही थी अर्जेंटीना का रियल गेम प्ले तो लास्ट के 10 मिनट में
भूया
स्टार्ट
तूने
होता
क्या
है।
खा लिया? आलिया
आलिया
ने खा लिया. My
भाई,
God, पनीर भाई क्या
कल
बोल.
जब पहला गोल मारा था ना, जब पहला गोल इंग्लैंड ने मारा था ना, मेरी हालत खराब हो गई थी। और लास्ट के 10 मिनट में फिर
लिपस्टिक
अर्जेंटीना
कितना
पता
लगा
नहीं
रहे हो?
लास्ट
It's
के
not
10
lipstick,
मिनट
it's
में क्या
gloss.
करती है भाई।
It's gloss.
अगर इस टीम का
अर्जेंटीना
It
लास्ट के
is.
10 मिनट में पागल हो जाती है, पागल।
मुझे तो ऐसा लग रहा है ये
आई
सबके
दो
ग्रुप ए की
गोल।
बाकी टीम है जो इस वक्त आप
अब
कह सकते
स्पेन
हो
के साथ देखने
पॉइंट्स
मजा
टेबल के
आएगा।
मध्य
इंग्लिश
में
स्ट्रीम
है।
देखो,
Gloss.
इंग्लिश स्ट्रीम में क्या मजा आता है।
काफी दिक्कत होगा एनालिस्ट आते हुए।
Are you watching
analyst,
English
यहाँ
stream
पे,
और हिंदी stream?
बता भी रहे हैं टीम को कि देखिए यहाँ पे
I'm watching
शायद हो
Hindi
सकता है
stream,
दो टीमें
babe.
भिड़ेंगी
What are
और
you
आपको
watching?
मौका मिल सकता
No,
है
Hindi only, but
इस
my
चीज का
chat
फायदा
is saying
उठाने
that
का।
watch
On the
English
other
stream
side,
also.
He was divine. कोच आ चुके हैं बताते हुए थोड़े से गंभीर
क्या
चेहरे
करना है?
दिखाई पड़ रहे हैं, जिससे
मेरी
एक चीज
चैट
तो
से
साफ है,
पूछती.
शायद मैच
Chat
वन में
बताओ।
जो नतीजा चाहते थे रिजल्ट
Hey, thanks for the 10 coin jewels. मेरा finally gifts चालू हो गया यार. मजा आ रहा है मुझे chat में. Jewels आ रहे हैं, समोसा, पानी पूरी, मैंगो लस्सी और क्या क्या
वही
पता नहीं.
लास्ट 2 गोल 13 मिनट्स, वही भाई।
क्लब को
Did you watch yesterday का
ठीक है
मैच?
सुयश, मैं क्या करूं?
बेहतर होगा, मुझे लगता है शायद यही संदेश गया होगा
Yesterday का मैं हाँ क्या फुटबॉल?
Yes.
Yeah, obviously.
Oh my
Almost.
God.
29 पॉइंट
हारते हारते जीत गए.
पता नहीं पागल हो जाती है भाई लास्ट के 10-15 मिनट में तो अर्जेंटीना, देख लिया मैंने। Thank you for sending पानी पूरी।
आप लोगों को क्या देखना है? हिंदी स्ट्रीम देखना है, इंग्लिश स्ट्रीम देखना है? लेकिन फिर बार बार मेरे को स्विच मत कराओ यार बार बार. नहीं इंग्लिश लगाओ, नहीं हिंदी लगाओ, नहीं इंग्लिश लगाओ, नहीं. Okay, Abhinav, thank you so much for all the jewels.
ज्ञान का आदान प्रदान किया। इसके अलावा
शुक्रिया.
ये वो पल था लाउड के ट्रैप, अरे बाप रे एक लॉन्चर।
हेलो रॉबी, मैं आ गया। हाय,
और इसके
लेट हो गए,
अलावा
कैसे हो
पूरी
आप? मैं भी
यूनाइटेड
लेट हो
देखिए,
गई थी आज
मुझे लग
थोड़ा
रहा था कि यहाँ पे
5-10
फंसने वाले
मिनट।
काफी देर से होल्ड कर रहे थे।
No shame on
जैसे
Dobbs.
ही ऑल गेमर्स ग्लोबल ने पहला बंदा गिराया, पूरी की पूरी
किधर है English
stream?
Did
Did you do ऐसा कल रात के 10:30 बजे तक स्ट्रीम पूरा?
नहीं, मैं लास्ट का 2 मैचेस नहीं किया.
तो मौके बहुत कम मिलते हैं। निक्स ने कोशिश भरपूर की, 2 गिराए।
इंग्लिश स्ट्रीम किधर है? दूसरे चैनल पे है क्या?
इंग्लिश स्ट्रीम हाँ,
फैन पराग से ही आपको
FF इसी के FF के चैनल पे है,
अंत में
नॉट द इंडिया वाला।
हुआ जरूर, लेकिन शरारत तो खूब करी। और ये वो सोने की थाली जिसके ऊपर हर कोई चाहेगा कि एक दिन तो
आप
ये
प्लीज
थाली
एक्सप्लेन
मेरे
भी
घर
क्या
पे
करो, बिकॉज ओके डन 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 डन।
बिल्कुल आपने
2 गोल इनसाइड 5 मिनट्स could have been,
ना, 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 ना,
या
और
ओ
practice
माय
करके
गॉड।
करने के बाद ये सभी खिलाड़ी वहाँ पे गए हैं और चाहेंगे कि वो सुनहरी थाली वो अपने साथ लेके
सब
आएं,
यही
अपने
देखो,
देश
उनके
के
पास
खिलाड़ी।
कंट्रोल भी है
But
कैम
end
का।
of the day,
कौन से कैम का
देखिए,
कंट्रोल है
टीम
उनके पास?
बेहतर
मतलब
से भी
कौन सा?
ऊपर खेलेगी ना, वही टीम वो ट्रॉफी लेके जाएगी, वही टीम वो
EWC चैनल esports वर्ल्ड कप
बड़ी गजब की स्माइल दी यहाँ पे देखिए। और ऐसी ही स्माइल
लाइव.
आपको और मुझे भी ज्यादा देते रहना चाहिए।
करते क्या?
ओवरऑल पहला मुकाबला बहुत
League
ज्यादा
of
fight के
Legends
साथ
नहीं.
था, बहुत ज्यादा अग्रेसिव देखने को मिला। मतलब शुरू से लेके हमने
Free Fire
शुरुआत में ही बहुत सी fight हमने
EWC
देखी, दूसरे छोर पे पैराडॉक्स वर्सेस डीआरएस की
Day
फाइट देखी।
2.
आज इंडिया को फुल सपोर्ट है। यस, आज फुल
तो all in all,
सपोर्ट।
WC
प्रोटीन भेजो
Free
डॉबी को,
Fire.
नो जंक फूड। यस गाइस,
सांस लेने का भी समय नहीं
send
मिला
me,
कहीं पे
send
भी
me
कि थोड़ा सा थम जाए,
some
रुक
food,
जाएं।
send
हाँ,
me
कुछ
some
weak
food.
moments कुछ टीम्स को जरूर मिले, जैसे कि टाइटन esports क्लब
Hi,
फेसियल
finger
गेमिंग में
hurts.
उनको
Thank
काफी समय मिला।
Thank you Amit for finger hurts for 350 jewels. Oh my
मुझे नहीं
god.
मिल रहा है यार. मैं क्या अंधी हो गई हूँ क्या?
है भाई।
के साथ आगे बढ़ रहे थे कॉन्स्टेंटली वो
Free Fire Day 2. Okay, got it.
they've realized the assignment। उनको
Thank
पता है
you
कि
so
मंजिल बहुत
much.
technically impossible ही नजर आ रहा है, लेकिन कोशिश तो करते रहना पड़ेगा, भले ही कैसा भी रिजल्ट हो, कोशिश करते
I'm
रहना
watching
चाहिए।
English
चीज़
stream.
टीम एपेक्स
ये वाला क्या?
दिखाया, वही चीज़ यहाँ पे हमें टाइटन
Chat
स्पोर्ट्स क्लब के द्वारा
बताना.
देखने को मिला। और और ये बहुत अच्छी बात है, गेम स्पिरिट के लिए फुल ऑन ट्राई हार्ड कर रहे हैं। एट द एंड ऑफ द डे रिजल्ट क्या होगा ये तो हमें नहीं पता।
इंडियन टीम्स कौन सी सही है भाई? सारी इंडियन टीम्स अच्छी है, सपोर्ट इंडियन टीम
करते रहना पड़ेगा। एंड मुझे लगता है कि हमारे भारतीय फैंस बहुत ज्यादा खुश होंगे टीम एपेक्स गेमिंग की इस परफॉर्मेंस के साथ।
बिल्कुल
And today, finally, after game 1, they got 1 booyah, but
ज्यादा कुछ हाथ में लगा नहीं था, टू बी वेरी ऑनेस्ट। लेकिन
sport, which is 140.
एडी ने अनुषा
They were doing so best, and today, finally, after game 1, they got 1 booyah, but still, the first ranking here is Buriram United Esport, which is 149 points. But first ranking, well, this is
अच्छा इंग्लिश में सुंदर फीमेल कास्टर्स है, इसलिए इन लोग को इंग्लिश देखना है। समझ गई मैं। अब भी समझा मुझे। लॉल।
नेक्स्ट मैच भी स्टार्ट हो गया।
To map
ऐसे
number
quickly,
2,
quickly
and
ये
this
लोग
time we're going
करें
to change it up a
शुरू।
little bit. We did mention earlier on that the map rotation will be
मजा आएगा।
slightly different today, and AJL have started off strong with a booyah.
आज
So let's
नहीं,
see if we can
20
keep
को
that train
मैच
going.
है
It is
अर्जेंटीना का।
Solara
आज
that we
नहीं
drop
है,
down to.
कल था।
And another
मैंने
opportunity for the teams at the middle order as well as at the bottom. And you can already see a quick swap because of how Titan Esports Club played. And we mentioned this. They need placement points. They instantly got it. And now up.
And now they are in a great spot. Yeah, we complete each other's sentences. But I will say that whatever
those two passes
we
from
sort of
Messi
like
are right
set up
with-
yesterday
Yes.
is slowly coming true, right? We
Abhi
talked about
start
Demon
ho gaya
Sprite
bhai, to-
needing to come up and again picking a fight with
ऊपर
Paradox
से ही
early on.
इनकी gunfight हो
Aswap,
गई है,
they get
Shakshi
wiped out
की।
first. Enrique, we see here he has great survival instinct from game 1, but top 16 is going to hunt him down. Aswap instantly brought back. TEC now joins the fight. That is a team that we've been watching out for at the start of day 2. Najat in the fray of things. Rahat also coming in and Blaze slicing through the ranks of Demon's Pride.
Oh no, Swab in the mid-air has been spotted by Gun Dynasty and he will be taken. Demon's Pride are losing players
बेचारे
once
को
again.
उधर नहीं
Paradox
मिले।
get
Paradox
eliminated in the
Gaming
mix of
already
this.
eliminated.
And Paradox, who just got pushed to the bottom
So
two,
fast.
will also suffer
What are you
another loss
eating?
right at the start
These are
of
M&M
our
peanuts,
game 8 match
which
8.
is my fave.
Talk about kicking
Not
them
the
while
most
they're
healthy,
down
but
and they are out.
It's
Paradox,
my favorite, so I'm
a
just
very
eating it.
unfortunate early exit, completely swarmed.
इंग्लिश में फील
By
नहीं आता है, इसलिए
multiple
देखते हैं,
teams in the
girls
earlier
के लिए नहीं
stage.
देखते। अच्छा इंग्लिश में फील आता है।
Whether it's desperation or a change of
Acha.
pace for some of the bottom dwellers, it has been working out in favor of teams like Apex Gaming,
Yeah.
Demon's Pride, Titan, DRS. I mean, even for GD, able to pick off a couple of stragglers on their own. But it does come
Ooh.
at a cost of teams who are just half a second slower to respond.
My
DRS
God.
want to be the quickest one to respond right now. They did spot AGL, but they take the fight to Titan Esports Club and Najad is taken down. And it is the wisest calls I feel right now coming in from DRS, and they're making a run for it. Rahat and Blade, they just have the stairs that
Auntie
they
ji,
are
Dati,
being
lunch mein
protected
maine kha
by,
liya
but
lunch.
DRS, they are on a charge. They want to go for a hit. Hadu was backing off,
Oh,
uses the chrono and is now safe and sound, but at least this gives away the position of where the players from Titan Esports Club are. But it's only these two. The other players are in the other direction, revived and are
ऐसे
healthy.
फील आते हैं, क्या
Runting is
बात
actually
है,
getting
वो
pressured as
अरे
well. Forced to
तू?
take the zip line away. Takuri actually getting tagged in the meantime, was brought down. But this was sort of like the demise of Paradox Gaming. A very quick and painless one. At least they take the bottom spot. Aurora still in this game, which is a blessing in disguise if you are a Malaysian team supporter here. But Blade just absolutely popped Rasha. Great shot from afar. Rahat called in for reinforcement. Aurora this time stand their ground and will not be taken out by AGAL in the earlier stages. Jun up the stairs. Cypher barricades himself safely. And Axo with the follow-up. Cypher is out.
He'll be confirmed. It's up to Barros and Dew, who's in his flight mode right now, dropping in air. If he gets spotted out, trouble will strike. And Aurora, they need a game like this. They need a recovery game, and it might happen on Solara, where everybody's forced for a fight. Barros tried to hold his own, but he'll not be able to. At least the revive happened. Therefore, there is
खेलेगा
still
Free
chance
Fire
for AGL.
T2
and they don't
यार,
have to be
मैं
worried
बहुत
about.
पीटूंगी
However,
तेरे को।
Aurora, they needed
आ गया।
these 4
ये
crucial
कौन सा है
4
इसके लिए जो आपने
eliminations.
रखा है? बस यार
The
बांध
good news
पीछे
for Aurora
बांध
is that
दिया
they
यार
are not
मैंने।
close to the
Messi
bottom
देकर।
two. But bad news is that
T2,
they
कल
technically
match
only
देगा
have
क्या
5 games to play. Because
match?
game 1 they didn't really get
Personal
anything done. So the catch-up
New
game,
episode went
and there's a
soon,
lot more
soon.
urgency for them compared to the rest of the teams. And one of the teams that is in no rush at all is EVOS. And so far playing on Solara, it's one of the maps that they are slightly more comfortable in. Loud Snickers playing a Vivid Stroax, completely found out in the open. And Loud Snickers with the first
TG
point.
कहाँ पे है? अपनी इंडियन टीम।
Loud are playing I think a brilliant game so far. Ending up in the top 4, making sure they stay the top 4 way that they are in. And it continues that they make it to the final as well. We've already been seeing their counterparts from Brazil, MIB are lost in flux, so they're keeping their toes matched up, and I think that's what Loud want to do. And if that's a majority of all the Brazilian teams who made it here to EWC all going to the finals, there is a big chance for them to walk away with being called the champions.
It's a lot of pressure also, because when we look at even I want to say from the earlier days until now, you would expect teams from Thailand and Brazil, if they qualify to a tournament, they're expected to all make it to the grand finals. It is quite the weight to shoulder, and especially for Loud, who has been on the big stage. They've missed out if they're not, you know, they don't have 100% attendance, but when they're there, a lot of eyes are on them, right? Yeah. Aside from Fluxo, like Loud is the second team that you sort of want to make it to the finals and give a good match, but it has always been so close.
But Aurora also want to make that happen, and that's the reason this challenge happens. However, Jun's lost. That is Lasha coming in.
No way!
He puts Suez also down. Confirmations. Aurora are losing players one after another. That's Lasha for you. He once again, he was back in action. Aziel spotted. Aim God puts him down, and it's the Axel. Can he put the chopping block out of Evos, or will he be found out? Damage done, HP lost, his position completely compromised. It's just the border and the direction that he's running away. I don't see a vending machine to help, nor a team to help out. And Axel will just try and buy time for the time being because Evos have a distraction.
Yeah, Demon's Pride bailed Aurora out of that. It was a missed opportunity. Aurora had that. Bit of a mechanical error caused them to be in this spot, but again, Demon's Pride, who are also hungry for some points, they ended up being the intervention that Aurora desperately needed in times.
This is what I was talking about. And you see how the bottom teams are now fighting for eliminations. They will go for the top 4 teams are already getting their best.
And that is the best part right now of this lobby. Desperation is a double-edged sword.
Yep.
And he has been empowering some of these teams so far.
Sorry.
The risk, definitely not as great as the reward. Good ratio there. Even TAG finds himself on the feed. Just a quick reminder at the end of this, two teams are gonna have their keys fed into the crusher.
Yeah.
Always a sad side, because man, such great accessories. But that's the nature, the brutality of competition. Let's see what this circle brings us, because game 1 was brutal. In game 2, a little bit more tame, but plenty of open areas.
Open right now is going to be a fight between Buriram and Evos, who just got revived. However, it's only one of the players getting stuck between the lot of Buriram at Eco Drain. I think he'll be found very soon, but team finding players are tagged. That's Team Apex Gaming.
Wow.
More eliminations coming their way. They're climbing up the ranks, making sure if they have an opportunity, but they need a lot more. They need points closer to 30 in total. Maybe a Booyah also needed if they want to run going towards the top 4.
Booyah aana chahiye.
The unintentional one gave Aurora time to bring the whole squad back, right? We look at the separation between Falcons and Aurora. It is 49 points. Made worse by the fact that Aurora didn't really get to play the first game, so it is a tall task to expect Aurora to catch up and find a tie, but it's good enough to remain in the top 10 and make it to survival stage tomorrow. As DRS looking for a rotation, Loud doing the exact same thing, but they might be beelining straight into Demon's Pride.
Demon's Pride, they just got eliminations from Evos. They have a compound that they're holding. Looks to be a better game. Loud have just found their one here. AGL, in the meantime, they're finding the players of Evos, and Evos seemed troubled after they were about to convert on Demon's Pride. Wherever they tried to head out, they've been spotted, taken down, and eliminated. Abax being chased by AGL, and he will be put to rest as well. And that is Evos losing their players. One last survivor is Aim God. Only gets coins now, but where is the vending machine? On one end there's Buriram, on the other end AGL, and right in front now Demon's Pride as well as Loud going in for the fight, and it's going to be Loud putting a drop down, and the entire squad within a whip gets eliminated.
A full blitz from Loud again. Their execution, these quick hits are so efficient. They make sure that the fight ends within 15 to 20 seconds so that there's time for them to recuperate if a second team does arrive. And it's something that has defined Lao's playstyle in competitive Free Fire. The Wonder Kid gets brought back, but that's the most that aim got
आजाद
good too
यात्रा
for the
है
team,
जय
and right after that,
जगन्नाथ
Axel
बोल
finds a
रहे
नहीं
pick off.
खेलते फ्री फायर ना
And it's the same situation that
सुना है,
EVOS
लेकिन PUBG
frequently
समझ
find
आता है
themselves
खेलते
in,
हो
Yeah.
तो
playing
ये
the
FF
survival
के
game.
फास्ट पेस
As of now,
टूर्नामेंट्स
I think
किस हद
that's
तक
the
समझ
mantra
रहे हैं
for
एंजॉय
them.
कर अभी
They're
काफी हद
unable
तक
to
समझ आ गए
find a
to be very
footing to
honest
just go
starting
for
में
fights, and
difficulty
they've been
होती
just
थी now I
chased
kind
by
of
teams,
have
put them
started
down
getting
one
used
after
to
another.
why
And
Order
DRS
आया क्या शायद
wanted to start out strong. The real soldiers using UAV to just get a grasp of information around. They spot another and they
भाई
do destroy.
टीजी भाई छोटू तो भाई
Strax.
स्वेयर भाई छोटू भाई से तो
He
मेरे को
is the
मिलना है
sniper.
यार
He's the
छोटू
one
भाई
who
से
finds a
पूछने
lot
क्या
of
खा के
value. But
खेलते
so
हो
far
आप
for DRS, at least
क्या
today's
करके
start
खेलते
in
हो?
game number 1 was decent, and out of that, Solara right now hasn't found much.
And it's a team that is also a first timer on the EWC stage as well. Finally getting what people say they deserve over their counterpart back in the region. AGAL now facing off against BRU, the same face-off as round 1, but we might find an early ending as Jonah with a good hit on the deal. Saifa here pushing forward with support from his teammate Wasana though will win that fight, and this time BRU, they will show AGAL that once is enough. Barros is poking it out of there, but has
ये लोग
to go
क्या
to the
है
blue with no
ये?
coins at all.
You can see
जंगली
how
जानवर
clever that fight
छोड़ते ही नहीं है
was.
बंदों को भाई
They used the Steffi, no throwables that
अच्छा,
could have been
इसमें भी
dropped
wall
by
बना
the side of
सकते हैं,
AGAL.
क्या
Went
करते
in for
हो?
a 4-forward fight, guns all out, and Buriram had the better of it, and AGAL could do nothing of it. It's just very strategic play coming through. And this is what
Send namaste,
makes champions. And you mentioned Buriram, they
Joel.
want their cabinet with an EWC trophy, and this could be one of their opportunities.
अरोरा
That's
की
the
फाइट
final
होने वाली
piece of
है
the puzzle.
टीएजी के साथ
And how poetic it is that the final piece of
think
the
he saw,
puzzle
हाँ, he
is
saw,
fitting the
he
key
saw.
into the plaque. It's gonna be a lot of stories
They
being
saw, they
completed. I
saw.
think
Wipe
again,
them.
BRU
छोटू को
Viper.
नजर मत लगाओ है यार ठीक है
For that
यार
to happen, Alu ends up stepping on a landmine. That should be the end of DRS as Guasha finds Pratik. Point number 7. Number
अच्छा है
8
डीआरएस
for
मरेगी
the
बढ़िया है
Brazilians.
टीजी वो टीएजी
DRS,
के नीचे
they
वाली
were just
टीम
trying
सारी
to put up a
मरेंगी तो
fight,
बढ़िया
but
रहेगा
unfortunately, not enough firepower in this case.
Trap mentioned
Sorry,
it's time
DRS
for
vibe,
Brazil. It's time for Loud to get this trophy, and he is doing it for the team. Playing together, the last man makes a run, but how far can he run? Loud have another challenge. That's going to be Aurora this time. Back and forth.
Hey,
The
from
compound
Mumbai,
was
yeah.
cleared by Loud. They took Demon's
Third
Pride
party
out.
कर सकते
DRS
हैं।
came for a challenge. They were pushed out, and now Aurora. Is the story going to be any different? Loud are going to just get eliminations
No
after
nazar,
eliminations.
okay,
and
okay,
highest
no
so
nazar,
far
no
here in
nazar, no
Solara, they're
nazar.
sitting at 9 in total.
The property value of that compound
They don't know,
is
they
only
don't
gonna keep
know.
on
Now
increasing
they-
with so
Oh!
much visitations.
Oh!
KG got the help of Shoto, was able to take
Yes!
out Barros, and that spells the end for AGAL in game 2. 8 teams remain. Falcons still healthy.
आपको क्या
Shadow
लगता है
getting
ग्रुप
chased
में भी
down.
टीम होया
It's
करेगी
Gun
चाहते तो
Dynasty
हैं हम यार
currently having the best of time as Pina finds the 3rd point for his team.
One last survivor from Gun Dynasty. That's the only one right
KD
now.
भाई
पे
लाउड
depend
तो
करेगा,
ऐसे ही
काफी
खत्म कर
ज्यादा
देती है भाई
sniper and
बंदों
IGL
को।
are
Let's take, as
remaining
you already
matches में
mentioned,
KD की
it
performance
is
बहुत
just
important है।
Louds. They've written it down.
टीपी
They've
नेपाल को
cemented
पहली
it.
बार मिला है
And it's
चांस
going to go down ages, at least here on Solara.
doing
And
best
then
what's
the
your
dead
opinion
center
भाई
of
मैंने
the
obviously
अज्जू भाई
यार
को
Nobody's going to
text
push
किया,
them
मैंने
out.
बोला
Maybe
अज्जू
the
भाई
circle
बुया
itself
कहाँ
decides to
है
make a very hard
बुया
shift,
लेके
and
आओ
then Loud would have to
तो
change the
अज्जू भाई बोलते
position.
And even
अब
then,
तो
well, they
बुया
don't
कल ही
have
आएगा
to. But the circle,
अब तो
consistent
बुया
with what
कल ही
we've
आएगा
requested, at least for today. Give
भाई
Lau a bit of
तो
a
बोला है अज्जू भाई ने
compound,
guys
but
आ
most of the
जाएगा
safe
बुया
zone is
तो
out in the
टोटल
open.
गेमिंग का दिखता
Diagnostic
है
scan now, so
कि
someone
आज
knows that Loud is
आना
in the
चाहिए
compound
बुया।
with 12 eliminations to boot. BRU should show up on the radar any time
As an
now.
Indian, please support
I believe the
Ranjit Villa. Please
Dinoculus,
check once his
good chance
story.
it came
मैं
from
support कर
EVOS
रही हूँ
or
already
even
उनको. Very
TAG,
sad
who
what
are now
what he
making
has
their
to do
appearance. Can
in order
Loud
to
hold
fight
back
for
the
the
third wave of
education
challenges?
system.
Team Apex Gaming, they
But,
need these points more than Loud.
Yeah.
The
Loud
challenge
I
has to
fully
be
support.
very critical on the hit. DRS were in the
हो गई,
same
start हो
compound,
गई
but Loud
fight.
were able to turn it around. And yes, a little active in terms of their approach, going a little
So
ham
now
against
one
Loud
should-
while there were
मेरे को
landmines
क्यों लग रहा है
all across.
Falcon
And
third
even
party
right
करेगी
now,
guys मेरे को क्यों
Gatling
लग
gun
रहा
being
है
placed, the minute turret
ग्रुप बी को सपोर्ट
could
कर रही
be
हूँ भाई
trouble.
मैं ग्रुप बी
Riptide
को भी
Rhythm on the
सपोर्ट
other
कर
end
रही हूँ
coming
ग्रुप
in
ए को
from
भी सपोर्ट कर
Falcons
रही
to
हूँ
break
मेरे
the
सारी टीम को
defenses of
सपोर्ट है मेरा
Buriram. Spotted out in the open was Jonah. He
टीम
backs
इंडिया है यार
off with
टीम
his
इंडिया को
teammates,
सबको
making
सपोर्ट
sure
कर रही
this
हूँ मैं
fight instantly doesn't replicate to
Okay, that
eliminations
versus
on
Loud.
either end.
Let's go.
I mean, Team Apex Gaming a lot more patient.
अपना फोर्थ
Something
प्लेयर
that
का
I
है
think is going to be the main difference maker between what we saw from Aurora, right? Well, a lot more in your face. wanted to make a more moves. Falcons
और एक
also
squad आ
starting to
गई,
feel a
okay.
bit of the
नहीं वहीं पे ऐसे कि पीछे
planting
एक
themselves on the low ground and straight out with the open.
हाँ
Will
वही
pick
मैं
up by
बोल रही हूँ
Guaksha,
इधर
so
थर्ड
that's the
पार्टी
third
होगा
cheap
थर्ड पार्टी
point
होगा
for Loud Snickers. But the rest of
there,
Evo's
Evo's
wanted
is
to
there.
take
Party
They still have to do a
करने की
DRS.
कोशिश की है,
Apex
but
almost
दिखते हैं।
dead.
क्या EVOS successful
That was
होगा?
a big surprise. Nobody expected him to be behind enemy lines, and Rasha being the distraction, and he's still fighting.
फिलहाल तो
Abax
इन दोनों की
gets
fight हो
another
रही है,
player
squad.
from
Come on,
DRS,
come
but
on,
they instantly
TAG,
put
this
blue
is the
walls and
time,
stalled
this
at
is the
least for time
time.
being. Abax, can he find more? Rasha on the other end. These two players on two different directions trying to corner a team, and
Arre,
Rasha spots
nice
Falcons.
one,
Damage being
Rasha.
done. Finds the
What?
Can he find a confirmation? No, again, blue walls being blocked on any approach coming in from Evos.
And Rasha himself, 6 out of the 7 eliminations this game for his team. Him and Apex completely separated, and Trap will take care of his teammates.
जोन में जाना है
The
ये
one that hit
जोन
left
का
his own
पता
device
नहीं
and
हर
now
बार
the
आ
circle
जाता है
closes in.
यार
Even Loud will have
गंदा
to
सा
start evicting the
Falcon
compound.
परेशान
Red
करेगी
Tyrant
अब
goes absolutely wide there from TAG. So Falcons
अरे
got
यार
threatened,
ये
and they
भी
have
तो
such a
है
good spot.
मारो
Personally,
यार
on this
लिमिट लिमिट
opponent.
मार भाई साहब
It looked like it was
TAG
going to be
को
loud
approach
earlier, but right as now, as you mentioned, yes, it is Falcons. They have the best position to hold every
Yeah,
team
you
off.
be a
The circle's
सामने।
about to close in the next 10 seconds. And also, it's shifting. Teams better be ready for this. Wolverine gets taken down by Moshi. A very small slide.
स्टार्ट ही में एक जगह पे वही यार
But I think it should be an instant recovery, not much to be worried about. But Team Apex Gaming, they have to
Falcon
put them
मारो
down
यार
right here
आप।
at the heart.
Oh.
But Buriram now decide to
अरे,
go
अरे,
challenge and
अरे,
get
अरे,
closer.
अरे, अरे,
Falcons
अरे,
trying to hit shots, but none of them
Buriram
connect. And
क्या
Buriram
आई है
make
भाई
it
शिफ्ट
safely.
होके?
And the result between BRU
Oh
and
my
TAG comes down
God,
to
they
how
are
much
also
can
here now.
Falcons change the
लो
course
भाई
of this
बुलराम ने
battle.
टीएजी के ऊपर कर
BRU
दिया
will give them some
फैल्कन्स
space to
मजे
work
लेके
with
बैठ
Wasana.
के पीछे
He was
से
given one more blue wall as he did ran out of resources, but BRU decides that they can't bomb rush this. In fact,
Falcon
it's
कैसे ना हो
TAG that responds onto Falcons. Rasha gets freedom, and now he books it for the building where Loud and DRS are perched at. Launchpad being
ऊपर
used as
तीन
well.
स्नाइपर है
BRU now
देखो
arrives on top of the
BRU
roof.
इतने
The
open में खेल रही है यार,
What
मार
the
दो।
hell
Chaos.
नहीं अभी तो दो
BRU
चला रहे
now
हैं
in prime
ओ
spot.
भाई
However, Loud are
Okay,
taking
okay,
away
okay,
those
okay,
eliminations,
okay,
stealing it
move
away.
forward.
Damage being
Pagal
done by
हुए हैं।
Buriram, but Loud, they are getting it all. It looks unstoppable. Russia is in a very compromised position. So is Keroro from
और
Falcons.
ये
How
close yeah close nice nade
drastically this
तो।
fight changed from Falcons
Get
winning
him,
it
get
to
him, get him,
almost
get
now
him,
losing
get
it. And now Team
Let's go,
Apex
let's go,
getting the
Shoto!
rush out in the open. Keroro has nothing to say, and Shoto finds it. And right now we have the best five teams looking forward to points. Falcons are out of the race.
यार
And Team Apex
क्रेजी
Gaming
वाला है
now
भाई
move to
ये
that
बंदा
flight
पागल हो
position.
गया है
11
They will have to relocate because the circle
eliminations,
decides that will be the case. Evos eliminated down to top 4. And TAG ever so close.
TAG के fans
And
तो
so
है यार
far they
ऑडियंस
will
में जब
be
TAG मारती है ऐसे आवाज
unbothered
आती
just
है
for an
जोर पे।
instant. As DRS is going to
Let's
be the
go
one
यार
that
ये वाला
faces
भूया
resistance.
निकाल दो यार
Loud
please।
attention put onto the captain Jonah. BRU under pressure. Wasana responds from long range. They need to keep Jonah alive.
मैं
And
तो कह रही
Jonah
Loud
is the
versus
answer.
BRU हो
They
जाए
cannot
मजा आ
break.
जाएगा
Loud is putting on immense pressure by
पिछले
just
मैच में
rushing
हुआ
in.
ना
Alu gets
BRU
taken
को
out
मार
off
दिया
screen by
Loud ने।
Trap. And BRU able to
तो कह
retreat
तो नहीं
to a
दोबारा
safe
मार
space.
दें।
TAG now needs to catch up.
Just like how out in the open Buriram made their rotation, even Loud managed to, with a plethora of glue walls, lay down the land and they walk across. They're closer than ever. Team Apex Gaming in the meantime, just because Loud decided to rotate out earlier, now they have an opportunity. Jonah finds Tafuri,
अरे
the last
यार
one from
जोना
DRS. and
एक
now
तो
Team
ये
Apex
तीन
Gaming
तीन स्नाइपर है ना
have an opportunity because
यार
Loud and
हट
Buriram are close together. However, Get High, he is shooting the players of Team Apex Gaming and not letting them slide down the hill.
Let them slide down the
This is
hill
the
yo
final
ये भाई
lap for
तीन
Apex
तीन
Gaming and hold my
स्नाइपर
hand,
लेके
Lucifer,
ऊपर
because
चढ़
we might be
गए हैं
witnessing
यार
history
वो
here.
लोग shit
The top 3 teams, 2 of the front runners still with the full squad left
कोई है क्या
alive.
वहाँ पे
नहीं, नहीं, नहीं,
But
नहीं,
Team
नहीं,
Apex
नहीं।
Gaming have the
वो
high
check कर रहे
ground.
हैं।
They have couple of moments, couple of instances where the blue
नीचे
zone
आओ
will
ना,
make the
नीचे
difference,
आओ
and
ना,
TAG
नीचे आओ
is
ना।
in such a prime
Come
position to
on.
get this pick off.
Loud, they decided to make a rotation earlier than
Okay,
Buriram,
God,
but
get
Buriram had
them.
the position and Loud are trapped because the zone's closing in. Glue walls not working out, getting
what a shot KD on
And they do it here. TAG. The faster they get rid of Loud, the better they are for him. And Loud, you know that the Brazilians, they don't back down and they are ready to take that fight. The cluster would have been nice if it connected. but now Lauda out of vision.
cover aa gaya
And
yaar.
BRU in
Get
the lead.
Team Apex Gaming, they have an advantage. Loud have a safe spot. BRU are out in the open.
Riptide Rhythm.
It's breaking the defenses one after another. Shoto has had a great start in this game. 5 eliminations already, and a KD got hit again. Wasana is down. Make it get high. Finds one more. Team Apex Gaming are also assisted by Loud. Loud are taking away the eliminations, and Team Apex Gaming will not be happy about this.
भाई
He's looking good.
हमारे
TAG
kill
have a
क्यों
chance.
चोरी
Jordan
कर रहे
Vincent by
हैं?
now. A distraction that eliminated.
अरे यार अपने
TAG
2-3 kill चोरी हो गए यार
History
2-3
here against Lao. PZP in the front. Shota with the first one. Can they find a conversion?
come on 3v3
Size down. PZP to follow. Team Apex
oh my god
ever.
oh my god that was
This is a
crazy
big booyah
Team
for
India.
Team Apex Gaming.
TAG
Wow.
क्या खेला है
But they
इन
make it
लोगों ने।
happen, and
Wow.
especially
wow
Esports
Wow.
World Cup 2026 Paris, the biggest.
Congratulations
of
for
stages.
the
And Team Apex
first
Gaming for
booyah.
India make a
W.
big booyah.
Yesterday we talked about this.
Beautiful. क्या
Dreams
खेला
come
है
true
यार
one
इंडिया
step
का
at a
बूया
time.
guys. It's
And
like
I'm
India
glad we held
chicken
hands
dinner.
for this moment.
That's amazing.
What an
let's
achievement
go
it is for
by
the region.
Team India for the
They
win
needed some time
yaar
to warm up, but once those seats are warm, TAG entered the flow state.
too good
And with impeccable
guys W
execution in
एक
the
बार
final
हो जाए
circle,
chat
they took
में
advantage
W's
of all
in the
these
chat,
openings given
guys.
to them.
Let's go.
Openings that are
Let's
very
see
minor,
W's in the
that cannot
chat.
be missed, but they were on the ball, Lucifer.
We spoke about this, right? Prime
Wow.
position, real estate,
Shoto
all of
दानव
it.
monster.
One after another, every team.
भाई
wanted it.
शोटो
Loud
ने तो
started it off,
crazy
Buridam
मारा है
went for
भाई,
it, and then
crazy.
finally Team
शोटो
Apex
bro.
Gaming found the very best spot. Falcons, this is why we were talking
क्या
about it.
बोलूं
They were
भाई?
the ones who should have
Fan,
been booyah.
fan.
But they
W's in
messed
the
up in there.
chat.
W
And
आइजली
it was
KD
Team
भाई,
Apex Gaming
KD
took
का
that
वो
same
shot
position
तो
away from
crazy था.
Falcons, took the
W
last
पे
player down, and they
W
get this booyah. And thankfully, they managed to do it in such a manner where they were ahead of the zone, up the hill, and
Wow.
this time they get it.
टीम इंडिया भाई टीम इंडिया और
You can really
टॉप
hear the
भाई
passion
बहुत
radiate. The
इम्पोर्टेंट
crowd,
था ये
they were
बूया
feeling
उनके
it.
लिए
They knew that once we got into the top 6,
क्या तुम लोग को
TAG
लगता
is
है
the
कि
prime
अगर
candidate
एक
for
और
that
बूया
booyah.
निकाल दे टॉप 4 आ
And
सकते हैं
this is
गाइस
what
व्हाट
the
डू यू से
Esports World Cup is all about, man.
यहाँ पे किल्स चोरी हुए यार यहाँ पे बहुत
That
किल्स चोरी
final
हुए
sequence,
दो तो
TAG.
हुए कम
I
से कम
could
minimum, I
rewatch
guess,
this
यहाँ पे
all day.
All day, all long. Brilliantly played out.
आज इन
Yes,
लोग ने
they tried
दिखा
to
दिया
pick
टीम
opening,
इंडिया
but it
भी
did not
है
work out as
बॉस.
brilliant as they wanted. Holding it off, KD got Sahil.
Let's go guys, like the
big
stream,
man.
subscribe.
What
By
a play
Team India
coming
for
in
the
from
win.
their end. And yes,
Cloud
as
को
I said,
44
this is a
मारना is a
very
big
big
thing.
through
Bhai,
for
उनका
them
फायर
and
पावर
the
बहुत
whole of
ज्यादा
India
है.
to
Good
look
sign
at.
for TAG.
They are going to be incredibly proud.
मेरे
But
को
we're going to
मेरे
let
को
these
छोटो
teams
भाई का
again.
ऑटोग्राफ चाहिए भाई
We're
guys.
gonna hand it over to Carol.
Autograph
And she has
मेरा
something for us.
कॉम्पिटिशन कौन
Hello
Guys
everyone.
मेरा मेरे लिए ऑटोग्राफ टफ और मुश्किल है हाँ यार बट अगर क्या पता है एक और भूया निकल जाए अभी पॉइंट्स देखने पड़ेगा पॉइंट्स देखने पड़ेगा
Yesterday
But
we
bro,
noticed that you guys got so close.
We need-
so
we
many
need
times to
autograph
get a
from
booyah,
Shoto, bro.
But unfortunately you
That
didn't.
guy
But
is
today,
playing
happily you guys
crazy.
managed
ऐसा
to
लग ही नहीं रहा वो
how it
इंटरनेशनल
feel
लॉबी
to get
पहली
your
बार
first
खेल रहे
booyah
हैं
in the
क्या
competition.
कल के मैचेस और आज के मैचेस
ที่เรา
में
เกือบจะได้บูย่าเนี่ย
fan
แต่ว่า
तो हो गई
ไม่ได้สักทีนะฮะแต่ว่าวันนี้เนี่ยเราได้ปลดล็อกที่ได้บูย่าแรกแล้วเนี่ยฮะ
छोटू
รู้สึก
भाई
ยังไงบ้างครับ
कुछ खा के आए हैं आज लग रहा है पूरा आज पेट वेट भर के आए हैं कह रहे आज मारूंगा इस लॉबी में माय गॉड फर्स्ट मैच बहुत अच्छा खेला टीएजी ने सेकंड मैच सीधा बूया थर्ड मैच में भी लग रहा है हर मैच बूया चाहिए होगा तब होगा है ना हाँ टॉप 4 थोड़ा मुश्किल है बट यू नेवर नो क्या पता
कंटेंट ही इतना अलग है सब
कॉन्फिडेंस बूस्ट होगा नेक्स्ट राउंड के लिए यस ये भी है भाई बट वाओ कितना अच्छा लगता है भाई आई थिंक अबे कल अपने में से कल टीजी और एसिटोइल ने नहीं निकाला क्या चिकन मैंने कल लास्ट के 3 मैच नहीं देखे ना 3-4 मैचेस मैंने कल नहीं देखे अपनी इंडियन टीम का फर्स्ट बूया है ना फर्स्ट है ना
รู้สึกว่าปีที่แล้วทีมนี้ไม่มีผมครับปีนี้มีแล้วน่าจะเป็นแชมป์ได้ครับ
Yeah, I think like because last
W.
year he's not in the team yet, but this year he's here already. So
W
everything should be
by
fine now.
W
Okay. Okay. Are you sure? All right. I trust you. Okay, so there is really some tough teams in the way, of course. Buriram, Fluxo, maybe Arlos, all look very strong.
Bro,
Who do you think
no.
is the biggest competitor right now?
So this is the first team India जिसने बूया निकाला है, right? First बूया है. Oh, let's go, our first.
ที่สุดครับ
डॉबी लाइव देखा था, अच्छा जा रहा था इंडिया के मैच. आज लास्ट तक करो डॉबी. हाँ आज लास्ट तक करूंगी, आज लास्ट तक करूंगी. कैसे हो? I'm good. I'm enjoying the booyah.
Okay,
Guys, I'm
right.
enjoying
I like
the
your
booyah.
answer. Thanks so much for the interview. Good luck in the next matches and the rest of the day.
मजा आ गया भाई,
And
बहुत
that's
क्रेजी
it.
मजा आ
You
गया.
heard from Nameless from AGL team, and I'm back with you guys at the studio.
गाइस लाइक कर दो स्ट्रीम को. पॉइंट्स कितने पहले अभी दिखाएंगे. मैंने देखा नहीं टोटल, मैंने ये नहीं देखा कितने किल पॉइंट्स थे. लेट्स गो इंडियाज फॉर यस. कितना डिफरेंस है कोई बताओ. आई एम न्यू यार. फर्स्ट में और देखो अपने को क्या है ना इस वाले उसमें देखो दो ग्रुप्स है. हर ग्रुप में 12 टीम से 12 टीम में से टॉप 4 टीम डायरेक्ट फाइनल्स जा रही है. टॉप 4 थोड़ा और बाकी की 5 to 10 वाली टीम्स नेक्स्ट स्टेज में जाएंगी. कॉल दोबारा से खेलेंगी सर्वाइवल स्टेज. एंड उसके बाद जो नीचे की 11 और 12th वाली टीम है, लास्ट की 2 टीम्स वो सीधा एलिमिनेट होंगी. बट मेरे को इतना पता है कि क्या बोलते हैं लास्ट की अपन टॉप 5 to 10 के बीच में आ रहे हैं. टॉप 4 थोड़ा मुश्किल है. स्पोर्ट टॉप 4 और 5th में यार है यार अच्छे खासे पॉइंट्स का डिफरेंस. आई गेस कम से कम 50 पॉइंट्स का डिफरेंस है. आई थिंक सो 50 पॉइंट्स अपने से लाइक हम लोग शायद. रुको देखने लो, इधर दिखाई दिया होगा पॉइंट्स अभी. रुको ये वाले मैच से पहले ये पॉइंट्स टेबल दिखाए होंगे. रुको ये रे मैच स्टैंडिंग्स. नहीं इन द मैच स्टैंडिंग्स है ना. ओवरऑल ये रे नहीं, ये तो शिट also not the overall standing. ये मैच के बाद दिखाया होगा कहीं ओवरऑल स्टैंडिंग. अभी दिखा देंगे. 110 पॉइंट्स मोर. हाँ टॉप 4 में आने के लिए ना. हाँ टॉप 4 के लिए तो बहुत पॉइंट्स चाहिए यार. 16 किल्स बूया. ये वाला तो ये वाला है ना. बट टॉप 4 में आने के लिए तो बहुत पॉइंट्स चाहिए.
I cannot believe this job on this team. Every time you thinking, oh my, they got the game, and
Bye, but
I'm just gonna be bringing you the same great coverage once again this year. Nothing else. First KC fans try to sabotage me, now my own agent.
I hope our reactions for that game were not recorded because there's a lot of stuff that we were saying that's not going to be able to be broadcasted. But India finally shows up here with a booyah, Neptune.
Yeah, I'm really excited to see them play because even to set the expectation from yesterday, Lucifer did mention that
I really like जब Cassius
they have a slow start and then they move up.
मैं अभी आया
But
किसका
also in the
बूया हुआ है?
last two
टीम
games,
इंडिया
they
TAG का
plummeted.
बूया हो
So
गया.
hopefully this is a different story right now, starting it off in game number 2 with that booyah. And it's good elimination as well coming from them. It was almost the same story earlier wherein they could have taken a higher spot, especially in game 1. But it's just unfortunate that... So the story is AG, AL, as well as Team Apex Gaming, they scan each other with the binoculars. So AGAL was just waiting for them to rush in. And the moment they did, they got annihilated. Brimred almost got them as well. But it's a good thing that on game number 2, Team Apex Gaming managed to recover.
Yeah, but always, I have to appreciate how Loud is also doing so well in the first and second game. I mean, that last circle was amazing. Yes, they were in a bit of a compromising situation. They got lower ground, but they managed to make it work. And I mean, getting that point, I mean, 19 elimination points, and then previously 14 elimination points. This is the consistency that we need, and of course, we expected from a Brazilian team.
Match 13 elimination, second match booyah,
especially we're talking about Neptune, is their positioning, right? Yesterday, at one point, it looked like they were just getting gifted, but you can't say gifted when this
तो अभी
squad
जी
is continuing
सर्वाइवल
to
स्टेज
just
से
be
कितना होगा?
consistent
सर्वाइवल
in
स्टेज
their
में भी 12
location
मैचेस होने
and
वाले
their
हैं और
placement
12
during those
मैचेस
circles.
में
Yeah, most
हमें
of the
टॉप
time
4
they
खत्म
go
करना है.
out
उधर
and
टॉप 4
choose the
टीम
middle of the
जाएंगी.
map. That's where
Top
they
4
get
team
information,
qualifier
and not everyone is following that path. So pretty much they are in a safe spot already. Once everyone is in position, or as soon as the next phase covers the following one,
अपनी गॉडलाइक
that's
की टीम
where
FF में
they
नहीं है.
will be able
गॉडलाइक
to
की टीम
rotate
FF
onto
में
the
है,
edge
but
of
गॉडलाइक की
that
टीम
circle.
क्वालीफाई
So
नहीं हुई
it's a
थी.
good strategy
अभी
for
3
Loud
टीम
Stickers
इंडिया
right
की.
now, but I think even
Team
Brilliant United in
TAG,
game number
Team
2
TG
tried
और SW.
to do the same thing. They went in the south, and that's when they met AJAL and take them down.
Yeah, and what's interesting for me was that battle between was it Tag against Buriram. Buriram was trying to do something at the very last minute, but unfortunately they were the one who got wiped out instead. And that was actually kind of shocking to me because Buriram United Esports, we all knew day one they were amazing, they were super aggressive, they set the tone, but something went wrong today. I haven't seen the same Buriram that I saw the other day.
Yeah. I mean, I was expecting this most of the time, like when we have a three-way battle, especially with this. We're expecting a ring around the Rosie, but I guess they didn't find Rosie at that point, and they met against each other, and Tag was just on that high ground, took down Brim United together with Loud, and great elevation though has been done. Though it is Tag who initiated it, we were expecting that Loud might be able to go in quick, but Team Apex Gaming was just Apex Predator on that final 4v4.
They were literally all over the place, up and down. The movement was very dynamic, very amazing, very impressed.
And for Buriram, I kind of want to go back to that one because this squad, maybe they set too much of an expectation yesterday, would you say, Conchita? Because they did end up getting 3 booyahs yesterday. I don't think any of us expect them to do that again today.
Yeah, well, again, it's not just yesterday, but it's Buriram United Esports because we all know that they are capable of doing so, and they do come here with a lot of, preparation and vengeance and redemption. So it's not just that we set up a high expectation. We know they can exceed even the expectation that we give them. That is why today I'm actually not feeling it yet for Buriram United Esports. I don't know what it is, but yeah, I think they could do so much better.
I'll have to find out though, because so far the signature is to show them what they have, but be a threat on the board. And Brave United, like yesterday was just a booyah. Now it's just the numbers, elimination. So 17 elimination in the first game, 18 elimination in the second game, despite of not getting that booyah, total points rather. The 10 elimination in the second game, despite of not getting booyah, they're still in that number 1. But again, some teams are creeping in slowly, and they're making way on what Brave United managed to pull off, studying their opponents and then bringing them down.
Yeah, especially with what we've been talking in regards to the gaps. If you're just tuning in, if this is for some reason the first time you're watching Free Fire at EWC 26, let me just remind you what's going to happen after these matches are done for Group A. The top 4 will be moving on to the grand finals. And let's take a look at those top 4, because right now Evo's is that cutoff point. You can see 139 points. They do have a healthy gap there to Gun Dynasty, Team Falcons as well. This is one team that I think we were expecting to step it up in the second half, especially coming up soon. Maybe that will be the turnaround for that squad, because they do need to make up points.
Which is the best team from
but
India.
I don't think 5 points is that healthy, actually, especially with the rest of the game that we have. I'm just not sure that this is quite safe yet for EFA, so they still have to try somehow to be more consistent, at least in getting those points. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I do agree. I mean, look at that century mark in terms of elimination for Buriram United as well. And a lot of teams trying to do the same thing. They're trying to follow the path that BRU has been playing, but it is difficult right now. Most of them are just playing it with placement point, positioning wise, but BRU just understand what they need to do right now. They are countering. They're going against the flow.
Yeah, but it's also getting ridiculously dangerous for Paradox Gaming. I mean, let's take a look at that. 48 points. They fell behind Tidal Esports in just 2 games today.
I mean, there's one thing about Paradox Game. Agree. I mean, look at that century mark in terms of elimination.
7, 8, 9, 52 points.
United as well. And a lot of teams trying. I mean, there's one thing about Paradox Gaming. Hopefully, they let go of their aggressive range, because I think that's where they're failing. Back in the regionals, they're the most aggressive team out of Africa. Now they are.
52 points का difference यार.
Teams will have all eyes on you, and you
और
will be the
अपने पे
target in
कितने
most
matches
cases.
है?
So just tone it down a little bit. Play with.
अपने पे guys, अपने पे 4 और matches है, और नहीं यार मुश्किल है यार 52 पॉइंट्स का डिफरेंस कंप्लीट करना
Performance, yes, they have had
52
some.
अरे मैंने वो नहीं देखा था मेरे को याद नहीं थे 130 52 क्या मैंने 53 तो बोला गवार तू गवार एक रैप्टर पड़ेगा ना 53 तो बोला मैंने मेरे को याद ही नहीं था 139 था 140 कितना था
Possibly get a booyah. That's
हाँ
what
तो
we're
उसके
gonna
बाद
be looking
52
at,
भी तो
especially
करेक्ट
those
करा
teams
उसके
towards
बाद
the
मैंने
bottom, because they
कितना
got
है
absolutely nothing.
चार
to lose. They
मैचेस
know
में
what's at
52
stake,
मुश्किल है यार क्योंकि ऊपर वाली टीम्स भी मारेंगी वो भी मारेंगी ऐसा तो है नहीं वो 139 पे अटकी रहेगी
something has shifted between all of the teams that are playing in the A group. Yesterday it was all about aggressiveness. It was all about showing
down low. Just
points, you know.
And let's take a look at those top four, because right
यार
now
ऊपर की
Evos
टीम्स
is
पता है
that cutoff
बेकार
point.
भी
You
खेले
can see
ना अगर
139 points. They
बच्चू
do
तब भी यार कुछ तो मारेंगे वो थोड़ा मुश्किल है
ऐसा तो यानी बहुत ही बेकार खेलेगी
हाँ वो वही ना कि या तो उनको बहुत ही बेकार खेलना पड़ेगा वैसा वाली बात है
that I saw the other day.
I mean, I was expecting Team Apex get and expecting a ring of wide to do the same thing.
लर्न की आवाज आ रही है पीछे से
whatsoever here on the desk.
So not.
हाँ लर्न कॉल आउट दे रहे थे अभी मैंने
It's not like we
कोई
won,
नहीं
all the top
इसमें
teams
कुछ
to
भी
compete
होता है अरे
together.
नहीं
It's
मैं
a
चला और
performance.
अंडरटैन की
You
मैच
can
दे
see right there
ओके
towards the bottom.
ओके
X-Tunis says Trap
किस बार
is
तो
the
चू
best
अगर
bomber
टॉप
in the
4
world.
अर्ली हाँ अगर टॉप 4 अर्ली एलिमिनेट हो जाए तो हो सकता है टॉप 4 145 था पीछे 50 रहेगा हाँ मतलब ये लगा लो यार कि मतलब अपने को हर गेम यार 28 आ रहे हैं 30 भी ले लो चलो 3 अपने को पहले कवर अप करने के लिए ना 50 कवर अप करने के लिए 2 बुइया चाहिए पहले और वो भी 2 बुइया तब जब आपके 30 पॉइंट्स आपको लाइक आपके अच्छे खासे किल्स हो एटलीस्ट 20 किल एटलीस्ट 18 to 20 किल्स अपने को चाहिए विद बुइया तो तब जाके वो 50 कवर होंगे 2 मैच में और उसके बाद फिर बनाना भी थोड़ा मुश्किल है बट लेट्स विश फॉर द best
mentality, the best performance. That is what we expect and nothing less. So yeah, that's exactly what we want from each and every single one of the team that is competing today.
I love this prediction there towards the bottom. AGAL, Loud, or Evos. They didn't want to pick one. You know what? Let's start picking out the best teams out there from Group A and see which one actually ends up winning the championship. And I don't blame them, because right now there's so many teams being able to step up. We're looking at Venus right on the screen. I know Pakistani fans were expecting a lot more out of this squad. That is the champions from Pakistan.
बंदे वहाँ खेल रहे हैं मैं अपनी टिप्पणी
Can they possibly do it? That is the big question mark.
हाँ
What are we
बुइया
gonna be
जरूरी
looking
नहीं
for
है
them
हर
to do
मैच
different? I
निकाल
know
ही रही
we've
है
been
भाई
talking
सब
about the
लाउड भी
playing
तो है ना
styles that we've been seeing out of their squads,
समझ
maybe
रहे हो
playing
ना
a
तो
little bit
बेस्ट
too
टीम्स
passive,
है
maybe
यार
being a little bit too aggressive. Neptune,
भी है,
what are you
मतलब मैं ये नहीं
looking
बोल
for
रही।
Demon Sprite to do?
Well, we know that for Demon Sprite in their region, they can be aggressive. They can be tactical as well.
हाँ
But
अच्छे से
again,
खेलेंगे तो हो जाएगा बट
there's
उसके
a
लिए
lot
यार
of teams
देखो
who has
ऊपर की
read that
टीम्स को
already, who
करना
has been
पड़ेगा ऊपर
like
की 4
years
टीम्स
ahead
अगर
of them.
सारे मैच
So
बेकार
Demon
गए तब
Sprite
जाके
just
होगा
need to stay in the edge right now. Use all the utilities that they have, especially those binocular skills. If they want to get a safe spot into the next phase or each phase of the circle, use those R-funds, use those vernacular scans so that at least you'll have a clear view of whether you're
Cloud
heading
की भी
into
दो,
danger
हाँ
or
यार,
just
ये
in a
भी
safe
है।
spot. But that's only that. Not only that, there's also those launch pad that is available depending
Cloud
on the
को
map
set
or which map
TG
we're
को
playing
settle
in.
में
If
time
I'm
लग गया
mistaken,
वरना
the
top
next
4
map would
I
be
mean, yes.
in Kalahari. So this is where those hook guns will be important.
Kalahari
Entry
मैच
and
में अच्छे
exit
खासे निकल
would
सकते हैं
be
इनके
much
पॉइंट्स
quicker compared to just walking around or running around.
Now, one of the teams that Demon Sprite is currently hunting down is none other than Titan Esports Club.
हाँ यार वही तो 4 की 4
What
थोड़ी
do
अच्छा
they need
करेंगे
to do
कोई
to
नहीं
make sure
हाँ
they don't
कोई
get
एक
hunted
बुरा
down and
करेगी
end up
बट
on those
वही तो
bottom two?
प्रॉब्लम है अपने को चारों बुरा
I mean, the trend that we've
चाहिए
been seeing not just from today, but the
अपने को ये
match
चाहिए
day
कि
yesterday
ऊपर की
is
चारों
that
टीमें बुरा करें
you
तब
don't
जाके
actually
होगा
have to secure a booyah. You can just consistently earn placement points, that elimination points. So I think that should be the objective that Titan Esports Club is focusing right now instead of trying to, get into a fight, a huge fight with any other team.
Taking
Just
a nap.
try to make it more safe, more strategic, because I
calming
think if
down,
we're
they're
comparing
calming down.
skills and individuals, they do have what it takes to endure the game.
That's how you calm
exactly.
down,
And
guys.
Thailand
Okay,
Esports
that's how you
Club,
calm
I
down.
think they need Blade to be as
Calm
sharp
down.
as ever. It needs to be.
Wait. Just gonna take a second. Can we please go back to that player because he was just relaxing. He was in the
Top
middle. If I'm
14
not
बहुत
mistaken,
आगे
that was
already.
AJ
हाँ यार,
AL.
वो तो है
And they
देखो।
were saying that now after the performances that they saw, they're looking to be the champions. They're feeling that confidence, and boy, are
Support to
they.
THG
Sorry,
को
Nat,
ही
to
है,
the
but
defensive
Brew
players
is
that
very
are-
dangerous.
you
Brew
can
is
go back to it.
dangerous, bro.
It's
Brew
just
is a
shitting
very
like a
good
villain
team.
right now.
Loud is a very good team.
Anyways, going back to the point, I mean, Blade needs to be as sharp as ever. Get all
Falcon
those
भी है
eliminations in,
भाई,
get
अच्छी
that
team तो
information
Falcon भी है, पर
on
Falcon
those
का पता नहीं
rush.
दिन
But
खराब है
again,
कि
it's
क्या नहीं
not
चल
those
रहा है.
careless rush. They need to be strategic. Kalahari is one of
अरे
those
सुशील
where
भाई
they
भाई
can
मेरी यार
capitalize on their
इसकी बात कर
snipers
लो
to
यार,
find
कहाँ
their
तुम
position
भाई लगे
first.
बड़े
But
हो.
again, it's one thing
मेरी
that
chat में
we
करके
are.
क्या
It's
ही
a good
होगा.
thing that we are now on day 2 because they can review what happened in day number 1, especially in this map of Kalahari. And well, despite of not having that much of a gameplay in specific maps, at least they have a general idea of where the other teams are dropping or rotating.
Let's take a look at the overall once again, just to make sure everybody's aware of what's happening right now. Gun Dynasty, I feel like today we really haven't seen the Gun Dynasty that we saw yesterday.
True, because not only they haven't secured a booyah, but the points that they keep on getting the other day, that is something that we haven't seen today. I think that is exactly the problem with the way that the other teams are playing. They're no more showing aggressiveness. They are playing it more smartly, and I think that kind of messed with Gun Dynasty's plan and strategy. So it's time for them to adapt now, because actually they were one of the team that were very disruptive the other day. Now they are the ones who has to follow the rules, quote unquote.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I think the day number 1 they have that element of surprise.
Yeah.
Gun Dynasty just brought in the big gun.
Guys, खाना बताओ क्या order करूँ, जल्दी बताओ. Help me with the food, help
Wow,
me.
this is uncle in me. But anyways,
अभी खाना तो मैं बना नहीं सकती क्योंकि 10 घंटे की कम से कम 7-8 घंटे की तो स्ट्रीम में बैठना है.
They have a lot of potential of
लास्ट
elimination.
में ही
but
TAG का
now,
कमबैक आता
these
है.
teams,
भाई
the base
है
rest,
थोड़ा
the
अपना.
base
नागपुर में बारिश
chance
आ रही है,
of studying
अटक
your
के चल रहा है
opponent,
वाईफाई
and this
मेरा
is what you have.
क्रेजी
Like,
भाई.
look at Gun
हाय
Dynasty.
लव
They
यू.
all got
अरे
what?
एडमिनो का 1v4
4
देखा क्या?
points
चैट कल
out
करा
of
ना एडमिनो ने
game
बताया.
number
डॉबी
1,
सॉरी
and
मैं
then
जा रहा हूँ
only 6
लेकिन
points
जॉनी
in
मेरा
game number
भाई
2.
और
It's
मेरे को
not
कुछ
looking
भी
good for
बोले.
them,
हाँ
but
तो
it's
वो
good
भाई
thing
तुम
that they
उनकी
managed to
चैट्स
stack
में
it
बोलो
up
ना,
from yesterday.
फ्रंटिंग की चैट में
And
बोलो,
right now,
किसी
with
और
the
को
team
बोलना
being
है
in
उनको
5th
बोलो.
place,
बट
they
मेरी
are
चैट में
about
बच के कोई
15
पॉइंट
points
नहीं है ना.
away from
आपके साथ साथ फिर
Evos.
4
They
बंदे और
start
शुरू
off
हो
good
जाएंगे, फिर
in
आप
regards
आपस
to some
में
of
लग
the
जाओगे. मेरी
placements,
चैट
but
खराब
we
होगी ना,
haven't
आप ये
really
समझा
seen
करो.
the booyah out of Evos at any
मेरे को
point.
प्रॉब्लम नहीं है,
Remember,
बट
this
प्रॉब्लम
are the
ये है कि क्यों
defending
मेरी
champions
चैट
of
में क्यों ये
EWC,
हंगामा करना है ना.
especially for Free Fire.
मंचूरियन नहीं हेल्दी भाई. अबे हेल्दी बताओ तुम लोग. चीज केक, मैंगो,
I
भिंडी.
think there's a possibility that yes, the pressure is on.
Manchurian, पता नहीं क्या-क्या लिख रहे हो
I had a
यार.
conversation with some of the casters, and they do tell me that I think it's going to be very difficult for EFOS this time. Just looking at how they're doing at the
खिचड़ी. तबीयत
regional,
खराब. मैंने
how this
4
year
दिन
has
मैंने
been for
खिचड़ी
them.
खाई है, अभी
But
मत बोलो.
deep inside, I
बाल
do
बांध
believe
दो,
that they know
बांधे तो है
exactly
और
what they're
कितने
getting
बांधूं?
themselves into. I mean, we can actually see the maturity coming from some of the players, especially
मैं तो सिर्फ
Russia,
टॉबी को
who
देखने आया.
saw
सही
how
बात है भाई.
he
सही
did
बात
that
है.
one-man show thing, right? At the previous game,
Yeah.
he handled that really well. We didn't see him as a teenager. We saw him as this, you know,
फोटो से मिलोगी
veteran
जब
that is
व्लॉग करना. यार
just
मेरे को
know
लगता नहीं है,
exactly
मेरे को
what to
जब
do
तक
and can
कंपैरिजन आएगी
handle
तब
any
तक वो लोग निकल
situation.
चुके
So
होंगे.
hopefully, if we're talking about pressure,
पनीर
as the winning
लवाबदार.
champion,
हाँ,
they should
हाथे
have
हाथ गंदे कर
had
लूँ सब.
that
पनीर
nailed down.
लवाबदार.
But
एक
then
बंदा
again, I mean,
बोल
if
रहा है
they're just
छोले
relying on
भटूरे.
Russia, just ending it, that will be the situation over and over again. He's the last man standing. The rest of the squad will just be waiting to be revived if they can be revived, and that is getting tougher and tougher. One good story though, for
सोयाबीन,
Evos Divine is
समोसा.
after
Oh my
that game number
god,
2 from
समोसा,
yesterday,
पानी पूरी
they
तो तुम
get,
चैट में
like,
बेच
they
रहे
are
हो
getting
मेरे को.
double-digit
Wait,
points
let me
rather
see.
all throughout up until today. So that's the trajectory as well as the consistency that we're looking for.
गाइस मेरे को ना
Booyah will
अलग-अलग जगह से
catapult them
मंगाने
a
का मन
little
नहीं
bit
कर रहा. मैं
higher
सोच रही
to
हूँ
make them
आज
secure the top one.
मैकडॉनल्ड
And for
से
Team
रैप
Falcons, you
मंगा
gotta
लूँ
remember, for
विद
Team
कॉफी.
Falcons,
मेरे
they're
को
currently in
कॉफी चाहिए
contention not
क्योंकि
just to be able to be the champions of Free Fire
क्या
at
कहते
the
हो?
EWC 26, they're also in contention for the club championship, so they want to be able to get those points. They have won in the past year for Free Fire. Which team and which player from Falcons would you like to see step up in this last matches for Group A?
Well, Limited 7. Limited 7 is one of the best snipers that we have in Southeast Asia. Team Falcons has been using him
1v1 for
as
10k.
a threshold when it comes
मैं
to
तुमको
snipers.
10k
But
देती
it
हूँ.
seems like he is being hampered right now. Again, this current meta is a meta of the snipers. The current update is the update for the snipers.
Kyoto on top, true by
Even
true.
Limited 7 is
For
not stepping
real,
up. Only
for
the
real.
rest,
Chai
only
and
the other
roti.
teams are the ones
Cheese
who's stepping
sandwich.
up. So I don't know what strategy is in there, and we're not
मेरे
even
को ना
seeing
कॉफी
him
भी
in
पीनी
those
थी तो
close
मैंने
quarter
ना अलग अलग
combat. So
जगह से मंगाने की बजाय मैं
hopefully
सोच
he'll
रही
be
एक
able
ही
to
जगह
step
से
up, lead
मंगा
the
दूँ.
squad, because we know the frontliners will be able to cover him.
Yeah, for Falcons, I mean, we saw players yesterday being able to
तो अभी
step
मेरे को
up.
लग रहा है
And here
भगवान
we
मुझे
actually
बड़ी
have an
फुर्सत
interview
से
with the
बनाया
Falcons,
है
so
यार.
let's see what they
काश
had to say
भगवान ने
earlier
मेरे को
today.
थोड़ा स्लिम बना दिया होता. मतलब नहीं भगवान जी आपने मेरे को बहुत अच्छा
Right
बना.
next to me is On Fire from Team Falcons, and I also have Kay for our Thai translator as well. All right,
Wanna
hello,
hear
On
this
Fire.
cutie,
So
guys?
this is our second day, and I think it's gonna be very pressure for Team Falcons because you guys must get into top 4. Have you guys prepared for anything?
ก็วันนี้นะฮะถือว่าเป็นการแข่งวันที่ 2 แล้วนะฮะแล้วก็ค่อนข้างเป็นการแข่งที่เป็นวันที่ค่อนข้างกดดันเป็นอย่างมากสำหรับทีม Falcon นะเนื่องจากว่า Falcon จะต้องขึ้นไปถึงท็อป 4 ให้ได้นะฮะได้เตรียมตัวยังไงมาบ้างครับ
ก็เล่นไล่ยิงแบบวันแรกแล้วไม่ได้กดดันเท่าไหร่ครับ
Actually, there's not that much pressure for us. Like we're gonna play like the same as we played yesterday on the first day. So we're gonna go hunt everyone down one by one.
Okay, I understand his perspective, but overall, yesterday we can see a lot of changes in the roster. So what happened? Are you guys trying to test as much as you guys can during the tournament so you guys can do your best at the finals day?
ก็เข้าใจนะฮะว่าต้องการจะทำอะไรสักอย่างเมื่อวานนะแต่ว่าเห็นเนื่องจากว่าเมื่อวานเห็นมีการปรับแผนการเล่นค่อนข้างเยอะเลยอยากจะทราบว่าทีม Falcon ต้องการจะทดสอบอะไรบางอย่างหรือเปล่าฮะหรือว่า
Oh my god, she's cute.
ก็ไม่มีนะแค่บางคนยังน้องในทีมบางคนยัง
He's
กดดัน
nervous.
เล่น
He's
ไม่ได้เลย
nervous giving
ปรับอย่างกัน
interview.
Actually, like it's just like some of the players in our team like are not get used to the playing on the stage yet, so it's like it's a bit of pressure to that player. So, but everything gonna be fine.
Oh, okay, I understand. Okay, so one more questions on Fire. I heard this will be your last season in AWC 26, but also in Free Fire. I'm not sure, so I'm asking. So, do you feel any pressure, or do you feel happy when you're here in Paris?
ก็อย่างที่ทราบกันนะฮะว่าปีนี้เนี่ยจะเป็นปีสุดท้ายของ
भाई,
Free
तो अभी
Fire
तो छोटा ही है,
อาจจะ
अभी
หรือ
से
เปล่า
break
ก็
ले
ไม่มีใคร
लेगा?
ทราบนะฮะแต่ว่าอยากถามว่า
What do
รู้
you
สึกยัง
mean
ไง
by
บ้างครับ
last
ผม
year?
ก็อะไรนะ
ก็อย่างที่ทราบกันหลายๆคนทราบกันนะฮะว่าปีนี้จะเป็นปีสุดท้ายแล้วของ Free Fire หรือเปล่าก็ไม่มีใครทราบได้นะฮะเราเลยอยากถามน้องออนไฟว่ารู้สึกยังไงบ้างครับ
ก็จะทำให้ดีที่สุดครับไม่รู้ว่าจะมีอีกหรือเปล่า
Well, as we have no idea, like no clue at all what's gonna happen to the Free Fire, are we gonna be here next year or not in EWC, but we're gonna try our best.
All right, thank you so much, On Fire, and I'm really hoping that you guys can
बेचारे यार,
back
वो
today.
इतना
because
nervously
yesterday was
interview
not
दे
kind of
रहे हैं
smooth for
यार.
us, but who knows, today they can jump back really fast. Thank you, On Fire, and sending a lot of lucks to Team Falcons today, and thank you to Kay as well. Thank you for your listening, and now let's go around, shall we?
Hi, Dobby, as
I like that
posted
for us. Okay,
as
we're not biased at all. We're just a little biased sometimes.
I'm not the only one.
You're not the only
I'm not the only one.
Yeah,
but
well,
after
you
getting
know.
positive vibes
Well, I
from
think it's
you,
time to see if
it's all
Falcons maybe
worth
is
it.
going to
By
end
the
up
way,
getting a
love from
booyah. Let's send it
CRPF.
over
Oh
to
my
Lucifer
God.
and Husky.
Thank you.
Team
Thank you
Apex
so
Gaming after
much.
getting their booyah.
That's so
Back
good,
home, their
Anuj.
fans feel like this dream which was surreal is now come into play, come into action, and now that will rally everybody to look forward to making it to the finals. And with that, we start our match 9 here at Esports World Cup
Match
2026
3, let's
Paris.
go.
And it looks like Group A, which was supposed to be the group of death,
go,
is
guys,
also
let's
becoming a little bit of
go.
a comeback for some of the teams to get out of the chopping block.
There might be still some big separations between 6 and 7 spot. Falcons still being the gatekeeper there, but Team Apex Gaming has proven that those booyahs, they make a lot of difference. They shoot up to the 7th spot. But when we look at some individual stats, the Wonder Kid Rasha still top the chart with the most eliminations at 36. Trap and Cypher sharing 33 apiece, which means that these key players are always going to be the biggest difference makers. Like what we've seen in the first 2 games, but now we head into Kalahari, and I'm looking at one team to take it back home, and I hope that that is going to be EVOS.
You hope for Evos, the fans hope for their favorite teams as a fight breaks out. Demon's Pride, they're still at the chopping block. They've not made their move. Paradox also the ones, and it seems like Enrique is in trouble.
A bit of a tap dance there, Enrique. Still heading up to safety. Paradox. Any resistance? Jazzy has already chased down Enrique.
कुछ तो सेंट्रल पुलिस फोर्स करके होता है ना आर का है what is the full form of R?
That's sneaky gone.
Central I know C is for central and like RPF I think Home Ministry Affairs
But it's not a pick, it was just a knock, and therefore Demon's Pride will still be happy. They'll be getting 3 eliminations at the end of this fight at Foundation, but there's more that they have to pick up in case they don't want to be eliminated. Those keys are dreams to a lot. And coming out from Pakistan, just one dream is theirs to stay alive, go to the survival stage, and it's not going to be easy because now in front of them there's Loud.
Central Railway.
CRPF
आर्मी में होता है ये आर्मी में होता है मेरे फैमिली में है यार. Central Reserve. Okay,
as we get closer to the halfway point.
Yep. मेरे को R की full form नहीं पता थी.
Things starting to feel a lot more surreal by the second. Especially like you say, the dreams, right? These dreams come at the cost of someone else's. Evos, despite having more of a tougher game too, we did hear what Conchita said. The survival instinct of the Wonder Kid kept them alive for longer than they should have. You know, humanly possible trap move to pick up on the Madara. The team of TAG that had a booyah the last game. Woke something up in Aurora who wants to follow in their footsteps. KD God gets chased down. Suez on the case. And a full wipeout here, TAG. From riches to rags.
This is not the result they would have expected. After getting a booyah, instant wipeout, but Aurora also needs something to say for their fans. Out of Malaysia, it's not an easy run that they've had. They've not made it to many of these stages, and finally coming out, they want to make a wave, and they do it. Maybe Kalahari, even Neptune mentioned, the hook comes coming in, the game is going to be faster, the sniper's going to try and battle it out, and the CQC, it'll be undefendable.
When we last checked
Central
on the overall
Indian
ranking,
Army, it's an army force, but it's an army force. Like, I mean,
first 2 games hasn't been kind, and it seems like it will only get worse as Benel hasn't really found anything.
What is it? Home Affairs के अंडर आते हैं ना ये तो पूरी CRPF, and then उसके बाद I mean है तो पुलिस फोर्स, but I think आर्मी वाले जो होते हैं वो होते हैं इनमें. Chat, hi Dokla. 400 करा है सुपर चैट, मेरे को तो 200 ही दिखा रहे हैं. वाह आशी उसमें लिख रहे हो भाई.
They do not want to let Sneaky survive, and Sneaky is just running across the compounds to figure out if he can dabble around, confuse the opponents, but it doesn't seem like it's happening. And very soon he will be found, and Paradox will be put to an end.
Thank you for the mudra.
And that's already 3 teams
ये कहाँ यार, ये वाला गलत हुआ यार.
Just at the timing of 4 minutes.
अरे यार मैं तब तक ऑर्डर कर लूँ अब.
Courtesy of Trap.
हाँ होम अफेयर्स वही तो बोल रही हूँ. इट्स अंडर होम अफेयर्स, वही बोला मैंने इनको. मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ होम अफेयर्स के अंडर आती है ना.
On a good day.
Yep. This I know.
That bloodlust sometimes causes them.
न्यू इवेंट आ गया, कब आ रहे हो खेलने? अभी मैं आऊंगी 19 के बाद. डोकला 18 तक तो फ्री फायर की वॉच पार्टी है रात के 10 बजे तक. पार्लियामेंट्री फोर्स अंडर मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ होम अफेयर्स. ये पनौती लग नहीं यार, मेरे को लग रहा है हम ज्यादा एक्साइटेड हो गए. हमको थोड़ा कंट्रोल करना चाहिए था. कोई बात नहीं, अपने को टॉप 10 में रहना. देखो टॉप 4 तो बहुत मुश्किल था. टॉप 4 की तो एक्सपेक्ट भी नहीं कर रहे हैं ना, राइट? टॉप 4 तो अभी बहुत मुश्किल है कम बैक करना. सो आई थिंक एक्सपेक्ट करते हैं कि हम टॉप 10 के अंदर रहे.
But on the other end, damage leader Trap has been besting rushers, youngsters, and he's still been leading
big
the front.
spicy pen to iced coffee
not giving him enough chance right now, at least here on Kalahari. But we know the squad, they rally up quickly, they will get him back up. But on the other end, Evos, after the first 2 unfortunate games that they've had, they would want to pick up points themselves as well, because they're the defending champions. They are now close to being pushed down if Falcons make it to the top 4.
And
absolutely.
Start me. What should I have?
Game because they are getting picked up by multiple teams and having to invest resources in their revive. Demon's Pride still in the last
enough.
as of yet. Found their 4 point.
चुप बैठो, मेरे चुप बैठने से क्या होगा? ओके, यस ढोकला जी, मेरे चुप बैठने से क्या होगा ये बताओ?
They came in, get a couple of eliminations, but I think it's about time we talk about the placements for them, because some of the first two lobbies, wipeouts didn't happen early on. It's not like Kalahari where we've already lost 3 teams, about to be potentially 4.
What happened?
As Lau are on the last lane.
Is it gonna be
So that
rematch?
means that for Demon's Pride, sure, you're getting eliminations, but if we don't get the injection of placement, you are gonna be in that bottom 2.
Bro, what
because
the
they
hell
have
is
been
happening?
racking up some digits.
I really like
Technical
that you
pause.
brought the point of placement points, because it's going to now get crucial, especially if you're in the top 4. There is
तो
no
ये मैच क्या होगा?
आयो भाई, मैं तो कह रही हूँ री हो जाए, री हो जाए।
Especially at that time, your placement points count. You need to get closer to the champion rush condition.
काश
If you
री
don't,
हो जाए यार,
other teams
बच्चू
will make
मजा आ
it
जाएगा,
closer.
बच्चू
And
शाम
the
में
more
री हो
he
जाए
seals
तो।
the deal of that key and the shield.
अभी तो वैसे
finding
pause
a
है,
new
pause
home.
है, अभी तो pause
And
है,
it has
अभी तो
happened
नहीं है।
across multiple regions. I mean, we look back at 2025 spring for SCA. It was Onyx that got that win when no one thought they would, right? We call it the Onyx incident. The same happened for the regional USA where Mia Corp
Reno मेरा
not the
भाई है,
favorite
अभी
to win.
चंचल थे।
They got here because they got that booyah.
अरे
And that's where consistency matters the most.
दूसरे इंग्लिश चैनल में
Really
तो
brings
23
his
में
home
4
the,
मिनट्स का ब्रेक दिखा रहा
cliche
है।
saying, it's not how
क्या?
you start.
मतलब
it's how
बहुत
you finish.
24 मिनट्स के बाद स्टार्ट होगा क्या मैच?
Don't tell me भाई।
भाई ये मत बोलो यार, ये घंटा
ये पिछली बार
अरे
पता है, पिछली बार कल 1 घंटे का
starting in 23
I'm pretty sure nobody would want to take #2 because we
इसमें तो
know
दिखा
how
रहा है।
devastating it is, especially that the champion can walk away with 3
seconds,
keys
bro,
that they would
the
want
long
to
break.
add on to their
Oh my
trophy
God.
while being crushed.
भाई मैं तो
And
पीसी
that
से
is
उठ के
something
चली जाऊंगी
that
भाई, मैं पीसी
esports
से उठ के चली
brings the
जाऊंगी।
rawness
और ये
out
तो सिर्फ
of
मैच
every
नंबर 3
player,
है।
बच्चू को
every
कहूंगी
team.
सो जा
And
बच्चू।
that's the best part of it. It creates a system of rivalry that they want to again go for an achievement and take them down the next time. But for now, as
Bro,
they're here
it's
in the
not
moment,
live.
they have to get it going.
Loki.
Quick pause that we have before we resume.
अच्छा,
Kalahari
oh, wait.
has already seen 3 teams out of the play, but Buriram, they are on top of it this time. They've been quick to get 7 eliminations. They would want to do a lot more, because every other team, they've been
नहीं
taking it
देखा
away
game
in the
आपको,
first 2
वाह।
games that we witnessed, and especially that today's halfway mark for Group A here at match 9, and after this just 3 more games, and if anybody wants to get back on the race, make sure they're safe and sound. They need to deny the points
अच्छा
to
ही है
top
भाई,
4
मैं
teams.
अपने लिए
Yeah.
कुछ
And
खाना
I
वाना
think
ऑर्डर
in
करने
the
में
worst
बना
case
लूंगा
scenario,
फिर।
if a team really has no more chance, and this is probably when we get into match 5 and 6 for day 2, you can play spoilers.
Yeah.
You can ruin the chances.
Oh.
Kick someone out of top 4. Force them to play 10 more games tomorrow.
There's already Gun Dynasty who have missed their mark today. They've not been able to perform in the
मैंने
first
शायद
two.
से
They're already
गलत
in the
info
5th
दिया,
spot. Falcons,
lol।
they should have been the best ones to take that 4th
मैं
spot
कोई
away,
और
but that's
वीडियो
not
देखा।
happened yet.
And I think the worst case right now, I mean, the situation
लगता है
gets
अभी हो
worse for Gun
सकता है,
Dynasty.
fight
Right?
Yeah.
The first 2 rounds, middle of the pack, just gently push out of top 4 by Evo. I say gently, but there was more. There's a double-digit difference. They just got wiped out.
Yeah.
And I think our panel did say, our host, no, Barney and Luti did mention that during the team walk-ins that the team that, you know, finishes top of the group, they get the privilege of operating the Crusher.
Oh,
It's 2 keys,
Sorry.
but still, you know,
ओए एक काम करें,
those are
you
2
hold-
एक
dreams.
चीज कर दे बस
you
यार।
hold the dreams in the
जब
palm of your
चाहिए।
hands.
That's a lot. That's a lot for as a responsibility, but at the same time, to see your chances just being crushed, powdered down, and I don't think anybody would want it, but that's how Group A, that's how terrifying Group A has been since yesterday. And even Conchita mentioned this, right? Such a drastic change between Group A's performance
Sorry
on day
guys,
1
sorry.
and day 2 of how teams have become
आप
tactical,
EWC कब जा रहे हो?
strategic,
मैं
thinking
जा रही
about
हूँ
their
most
chances, thinking
probably
about the number of points they need,
अगले
thinking
month.
about
अगले
can they
month,
make it
first
out and
week. Yep.
survive further.
मैं
And
PUBG
I
वाले
do enjoy
उसमें
the effort
जाऊंगी।
of some of the teams, you know, some of the unproven regions. We saw,
Yeah.
you know, TAG, but we put, you know, Pakistan in the conversation. Demons prior, you know, Paradox from Africa, Titan Gaming
भाई
as
मेरे
well.
को लग रहा है
DRS,
लंबा
basically those
ब्रेक
are
आने वाला है। ये देखो
Coming
काउंटिंग कर रहा है।
out
6 7
coming out with more aggression in the shirt.
ओ
कौन कहाँ काउंटिंग कर रहा है?
अबे यार तूने नहीं देखा उनको भी?
Some of the initiative
अबे यार ये बच्चे ब्रो।
but now
अच्छा।
the tension breaks You see Demon's Pride coming out.
6-7. अच्छा वो 6-7 कर रहा है time.
I like that there is a little bit of a tension break also in this pause happening on stage. We ended up seeing the 6-7 and DRS.
Oh my God, bro.
67 points.
We were literally talking about this, right? Like, are we going to get an opportunity to be like, oh, this, you know, BRU, they have 161 points, and then we moved down the list, and it was like, oh, DRS 6-7. Yeah, wish dreams do come true on this stage.
Yeah, for us as well. Something that we wished for earlier happens.
And it transcends generation. that is the best part.
यार बढ़िया
right
है
here.
यार ये भी कुछ भी
Of course,
चलता
we
है.
are going to have it sorted out, and it's good that, you know, it's still in the first phase, right? I say in the first phase, we lost 3 teams. It's
and Kalahari.
And it's Kalahari.
Thank you for the samosas, guys. You're sending.
As the grapple guns come in.
1,
It's
2,
an open
3,
terrain.
4, 5.
Everybody just has an eye on you, even if you run away. Because we could see, right, the run coming in from Paradox's Sneaky. He was trying to move away from AGL as much as possible. Unfortunate, no vending machine. He was trying to confuse
Guys,
them.
like कर
It
दो
still
stream
did
को
not work out
जो
because
भी नए हो.
AGL, there was nothing
बाद
that
में
Sneaky
करेंगे
could
6-7.
hide on. Buildings clearly seen, windows all open, and whenever Sneaky jumped around, they could even spot him and eventually close the distance and put him down. So that's going to happen throughout the game of Kalahari for every team.
I was making an observation, and I wonder if we call for Moshi, will he wake up?
Rehost मेरे को भी लग रहा है rehost होने वाला है. Hate क्यों दे रहा है भाई मैं? अरे 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 अरे.
No nap time.
Mango lassi, thank
I mean,
you. Game
the
extra.
way is going to be the more nerve-wracking part for these teams, right?
हाँ मेरे को लग रहा है rehost होगा. मेरे को भी लग रहा है. मेरे को अभी हुआ नहीं है दीप, अभी हुआ नहीं है, but most probably rehost होगा शायद से.
The storyline itself for Group A has kind of shifted. When we started, we were kind of talking.
अभी तक तो ये लोग गेम के अंदर है, but इसकी स्क्रीन की गेम की स्क्रीन में मेरे को मैप दिखा, तो अभी तक तो गेम के अंदर है.
Should be easily qualifying. Gun Dynasty in that top 4.
मैम आपका BF है क्या? हाँ ये देखती है ना मेरे चैट में कितने लोग हैं, कितने सारे हैं, सब लोग प्यार करते हैं मेरे को. मैं भी इन सबसे बहुत प्यार करती हूँ. रोशन जी.
He was get put out after having only 1 booyah, and they still are not their defending champions. Will be pushed to the survival stage. So much changing in Group A.
नहीं करेंगे दिख रहे हैं तब तक फेस कैम बड़ा कर लो.
To also kind of expand on our earlier conversation about Gun Dynasty, right? Because you know, we saw the interview, they don't feel the pressure. It feels like home. You know, they are very confident and very warranted in the confidence of
रहने दो यार, छोटी अच्छी है मेरी.
You also
मेरी शक्ल छोटी अच्छी है भाई, छोटी अच्छी है, रहने दो.
There's a good chance that GD falls out of top 4, and I want to expand on that.
Now, the main reason, right? This is something that I've seen in circuit of Freefire.
Yeah, it's rematch. आपको कहाँ से मिल पता चला तंजील की rematch है?
It transcends.
How did you know?
But day 2 is when they have to keep that consistency going on. But by that time, teams get exhausted. Their playbook falls short, and
Pause हो सकता है, क्या पता सिर्फ pause हो.
Gun Dynasty, that's the main factor to affect. To add on to that, that's where I thought Ali, they should have a chance today later in our Group B matches, just because they had aggression on the stage. Yes, they were not happy with the result because they also almost had a booyah, but that also helps them refine those mistakes that they did yesterday, maybe to qualify.
तब तक I can go and take a nap.
The detail
भाई
on the
कितना
flag.
लंबा आने वाला
Nothing
है.
is given, everything is earned. Written in the native language of EVOS. In this case, it's Bahasa Indo, and it applies to across the entirety of EWC across the game
Big
titles.
screen, no big screen, guys. No big screen.
It'd be great to see it.
इनकी बातें सुनो.
In Portuguese, if a Brazilian team brings it back, there is a good chance that has been the story. And I think, you know, the interesting part is always that we look at the Thailand as the best region.
Yeah.
And that's only because we see them more often. But we get onto that world circuit, suddenly Brazil is in the conversation and the playbook completely changes. We even see the bullseyes kind of shift, right? At first, it was just BRU. If we take BRU down, we own the world. But now it's the entirety of Thailand. Indonesia starts to step up. And I dare say South Asia, India, Nepal, Pakistan have a dang good chance of making something happen. But I mean, even for Demon's Pride, smiles on their face, completely different from the walk-in where they...
Oh, yes.
Where, you know, you can feel that nervousness. Now, I think they're just enjoying the moment, and maybe that's the best way to survive another day.
I think that's something while we were back in the green room, we all were talking, right? Some of the teams need to have some fun. Even Neptune mentioned this. you have to take these games at least with a bit of fun. If you don't, if there's too much in terms of thought put into it, a lot being, I would say, relayed between each other, a lot of talking that you should be doing this should have gone better, and all of those thoughts will eventually make you a lot more nervous, anxiety running high. That will end up messing your performance. And I think it's time to have a little bit of fun, to bring back the game that you use in your own region, where you top your region. That has to be brought back. That element, you have to isolate yourself. Like, I think that's what Gun Dynasty were channeled into yesterday. If they channel back that today, they should be back in the top 4 and pushing competition out.
Yeah, if we have seen TAG achieve that history for the region of India with that very first world stage booyah, I think Demon's Pride has a good chance, right?
Yes.
When we were going through the narrative and you were telling me that, you know, as much as we see hot shot on the world stage 2 years in a row, Demon's Pride, you know, were technically the better team, but they just couldn't be the ones that qualify. Well, now they made it here.
Yes,
they made it here. And if they are the rightful ones, they're the ones that, you know, deserve that spot. It's a long time coming. Took them 3 years. Here they are. But so far, the team feels like it has been slightly reoccurring, right? With the region still at the bottom, and I'm looking at Demon's Pride to change that.
One more region to change this fact is going to be Bangladesh. I want to see Titan Esports Club. They're the giants of the region. Even expected Straw Hats, but as of now, it's now worked out. But Loud, the last one, BZP gets picked out, and that's going to be an end for Loud Sneakers here on Kalahari.
Yeah, even when we look at the replay here, Benel just had no way out, and that was the wipeout onto Gun Dynasty as well. That is a major setback. The captain of BRU turning it up when it's needed. And they have found DRX Pratik also removed. I believe that is maybe 4 teams out of the lobby already. Loud actually got picked off screen.
Yeah. Last player, just as the game resumed, the player got picked off, did not have a chance to go in for a revive, and this is how brutal as we get to the halfway mark. At least halfway in terms of the 6 games they had, but they're already at match 9. 3 more games left, deciding the fate of whether they qualify directly into the finals or they'll be pushed to the survival stage or completely knocked out of the tournament itself. But still, Loud's captain, Trap, who was there with an interview on stage, still being the player at the second spot with the most eliminations next to Russia at 33. That says a lot about Loud.
And even the first time when we saw Trap playing on that big stage, we know that this guy is a very aggressive guy, very full of energy. Likes to go in aggressively like a madman. Sometimes doesn't pay off, but it's something that has given Loud that personality and value in times of need.
Hi, Drew.
Titan Gaming not doing that good.
We are back.
TEC, excuse me, not doing that good as well. One last survivor with the Morse Dew, taking out Jazzy. AJL pushes forward. Demon's Pride. This is the ultimate test if they can make it any further, but with Aswap being taken down and Madara removed as well. He's only top 16 to make this a run and keep it alive. The revival does come true, only enough for one, but one is better than none.
Yeah. It's better than completely getting eliminated. Top 16 position, yes, known. They are surrounding him, making sure he has nowhere to run. And that was a quick movement coming through. That was just distraction over there for top 16. And he'll also be picked up. AGL scoring total 8 elimination, 4 going in for Dew, and Dew has been phenomenal today. The sniper coming into play. They start off with the very first booyah, and they're continuing those spree of eliminations.
I mean, Dew has always been the player that, no matter what happens to a roster, you want him to be the constant. And
yes.
It has been so many years. I remember first time seeing Dew, it was back in 2022.
Guys, like kar do stream
they
ko
came
फटाफट से.
to a global trophy. That was taken by BRU under the leadership of Jonah. Imgod on fire here.
Oh भाई कौन याद करने लग गया मेरे को?
You just say there is the race between Falcons and EVOS, and so far EVOS are winning. Imgod forward with the hook gun to hunt for more of those Falcons members. Limit X7 out of it. But
Membership giveaway करूँगी 500k पे. नहीं 400k पे चलो. 400k पे membership
This cover is not
giveaway.
going to protect him. He's trying to use the edges. This Kalahari is not going to work out. Kero's completely surrounded now. Can he isolate the duels though? No dash as available for Imgod. He used it all to make it here. Damage being done, and finally Keroro will be put down. EVOS making sure the competitors for them in the top 4 run are going to be vanquished. They'll be shut down, making sure Falcons move to the survival stage and not take away their very own position at top 4.
We did sort of establish this. This could be a EVOS Memo Kalahari.
बेचारा.
Good stuff from miles away, nailing the 5th one for his team. One of the few imports we have for a Malaysian team. In fact, the very first player that was imported was Crime and KS from Indonesia. And ever since then, it has been working well, you know, improving the ecosystem over the years. And I'm happy that Aurora has made this change and made this move. And not just bringing in Ezreal, but giving rookies 2 years ago like Suez and the EXO.
Why are you ignoring me, Dobbs? No, I'm not ignoring you.
It has paid off so far, but of course, it's more to be desired if Aurora wants to catch up.
Yeah. There's a lot more to be desired, but the circle has its own desires
I am
of troubling
drinking
teams.
water. I'm
Moving completely northwestern,
hydrated.
and none of the teams are inside the circle. Everybody's trying to use their binoculars, but nobody's getting a hit inside the circle because there's nobody at foundation. And finally, EVOS, they decide that's going to be our position, our command post, which has also not seen action so far like Refinery, even though there are teams. It seems a little surprising that we've not seen Refinery and command post being a hotspot.
Yeah. At least for this game, it's because the circle doesn't favor it, right? If not, BRU is going to be dead until, you know, ends of the world. Moshi finding us what? Refinery is going to be the next control point that BRU wants to wrestle over. Top 16 next on the list. Wasana chases down Jazzy. And unfortunately for Demon's Pride,
Wasana bhai, form mein aage lag rahe hai bhai mere.
Jaws only to
Brother,
run into
Wasana
another
brother.
Thai Titans. And now it's everyone for
सबको एक
themselves.
Champions 26 का bundle दे देना.
On the other end, it's going to be DRS trying to go in for a second chance. Titan Esports Club, they're about to lose their players.
Hello Amit ji, how are you?
Seems
Dog,
like A is
we
not
have
going to be
stream
sharp
cup
enough
after
today.
19.
Neptune mentioned
After
he
19
has to be for the team. But another loss
अभी
for
19
Titan
तक ये
Esports Club.
18
Kutush
को
and Najat,
FFA और 19
they're
को
way
ऐसे
too
तो
far
ये
away, and
like ये
DRS will
वालों
be
का
happy
match
about
है.
these eliminations. And Titan Esports Club
Skip
might
out.
have made it out of the chopping block for the time being, but it's not going to be enough. If Demon's Pride end up finding points, they might decide to rank up. 57 is where Titan Esports Club is sitting at. Demon's Pride is at 46. Paradox out of this game at least. So if Demon's Pride have an opportunity to score at least 8-9 points, they can instantly take the position away from Titan Esports Club.
Or at least kick Paradox down to last place, which technically they've already accomplished. It's a scary thought, and if you add on top of that, if DRS starts getting some points, then we form the separation between them and the bottom three. And it's a scary thought if you are Titan Esports Club in this point of time.
Let's go.
I guess
birthday
blessing in disguise is that
birthday boy.
DP, they have been struggling quite a little bit in the hands of the Thais. BRU finding Blade again, who just got brought back. So the bottom dwellers are getting fed into the meat grinder.
Buriram on the other end, they find Demon's Pride. We were just talking about them need points. Aswab gets eliminated. And if that continues, a lot more problem. It seems like Buriram are also spotting Titan Esports Club Rahat. That'll also be quickly picked up by Moshi. On the other end, Aurora on Falcons. Buriram finally going in for a full-on fight. Madara is the last one. He's behind the glue wall. Jonah has already called it.
Come
and the entire
on.
squad is rushing to him. And with him going down, that's the end for Demon's Pride. They wanted to
Let's
rank
go.
up. They wanted to get eliminations. But it seems like Titan Esports Club, the worry at least on Kalahari, will die down.
South Asia का first हुआ था TSG का in history of PWC. Yes, I know. We were so excited. भाई मैं तो खुशी में पागल हो गई थी. मतलब अच्छी बात
Now it's the
है.
move to Foundation.
I
At least to the western side of
stop.
Foundation, you have
किसी का
Kororo
तो मेरे को
planted right in the
message
middle, but
आया है.
Falcons suffered some heavy damage. And in fact, Kororo is the only survivor, so they should be a non-factor if you are concerned about Team Falcons. TEC split up, which we did see, and Aurora on the radar as well. This is quite the clear path to push through. They have stragglers like members from TEC and Falcons to get a couple of free points. They could start with Rahat if they want.
Buriram now a little trouble because AGAL have started to fire. Taken down the captain Jonah. On the other end, Aurora trying to hold off at the edge of the circle, but the circle will also start shifting as the zone is completely shrink. They'll only wait and try to see if they could spot somebody. In the meanwhile, at a distance, Boltmaker being spotted. That's going to be EVOS fighting for elimination. And EVOS, we spoke about them. They had the advantage inside the circle. They laid their foundation, but unfortunately, the circle did not allow it. It forced them. Abax will still be able to find Takuri is out. And now on Buriram as well, EVOS still firing, finding elimination and also helping out AGAL in the mix.
And again, for the third game in a row, the circle forces everyone to go into the open as the ultimate test. AGAL on your screens, 11 eliminations, and the second one could be confirmed if they remove Ray, but Ray gets picked back up Cypher instantly with a double up. and putting immense pressure on the Evo's Divine, forcing
कहाँ
those
गया?
blue
अरे
out.
बीच
Rasha
में
has already
मेरे
ran out of that.
मैच.
Defenses dwindling for Evos.
Sorry guys, बस 2 सेकंड देना, 2 सेकंड देना.
Needs some help. AGL finds
मेरे को
another one.
ये important एक
Everybody
message
needs help right now. Even
देना है.
DRS. Falcons, the last man, Keroro gets taken down. That's the end for them. Aurora now trying to climb up, but it's going to be difficult. They don't have any vision about, no information, so running up is going to be difficult. And finally, Evos do not allow that. With Axel going down, a lot more trouble strikes Aurora. And now Evo's also deciding to send off in the other direction because the zone is not in their favor. But before that, they will have to clear a position. They spotted 2 different teams, but they're only spotting the players. They don't know it's 2 different teams. And Titan Esports Club, that's going to be Blade getting taken down. Cypher from AGAL helping out in the mix. Azriel trying to back off, join his teammates. AGL in the mix, making sure that Evos don't survive. A rush up. He puts Azriel down, confirms, but it's going to be DRS stealing it away. Knocks from somebody, eliminations from somebody. But who is winning it? It is AGL with Evos together that smash DRS out.
And June just didn't know where to look. And that ends out in his death. Dew another sniper with an aim gun, and finally the Wonder Kid has had enough.
Done it.
He comes back, shoots Dew down, and Evos have a good chance. 4v3, they have the weaponry. Raiders get dropped by Nameless, and make it even. Aim God down in health, Apex is down. Nameless putting everything into his hands, and he might be the one that drags them across the finishing line. Nameless with the support. Aim God now all alone. Barros is there by his side, and Cypher with the final nail in the coffin.
Bro, another?
AGAL books the second booyah.
Second booyah.
Another booyah.
Making sure they seal the deal in the top 4. Do not give the chance, especially with these top teams already taking away the points. It's getting very dicey down there for teams at the bottom. They don't know what they have to figure out. Match number 9 is done. 10, 11, 12, 3 more games to go. And at the end of it, keys are going to get crushed, meaning your opportunities here in EWC 2026.
दूसरे ग्रुप की मैच कब है? दूसरे ग्रुप की मैच अराउंड 7:30 शुरू होंगे.
Almost done. We are about to close the chapter.
ये आज मेरी बेटी राधिका का बर्थडे है. Happy birthday to you, Radhika. Happy birthday to you. Enjoy your day. अपने dad से मांगो. He'll give you everything. Ask for a good gift.
But they held on for so long. In the battle of attrition, they were on the losing side, and this was the spirit that got them that trophy lift last year, and we're seeing it on display again.
चलता हुआ पक्का आप आए और चले जा रहे हो. Hello, honey.
Yeah, and somehow they've always been balancing themselves against Falcons, because Falcons, as long as they survive, they have a chance in the top 4, and Evos could be pushed down, and they would have to move to the survival stage. And I think somehow they haven't read about it. The White Tigers are able to find their way through, and they are still keeping themselves afloat in the top 4. However, AGAL, I think we spoke about this. Looking forward to placement points, looking forward to Booyah is what you have to ideate, especially as you make it to the champion rush.
Yeah. Let's listen to what AGL has to say.
มาดิงานสลิงงานปีนตายหมดเพื่อนโอ้ยเฮียกูยิงอย่างเวอร์ไอ้สัตว์ฉะนั้นผม
Cool, calm, collected. It's a bit of a stretch of the arms. Just another day in the office for AGL.
Yeah, it didn't seem like they were very hasty, or there was a lot of rapid comms, if I could say it.
Yeah, it's
cool,
just like
connected.
Oh, we get the booyah.
Yeah, you do this. There's a man here. That's about it. That's I think the basic understanding we got.
I think so too. I mean, these boys have been together for quite a long time.
Yeah, that's true.
Oh my God, late हो गया मैं. Yes, बहुत
kind of
late.
assemble. Well, it didn't take that long to assemble the squad, but it took a while to
ये
really
पहले ही
build
मांग
that
लिया. अब
chemistry.
जो
It's paying off. I mean, 32
बॉटल
points.
रखी हो वही दिलाया उसको.
It's a dream to
Stanley
hit 30 points in a
Cup.
single
Let's
round.
go.
Usually these are the sort of the deal breakers. This is what
VCT
decides
जा रही हो ना
who
कुछ
wins the
दिनों में.
championship
बस
or who
यार
gets ahead
मैं
of
बस
the
क्या ही
curve.
बोलूं.
AGL, they come in with 32, but we did talk about Evo's 27 points. Not
उनके
too
आगे
shabby.
छोटे से
BRU
हमको
26. The front runners are still there.
Probably should join.
Opportunities for everybody. On the other end, if you look at the bottom page, Demon Sprite, they did have a little bit of a lift off. 7 total points, 4 elimination. Loud Sneakers,
अपना
their
इमेज बहुत
opportunities
गंदा
are
गया है.
getting
कोई बात नहीं.
pushed out by some of the teams. The
Top
fights,
10 में रहना
especially
है.
between Falcons as
बस
well
वो
as
वाली
Evos,
बात
is
है.
troubling them, and they're getting eliminated a little too early. However, one thing that we've been talking about, right? Thailand taking away the
Coaches
trophy,
देख रहे हो,
even on the
देख रही हूँ
world
भाई।
stages, even here in EWC,
Coaches
even
तो मेरी
Indonesian
उम्र
teams
के
are
हैं,
rising up the
भयंकर
ranks.
हम लोग
But
क्या
AJL,
करते थे?
they've been winning in the region. They
हम क्या कर
want to
रहे हैं,
get
बताओ
a big
देखो।
trophy, a global one. Can they do it? Looking at how now they've built up on day
गुस्सा
two,
कर
there
रहा
is
है,
a
वो गुस्सा
storyline that
कर
could
रहा
be
है।
written.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I'm looking at the players, and I
गुस्सा
think
कर
even
रहा है
Gun
वो।
Dynasty are starting to feel the heat, right? Like again, 3 rounds in a row. This was a team that came in hard. They were tailing behind BRU. We
आपका
talked
वॉल्यूम
about
कम आ रहा है।
if
अरे
we
वो
put
क्योंकि मैंने
placement points
इनका इसका
aside,
वॉल्यूम बढ़ा
technically
रखा है
Gun
ना,
Dynasty
इसलिए
is the
मेरा
better team compared to BRU.
अभी सही आ
because they
जाएगा,
have
अभी
no
सही आ रहा है
players
मेरा वॉल्यूम।
compared to the 3
चिल्लाऊं
that
और?
BRU has. But I think right now we have a bigger problem.
Who's
the
winning
bigger
World
question
Cup?
for them, right?
Argentina
Is day
for
one
the win,
Is that
guys.
it? We got 3 more games coming up.
Yeah. I hope Gun Dynasty change their approach because they still have a chance. With 3 more
3K की मिली
games
बॉटल
left
यहाँ
here
पे।
for Group
हाँ,
A.
इतनी की आती
There's an
है,
opportunity, but
expensive
looking at
है।
how these teams
कोई
are
बात
fighting,
नहीं यार,
right,
पैसों
especially
की
the
कमी
Southeast
थोड़ी है
Asian
आप पे
teams,
यार।
they are going all guns blazing. They're looking unstoppable and they're not giving points to anybody to
Who
even
is winning
approach
World
for.
Cup? अभी तो
And
पता है
that is
अर्जेंटीना।
unfortunately not
भाई
giving
मत
them
बोलो
an
क्यों?
opportunity to look forward to a lot more. However, opportunities right across this breather for everybody.
मैच खराब गया। अच्छा वो भाई 3 मैच हो गए ना, अब आएगा लंबा ब्रेक शायद से। अब कम से कम कहीं नहीं तो 30 मिनट्स का ब्रेक लग रहा है मेरे को। कल क्या मस्त कमबैक किया अर्जेंटीना ने भाई, क्या ही क्रेजी किया है।
Barney and Ludi, we accept your challenge here in Kadia City at the Golf Predetermined Tournament. Lace and Glitter, we are going to challenge you and beat your score, but not without a prize.
Yeah, you know, it feels like it might be a little bit rigged in favor for Barney, but I really want the prize Lace is talking about because we are going to get an EWC 2026 custom printed t-shirt with our name on it, or the name of the winner, really, you know. So that's what I'm aiming for.
Yeah, and we want to win because we love competition. So let's fire away, Glitter. Come on, stand
What's
over here.
up? Hi, Kalki. You're not new.
Get the position down. We have to beat these boys. All right, looking great. Play golf. Ready? Okay, 9, 8, 7, 6. Don't be nervous. 5, 4, 3, 2. Got to beat the boys. All right, she's got some incredible form here, and all she needs to do is aim for the flag. Not too much power
भाई
in
मैं
the
तो
positioning
screen
here,
तोड़
but
दूँ।
it looks like it's going directly there. A fair bit of power behind it. This looks like a good one.
मैं तो स्क्रीन तोड़ दूँ, इतनी तेज मारूंगी।
I'm mad about that 90.5. That does put me above Barney. Lace, I know you can do the same. It does help to limber up a bit, you know? And the tips that I found is, you know, just ignore the
10
obvious.
all is well
okay?
for 10 joules.
Yep, not too much power, not too little power. Just the right amount.
मैं तो स्क्रीन तोड़ दूंगी, सच में बता रही।
Keep your eye on the ball. Envision it going towards the pin. You can do this, Lace. We gotta show the boys. Oh, it's looking good. No, it's okay. It's getting close. Rolling in. Oh! You did beat Ludi. You did beat Ludi, though, to be fair. Not too shabby, Lace.
I mean, look, as long as we beat them, that's fine. But of
Oh
course,
my God,
we want
they're
to
so
challenge our next
pretty.
people. We're looking at you, Seven and Neptune. Are you up for the challenge?
We're definitely up for that challenge. Don't you worry, we'll be able to beat the
Hey,
scores that you
Pookie,
guys were
hi,
able to beat.
baby.
But one team that's currently challenging
Charanjot का
everybody
update दे
is
दो।
none other than
Charanjot को
AG.
qualifiers
Because
से
my
बाहर हो गए
gosh,
हैं।
this
अभी
squad
तो
has
I
now
think
gotten
they'll
2
be
booyahs. They
coming
might be
back
going
now.
for that third one, but the rotations that they were able to do were great.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, they're
Booyah हो
focusing on
गया,
the south
हाँ,
stay,
देखा
making sure
मैंने।
that it is clear out of the area, and even contending off
आपसे
those
colour
rotation
जो तो
if
पूछा था
someone
कल-
will be
अरे वो तो
coming in.
मैंने
And
अपना
one thing
colour
that he
बताया
did,
था।
especially in the previous game, is in the fifth circle. The moment that it counts down to fifth circle closing in, they triggered that bolt maker, the lightning zone. So it's a threat to everyone and also damage them. So with all those damage, they can also spot out their
Oh, so
opponent
pretty.
and
Thank you.
it gives
Thank you,
them
thank
more
you,
of a
thank you.
leeway so that they will not be rushed in. So smart move coming from AJAL so that they can get that booyah.
मेरे को
I
लग रहा है
love that
guys
we have one of the
दूसरी टीम उस टेरिटरी की तरफ आ सकती है, तो पहले रुक करा एक एम्प्टी टेरिटरी की तरफ, एम्प्टी लैंड की तरफ कि भैया यहाँ जाते हैं, लूट करते हैं, देन उसके बाद मूव करेंगे हमारी प्राइमरी टेरिटरी की तरफ। उतनी देर में
मेरे को लग रहा है ना अभी 30 मिनट्स का ब्रेक आने वाला है।
सरप्राइज अटैक है,
3 मैच हो गए ना,
क्रिएट कर रहे हैं। आई थिंक सो इन पर वर्क करना पड़ेगा। पिछली बार भी अगर हम बात करें, हमने देखा था पिछले टूर्नामेंट्स के अंदर, पिछले अगर हम बात करें FFMAI के अंदर भी, तो कुछ क्लैशेस हो रहे थे कुछ टीम्स।
They need to change right now, and just to get away from that Booyah curse.
Let's hope that that's going to be the case. Lucifer, Husky, do you think AGAL is going to be affected by the Booyah curse or not?
I don't think so. There is a chance that they want a title. We've been talking about their counterparts, right? They've been taking these titles, the global ones, the world stages, and AGAL have always been getting closer. I've been getting the hashtag news, but finally is this the stage? Esports World Cup 2026, all gamers global.
My bad.
Go global.
I thought.
I mean, I would say they are already global, but it's about cementing themselves on that stage. Funnily enough, the first and only world trophy, global trophy that they have was under the category of Clash Squad. Exactly. But we know the motherlode, the holy grail is Battle Royale. That's where the spirit of Free Fire is initially sold from the start of time. And I think for AGAL, very good chance. Cypher now second in terms of most eliminations. Still tailing behind the Wonder Kid, who is in first place, but slow taking Trap, who unfortunately was wiped out pretty early on. But we still cannot look past the fact that snipers are pretty important, as top 3 most damage are all in the sniper role.
As we head to Purgatory, it seems like the flight path had its own course of mind, completely southern favored. However, still teams managed to make their way around the fields, but the fight already breaks out just because of how unfavorable the flight path was. Loud are trying to answer back to Falcons. It's been an exchange. Trap will be able to get back next. So 2 eliminations for Falcons. And on the other
let's
end,
not jinx it.
we did end up seeing fights that Falcon want to now stand tall on against Loud, and Loud, with those eliminations, they managed to grab on one. Can they find more? Gun Dynasty, they're against Demon's Pride, but as we see the feed as well, it seems like Team Apex Gaming are now, they're breaking their own curse. They found an opening against Aurora.
Yeah, I want to see the earlier pep talk just now is going to bring some breeze on life in the GD. So far, that seemed to be the case. Demon's Pride standing tall, but there is response. Benel, yesterday he stepped up, and now he is stepping up finally after the halfway point. David, with a great follow-up, exactly what Gun Dynasty needs.
And with Gun Dynasty back in a play like this, there's an opportunity that they stand a chance to get back to the top 4. A lot more competition getting spiced up just for that position to the final. Demon's Pride, they want to be a part of it, but they're getting hit upon, they're getting taken down, their exchanges are not working their way, they're unable to find much, but still, even though the last player is surviving, they managed to get 3. But we spoke about this earlier, a replay where Falcons and Loud were exchanging blows one after another. And I can see, it seems like Loud did manage to get 1 elimination. However, Falcons had a better of it, get a total of 4.
Yep. We even saw Paradox Gaming having a pep talk as well during the intermission. And I think the expressions has changed, right? We look back at some of the player reactions after round 3. Reality is starting to set in that this could be the 3rd last game for some of them, and certainly going to be an early exit for Aurora Gaming. Twice today.
Yeah.
Out of 4 matches, 2 of them is Aurora Gaming being the first one to leave.
Aurora, yes, they don't look super dicey on points, that they will be pushed out. And their key being crushed, they should make it to the survival stage, but they not better their chances and led it to the fate of other teams' performance.
You're a cutie pie. That's
AGL on the other end,
very common.
I think, as you already mentioned, we were speaking about it. It is Battle Royale that they have to get their hands on a trophy, a title. But Gun Dynasty's Benel, this player was a beast yesterday, and today finally, now in this game, gets 2 elimination. He did get the information across to Shairu, who's now stuck at Ski Lodge. They seem to be just chasing that one player who got stuck here, and Shairu will just try and buy time. There's nothing else that he can do. That's just 1 elimination that AGAL will be able to get. But on the other end, it seems like instantly the feed gets lit up loud. Gosha finds 1 elimination.
Let's go.
Evo's getting troubled in this action, and now they're also rushing closer. Nyx moving in the right direction, but there's also Falcons in the mix.
Imgod actually taking a lot of heat as well. Imgod does bring the Wonder Kid back, but Limit will take out Ray. Once more, brought back by the captain of EVOS. This is what we've seen, at least at the Esports World Cup. EVOS willing to send the Wonder Kid out on an expedition.
Yep.
And he holds himself pretty well. Trap actually getting removed. So the attention onto EVOS now, diverted onto Falcon. Aimgod tried to take advantage of that, but Pina was ready. Receives the hit, gets another elimination for his own. Apex now committed, comes in, but on fire, lying in wait with Limit.
Almost looked like he would be able to find two. Apex, nice try over there, but quick recovery coming in from Limit. And even Neptune mentioned we have to see Limit X7 performing. Snipers have been the recent meta and he has to step up for the team.
Paris कब जा रहे हो? Paris में जाऊंगी next month
and maybe Falcons rise up to that occasion. Even Yunsul, we saw her talking to the Falcons and it seems like it's not yet working. Kerora, who was about to just land on the roof, will be instantly shut down.
Oh, Russia trying to play some mind games there with the vehicle, but not going to work on Nyx. One of the top stars as well from Brazil. Him and Traps, in fact. That being said, we did see a bit of a stat there, but now 4 revives so far this game. Being the field medic and making sure that his team continuously stays alive in this match. It's a good chance that they run into loud Snickers.
Hi, welcome to the stream again. आपने नहीं बताया कि dress कौन सा पहना है? हाँ.
Haven't really gotten much done this game. And we saw them get off to a good start. 3 eliminations. That's pretty much it. Now we need to see.
Paris RL करोगे?
Go
Yes.
further.
PUBG की matches कब started?
On Aurora Gaming's players phase 2.
6th of August. Yep. Around
sitting through the entire lobby if you exit early.
But right now, when you talk about exits, it's been Paradox who've been suffering eliminations. They've been getting pushed out of every game. And Enrique, he's now getting chased by Barros. Spotted, launcher boot out, and instantly Enrique, he thought it's going to be the launcher, but it's going to be Dew on the other end. And we said the sharpshooter Dew today, he's been phenomenal. 2 eliminations of his own, and Paradox, everybody who are around the boathouse
crazy
will
हो
be
गए हैं
forced out,
भाई.
thankfully.
Can you tell me the story of that?
Can
I get one
who will
chicken
bring the
69?
whole squad
Oh my god. I'll tell you later
Second
on.
win in this game.
Hey, Dobby, seeing you
Judy,
from
very split
Voluntary.
up. So far the circle has been ruthless, very merciless today.
Shut up guys,
Seems
we are
like
not
it's gonna
even
continue to be
talking
the
about
case.
it.
Brings us to north of Brasilia. And with Fuse as center point, AGAL now takes on TEC. Blade snapped in half. Raja down to 10%, bleeding out as well. Knockdown is still with the delivery system, and this time up close and personal.
Kudush trying to make a run from this, but he's walking right towards Team Apex Gaming. It's going to be difficult. Last man standing. If he doesn't survive this, it's going to be an end for Titan Esports Club. Their chase towards making it towards the finals. If there is an opportunity, it has to be the survival stage. And somehow Kutush, in terms of his maneuvering, he's been able to cross between both Team Apex Gaming as well as All Gamers Global and survive for the time being.
Gotta play for placements now. Kutush calming with the rest of his team. He does have coins. Now he needs that vending machine. Purgatory is one of the bigger maps we have. And that makes it very, very hard to navigate with no vehicles. And we're out alone in the cold. To make things worse, AGAL still prowling nearby. Look at the rotations. EVOS Esports, the very bottom. BRU still holding on to Quarry and Marble Works, which is their favorite spot on the western side of the map. The favorite drop spot, in fact. We should expect a rotation through Marble Works in just a little bit as Limit picks up Nyx again.
During rotations, even Ganda and ST right now, they picked up a total of 7 eliminations. Benel, while we saw him being the medic, he's also managed to get 5 eliminations of his own. That's how brilliant he is. And what a play coming in from Rahat here. A quick replay.
मैंने miss कर दिया.
A quick drive-by, putting the player out, getting an extra elimination. Ganda and ST, they have to find a lot more as such, as we just witnessed. But on the other end, it seems like Team Apex Gaming were about to go for a fight. But they're stuck in between 2 teams. On one NVC, DRS on the other. That's
I proposed to my, she said yes, and TAG got a let's go.
I think Paradox also switching it up. This is one of the few games that they are able to really not get into any altercations early on, which is something that they've been trying to avoid. DRS in the crosshairs of David. Yeah, these shots gotta be good. Gotta hit harder, gotta be a bit more
Hi, Code and Coffee. बताऊंगी यार, बाद में बताऊंगी story सत्यम हम बाद में game के बाद.
Thank
you for the Pani Puri Chevan.
TEC gets full revive. I think Gun Dynasty's next target is going to be on DRS.
Look at this quick switch that they did. Went to the drop and then they told what was available and sent Benel out there to quickly grab and make their way back. Gun Dynasty seems like communication in this game is coming into play.
DRS ने first से पे कल first match बहुत अच्छा खेला था उसके बाद पता नहीं क्या हो गया था.
Everybody is clustering right now. It's only one team who are out here in purgatory. 11 still surviving. 10 minutes about to be on the clock. And even Falcons are entering into the close compounds. It's a lot of teams clustering one after another. And we'll also soon see a circle shift. Does it favor any of the teams?
Let's go!
To those 3 teams we earlier pointed, the sandwich
Let's
situation.
go!
DRS,
Circle अपने पे है,
Gaming
अपने पे है.
and Demon's Pride.
Even Gun Dynasty has a very good chance.
Thank you for mango lassi.
In fact, I
also,
think
Herschel.
TAG are in the toughest
Thank
spot
you,
in the
Shri,
center.
for-
We'll
what is
see a
this?
knockdown early
Hamsaya,
on.
Sasya-
Recovery
Hamsasya?
shouldn't be an issue. BRU now, let's see, moving to TEC off screen. But I think even for DRS, they have a very good chance of holding back not just Gun
I need my
Dynasty,
coffee. Tanaya लेने गई
causing
है
some
यार.
damage to Falcons and Evos
I'm waiting.
if the rotation is right.
So crucial rotations as we are getting closer to the last few games. of
Love
Group
from
A.
Surat,
Everybody's
thank
trying to bite time.
you.
Everybody's trying to bite their own play. Figure out what's the best approach. While we all were thinking at the start of the day, hey, top 4 teams, they will be safe and sound. They do not have to be worried about. They're slowly trying to get worried, except for Buriram as well as All Gamers Global.
Yeah, those two, I think, without a shadow of doubt, have already qualified for Saturday. But then they still want more. Can never get enough points. AGAL, double digits. 11, counting. Dinoculus used with the scan towards the southeastern side. Or at least the north side of fields. Should be able to rotate there. There's a small compound to work with, but better yet, high ground advantage that puts them within range of proximity of Paradox Gaming. And I think the second Dinoculus have confirmed that. There is Falcons there.
Star for 2 joules. Thank you so
And
much.
Falcons are already busy in a fight. That's going to be against Paradox. Windy already down, sneaky trying
बिना
to
AC
fend off.
के
It
hall
doesn't
में
work.
live
He'll
stream
also be
hashtag
taken
streamers
down.
live.
One
Same
last
है
player.
मैंने
He
fans
is
को ला
closer
रखा
to
है
the vending
बड़ा
machine and he'll quickly strike the revive button.
एक मिनट अपना
And
TAG
Rendrike
का
will
कोई
be
तो
brought
knock हुआ
back.
है.
Snipe.
Okay, he'll get
With
revived.
that happening, Falcons have an idea of where he is, and Snipe will be sniped out by Limit X7. Nice shot. And that's going to be the 5th elimination for Limit. And this is what Falcons needed.
अभी आपने खाना खा लिया, मैंने
Sniper
कुछ भी
out
खाना
there
वाना कुछ नहीं खाया है
performing.
सुबह
Limit
से.
had to do it.
One of the rising stars a couple years ago. And since then, we know that Limit is special. Look at that, 2 more. No confirmation just yet. No utility dump. More than enough to cause a lot of issues there. Pressure onto AGAL. Can they continue to deliver? Pina now getting pushed, Sci-Fi in the forefront. Let's have the Cassie helping out. Meanwhile, full team out on the Gun Dynasty as Trap lands a quad nade. But the pressure now mounts onto Limit. As attentions shift, Limit knocked down. And AGAL breaks the spine and the anchor of Falcons, and that should be it. AGAL once more coming out on top of this exchange.
They always do it. You give them a small
अभी
inch,
पागल वागल हो
they
गए
take the
क्या?
whole ground.
आज कितने
And Falcons,
निकालेंगे
who are
भूया
ahead of
ये?
it, playing outside the zone, get hit upon it. Their sniper gets taken down with the damage on the zone itself, and All Gamers Global quickly act on it. Kiroro, can he do something different? The last one, and it's going to be Saifa showing his own precision skills. And with that, Falcons are out.
There's a possibility for a third Booyah with how things are going for AGAL. BRU hasn't really shown much action yet, much activity. Only one elimination so far.
Yeah.
As we're down to the last 8 teams. Paradox Gaming, Enrique perishes to the blue. Barrow is actually getting knocked down by the play zone, same as Saifa. Nameless getting it out of this one. DRS getting some free pickings. A hefty price to pay for AGAL.
Yeah, playing it outside the zone, we've always talked about it. We thought ATL were ahead of it. They knew what was about to happen. But DRS, they came in as a surprise. The real soldiers, they want their opportunity. As Titan Esports Club are trying to close the distance, they do not want to give it away.
versus DRS.
Now they have another challenge that's going to be Loud. If they're able to secure some more points, they will
Loud
not
यहाँ
get
पे
pushed
fight
off by
लेना
Titan
prefer
Esports Club because they're
करेगी.
still surviving. Look at Trap making a jump.
Trap अलग भाई, Trap अलग वो बना रहा है.
Trap with the Winchester from afar, already
ये तो Loud
shooting
जीत रही
bullets.
है.
And there is Nyx with the Max 7 and VCP with the M590
Ooh!
pumping bullets. minutes. Pratik and Stroix trying to hold the ground for the time being. And Takuri, he has to help out. Two of the loud players are down. Trap is too far away, outside the zone. Damage being done. Gosha has to be the savior.
Trap,
Pratik
nah.
gets confirmations, but the sniper is not going to help. Trap is also taken down.
And Guaxa, can he make that clutch happen?
Oh!
Maybe one. Two more to go. Cutting down the ranks. Find the isolations. Guaxa again. Down to just 50 HP. Takuri around the corner. Secures it. DRS lives on.
Oh, bro.
NT. The way he was able to hold at the edge of the circle. And DRS still keep fighting. Taking Loud out. He was on the other end. The 1K, the last man standing. And at this point, there's no opportunity. Boltmaker as well. Stealth fights for how long, though? Oh no, Buriram! The team who just held their front, get some points. They
Come
find them
on,
out.
guys.
And that is
Can we
DRS
get
out and Russia
one
position
more?
reveal. And
Can we get one
Gaming,
more?
They get that elimination.
Can we
Make it
get
to the
one
top
more?
three.
Wait,
TAG have another chance, but guess
let's go.
who else has? Demon's Pride. Pakistan on the radar. Right into the dens of BRU. With some help from TAG, they might be able to get it done. And BRU now facing a 4v8 odds. Jonah good on the one. Jassy knocks down. Wasana ready for the rush. Madara shot down as well.
Come on,
And the
Shota!
attention pace
Shota,
of DP by
please!
BRU would be the undoing. But guess what, Lucifer? TAG have a chance.
What?
Once more.
Oh my god, no! Oh my god! Oh my fucking god! Let's go! Bro, hello!
And it pays forward. Once was not enough. They joined AGAL.
Oh
on
my
that leaderboard
god,
for
let's
second
go!
Booyah. And I think at this point in time, Lucifer,
TAG, let's go!
survival round.
Bro, that was
Guaranteed
so
a
good!
second
Yay!
They needed this.
Oh my god, this is unbelievable!
From India. They did lift
Wow,
the trophy in India. Now
W!
it's time they get closer towards an
भाई यार
international
तो मैं
stage
spam मार
trophy and
दूंगी
getting
You've
two
been sending it.
booyahs in a single day
Okay.
is not an easy
How
job
can
at
I
all.
just
You're so wishing to have a slot.
भाई
And in the first year, the debut on the biggest stage ever, they lock in two.
Oh my
And this
god,
just-
नहीं हिंदी वाली में
एक बार नहीं हम दूसरी बार कर सकते हैं जोएना देखिए कह रहे हैं आप चुप हो जाइए पर मुझे लगता है इस बूया के साथ जोएना को ही शांत कर दिया है कमाल का प्ले टीम एपेक्स गेमिंग एक और बूया भारत के लिए एक और गौरवशाली पल एक और
Let's
बार
go!
भारतीय दर्शकों को
Oh my god, this is
With a little bit
crazy!
of a help from DP, but overall TAG, impressive finisher.
क्या होल्ड था यार क्या होल्ड था के गॉड क्या आपकी आईजी लिंक थी इजी था इजी था नाइस
Just like we spoke about AGL, right? Cool, calm, and
Wow,
composed.
oh
and
my
that's
god.
what Team Apex
भाई
Gaming do
क्या
here. It
आईजेलिंग
didn't look like they were
थी छोटू की तो मैं
ratifying.
फैन ही हूँ
They
चलो
clearly
वो तो क्या
positioned
क्रेजी
themselves
प्लेयर
ahead
है
of the
भाई
game. And as you can
मैं
see,
नजर
this
नहीं लगाऊंगी
was
उस
a
पे
booyah
जेन्युइनली नो
written for
नजर
us.
गाइस नो नजर
Easy
Touch
booyah
wood, no
in the words of the
nazar. मेरी
players.
मेरी
I
टेबल
don't blame
वुड
them,
की है
man. Again, they were.
Ooh.
It's either BRU get their fourth in the group stage. Either that or
वाह
Pakistan gets their first at the hands of Demon's Pride. Or
अबे
TAG
इनमें
getting
से
a second.
छोटो
We
है
know
कौन
which
मेरे
one
को
is
ये
written
तो
in
बताओ
stone.
मेरे को तो शक्ल भी नहीं
I mean,
पता
if you're
बेचारे
BRU,
की
what are you worried about,
किसको
right?
सपोर्ट कर रही हूँ मैं
You're
किसकी
doing
फैन
good
हूँ मैं
regardless. But with that being said, I'm sure that some of the players have something
भाई
to
टीम
say.
इंडिया
And we have one prepared with
आई
it.
मीन अभी ये तो कोई नहीं कह सकता था टीम इंडिया इज नॉट अ लाइक नॉट अ कंपटीशन आई फील लाइक दे आर गिविंग बहुत अच्छा कंपटीशन फर्स्ट डे थोड़ा सा इधर उधर हो गया था बिकॉज दे वर ट्राइंग कि कैसे कैसे करना है चीज़ें क्या क्या करनी है फर्स्ट डे वो पहली बार खेल रहे हैं यार वो इस लॉबी में इंटरनेशनल खेल रहे हैं थोड़ा नर्वसनेस तो होता है बट आज जो कम बैक Oh my God, छोटू सा है क्यूटी. कौन सा वाला है guys? कौन सा वाला है अपना
Falando
छोटू
sobre
कौन सा है
estratégias, a
भाई?
gente viu que ontem vocês começaram muito agressivos, muitas
rattled by it. They clearly position themselves ahead of the game, and as you
कौन
can
सा
see,
इनमें
they
से
said,
छोटू
this was
भाई?
a
कौन है
booyah.
भाई? मैं
Great
किसकी फैन हो रही हूँ? कौन है इनमें से? अपना छोटू कौन सा है? 1 2 3 4. यहाँ से स्टार्ट करेंगे. This is 1, this is 2, this is 3, this is 4. और अपना आईजीएल कौन है भाई? आईजीएल भी बताना मेरे. जो हेल्दी सा है लेफ्ट से थर्ड. लेफ्ट से थर्ड यही तो है. ये हेल्दी है. ओ सॉरी लेफ्ट से थर्ड. अच्छा ये भाई है छोटू भाई. ये क्या? अरे भाई क्या खेलते हो यार आप छोटू ब्रो. क्या मारते हो यार. क्या मारते हो. हाँ गॉट इट. ओके और अपना आईजीएल कौन है? आईजीएल 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 ये. ओ ओके ओके ये आईजीएल है. ये छोटू भाई क्या खेलते हो ब्रो. क्या खेलते हो भाई आप. क्रेजी भाई क्रेजी. आपकी जैसे गेम का मेरे को 10% भी आ जाए तो. थर्ड छोटू है. स्पेक्स पे केडी है. अबे केडी तो तुम ये वाला बता रहे हो. केडी तो तुम सेकंड को बोल रहे हो. हाँ तो ये है ना सेकंड. तो सेकंड तो ये हुआ लेफ्ट से सेकंड. ये अपना आईजीएल है केडी. और ये छोटो भाई है जो क्रेजी मार रहे हैं. भूत बना रहे हैं भूत. भाई क्या खा क्या है यार. आईजीएल जेली ब्रदर. हमें फैलकॉन टीएजी. इसको देखो नाम इसका. भाई क्या खा क्या है यार.
the strongest teams here so far, and having like the reigning champions and also Team Falcons who won AWC.
सेकंड ही है. हाँ ओ
Especially because we have all this kind of
भाई
Indonesian, but also we are not behind them because we
मचा दिए. तबाही मचा दिए गाइस. आज तो तबाही मचा दिए. Bro, what a game they are doing. This is crazy. One more booyah soon. भाई भगवान करे एक और आ जाए. मैं तो कह रही हूँ एक बार हिंदी में सुनो. हिंदी में क्या. हिंदी में तारीफ कर रहे हैं ना. अबे नहीं ये तो इंग्लिश. हिंदी 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 हिंदी. अबे हिंदी में भी इंटरव्यू दिखा रहे हैं क्या. शिट यार.
brasileiro faz com que vocês consigam chegar aqui nesse momento mais fortes, vocês consigam jogar um pouco mais parelho. Você acha que essa confiança.
वन मोर बुया आ जाए तो टॉप 4 हो जाएंगे. लग रहा है तुमको. तुमको लगता है एक और बुया आने से टॉप 4 होंगे. नहीं यार.
ये मैच नंबर 4 था ना गाइस.
ये था मैच नंबर
4 था ना.
नहीं नहीं नहीं. दिस इज मैच नंबर 5 आई गेस.
एक सेकंड
गाइस 4 है कि 5 है. नहीं मेरे को लग रहा है मैच नंबर 5 है. एक अबिगा है. एक बुया करा. 2 एक तीसरा बेकार.
2 तो इनका बुया हो गया.
ये मैच नंबर 4 है. 4 है 4 है
4 है 4 है. मतलब और 3 है ग्रुप ए का. फिर ग्रुप 7 का ग्रुप बी का और 7 6 होगा ना.
हाँ 6 होगा. आई थिंक 4 ही है. पहला अच्छा गया इनका. सेकंड इन्हें बोया निकाला. थर्ड इनको मर गए. फोर्थ इन्हें बोया निकाल दिया. हाँ
Você viu, né, as partidas dos jogos de ontem, né, do Fluxo
भाई
e do time
क्या
da Luz, como é que
खेला
você
है
se
यार
sente
ये.
vendo os times brasileiros também indo
But I don't
my
understand why are they
God.
not taking TAG का interview. They're taking random players का interview.
यार हाँ यार. I
But
want
international global stage में इनको recognition मिलना चाहिए यार. At least like 1-2 players they should.
That was a good answer. You're gonna
मैं भी
like
चाहती हूँ भाई
it.
TAG
Okay,
का
for sure,
इंटरव्यू
I'm
तो
really
हो
happy
यार
for
एक
Fluxo
बार.
and Los because we are all from Brazil, and of course we want Brazil on the top.
Come on
it doesn't
guys,
matter.
come on. TAG
And
का
especially
इंटरव्यू
because
तो
Give
we
them
चाहिए.
interview.
there's other teams
Give
here,
them
not like the other
interview.
regions. So
Give them
yes,
interview.
Brazil on the
Mira-
top for sure. Okay, thanks so much for the interview. Good luck in the next matches. It was a pleasure to talk to you. And we are back in the studio. You are back in the studio.
भाई पर क्या ही खेला है यार टीएजी ने. हाँ अभी ये मैच नंबर 4 था. हाँ मैं वही काउंट कर रही थी. ओपनिंग. एक सेकंड देना गाइस. एक सेकंड डोर खोल के आई.
our super fan from Team Secret, Cyrus. Xin chào tất cả mọi người. Thì hôm nay cũng là ngày thi đấu thứ 2 của Free Fire EWC 26 rồi. Thì không biết là mình nói về ngày hôm qua một chút đi. WEG cũng như là Team Secret đã có cho mình một cái ngày thi đấu khá là ổn khi mà có được một booyah và cũng như là một cái số điểm tương đối để có thể tiếp tục trong ngày thi đấu hôm nay. Thì bác Gấu có suy nghĩ gì về ngày thi đấu hôm qua của Team Secret ạ?
Chào tất cả mọi người. Thì nếu mà nói về ngày thi đấu của Secret WG ngày hôm qua thì bản thân mình thấy là chưa ổn vô lắm các bạn. Hôm nay sẽ là ngày thi đấu quyết định của Secret WG. Các bạn biết là một ngày thi đấu, sau 2 ngày thi đấu thì chúng ta chỉ lấy 2 đội thôi, 4 đội thôi. Và hôm nay buộc Secret WG phải thi đấu hết sức có thể để ghi tên mình vào trận chung kết.
Không biết là Cyrus thì cảm thấy như thế nào ta?
Thì em nghĩ hôm nay WG phải bắn hết mình để lọt top 4 vào chung kết. Tại vì thà vào top 4 ngày hôm nay chứ ngày mai thì em thấy là khá là căng đấy. Căng hơn hôm nay rất là nhiều.
So as we can see from yesterday, WEG from Backgo said he doesn't feel that good, that well about Team Secret since they are doing just only a decent ranking in our group stage A, of course, but overall he said that in today we have to try our best, especially get into the top 4 as soon as possible. If not, getting into the group tomorrow would be a criminal to them. You know, it's going to be very difficult, very hard for them to compete. And of course, for our old teammates, here's Cyrus, our old teammates of Team Secret, also having the same discuss with Backgo that they have to try their best in order to get into top 4. Today is a very important day for everyone, both in Group A and Group B. We all must get into the top 4 if they don't want to be left behind. Of course, if you're not getting into top 4, you're still having chances, but if you're at ranking 11 and 12, boom, you are out, not being available into the game anymore. So, as we can see in the chats, ở đây thì em thấy là mọi người có vẻ như là tương tác rất là nhiều. Thì không biết là phần lớn bác con nghĩ như thế nào, là mọi người sẽ thường nhắc đến chủ đề gì ở trong cái phần chat của comment mình ạ?
Ở trong cái phần chat comment của mình khi mình coi stream thì tất cả mọi người đều tập trung về Secret WG cả, và ủng hộ cho một đại diện duy nhất của Freefire Việt Nam. Tất cả mọi người đều muốn rằng một kết quả thật là tốt trong cái buổi thi đấu quyết định ngày hôm nay của Secret WG.
Vâng ạ, và nghe kết quả có vẻ rất là khả quan và cũng như là tinh thần của người dân Việt Nam mình rất là đoàn kết với nhau. Thì em cũng không biết là em muốn hỏi là thường những cái buổi livestream mà nó mang tính chất quan trọng.
Hello guys, I'm back. TAG का इंटरव्यू है ना यार, TAG का इंटरव्यू चाहिए भाई अपने को.
Thật ra là vào những cái buổi livestream quan trọng như thế này thì
So bad bro, TAG का इंटरव्यू
có
चाहिए.
cậu em Cyrus của mình đi theo thì tất nhiên là có cậu ấy.
So normally in the chat, especially in those important occasions like this, everyone in Vietnam
भाई दो निकाल लिए भूया आज के दिन.
or having only
वैसे
one
50-60 पॉइंट
presenter
चाहिए दो
from
मैचेस में तो
Vietnam,
टॉप 4
especially
हो
for the
जाएगा
FIFA
यार.
World Series Vietnam. Here is Team Secret,
दो
or as
मैचेस
known
में
as
50
WAG.
पॉइंट
They are trying their best to support for their favorite
हो
team.
सकते
Overall,
हैं.
as you can see,
पर दोनों में
normally
बूया
Backgo
चाहिए ना, फिर ये
only
भी सोचो.
sit and watch the live stream alone. But today, of course, he has a very special company, whom is Cyrus. And overall, I can see normal his number is very impressive because
साक्षी को बोल दो इंटरव्यू लेकर आएगी.
one of the most famous Free Fire streamer in Vietnam. Normally, as I can see, he will have around like 10k or 20k viewers at the same time watching the live stream with him and support the best for Team Secret or any Vietnam representer.
Oh,
in the
he's a
game and
Vietnam
everyone in the
streamer,
game
Free
as
Fire ka?
well.
That
so
much?
it's a very
Wow.
pleasure for everyone to be here with me so we can enjoy this very amazing atmosphere right here at EWC 26. Cảm ơn bác Gấu rất là nhiều. Vậy thì không biết là anh có lời nào cuối cùng muốn gửi đến cho tất cả các bạn khán giả tại Việt Nam cũng như là Team Secret của mình tại sân khấu không ạ?
Mình mong rằng tất cả các bạn đang coi livestream ở trên
That's crazy.
các kênh sóng của Freefire Việt Nam sẽ cổ vũ hết mình cho Secret WG và đồng hành cùng họ hành trình này nha.
So, here's one last thing I want to send to the viewers. Please continue to support for Team Secret and of course to all of the rest team at EWC 26 Free Fire at this time. Thank you so much for
इसका
your
क्या
cooperation
criteria होगा
in
top
this
4 आने से?
interview,
सीधा
and
finals
we will
में.
catch you guys later.
आपको अपने ग्रुप में अगर आप टॉप 4 आते हो तो आप सीधे फाइनल्स में जाओगे तानी भाई. फाइनल्स 18 को है.
Sorry about that. I was having deja vu. I was dreaming that AG and Tag won again.
Announcement video होगा अभी थोड़ी देर में देखिए
again.
Actually happened. It's not your dream.
जब break होगा ना तब
Especially
देखते हैं
Tag getting off that booyah curse that we saw earlier from them. I mean, this squad has finally been able to step up, considering that some of those top teams have been slowing down. And I'm looking at Falcons and Gun Dynasty.
Well, it's really getting tough right now for Gun Dynasty because it seems like the 3 games, it's something. There's a lot more that they can do right now, but I think they might be able to catch up on the second half. But we'll have to find out though if they'll be able to pull it off.
Yeah, I mean, Gun Dynasty in Groups Day 1, they actually have a 12.8 elimination average.
हिंदी कास्टिंग में एंड का देखो रुक जाओ अभी
for placements, and guess what they've dropped down to for these
they got 29 points guys अगर माँ कसम हर गेम 30 points निकल गए
quite a significant sort of jump
बूया के साथ
from
बूया तो
yesterday's
तुमको अपने को
performance
चाहिए
for Gun Dynasty, and then who is trailing on their tails? Team Falcons. And I mean, I did sort of touch on this at the earlier stages. They needed to have a little bit more of the eliminations under their belt to be able to push themselves up into that top 4. And with their track record right now, I mean, they're doing it. Although they sort of fell out in 8th place in that last match, they did have about 14 eliminations as well. So this is like
मैं चाहती हूँ ग्रुप बी जो अब you know उसमें भी टीम इंडिया करे यार भूया प्लीज यार I want it.
Keep themselves out of that survival stage.
Yeah, I do agree. I mean, hopefully they keep up that consistency because
तेजी टॉप 4 में मुश्किल है वैसे दोनों मैच में अच्छा खेलना पड़ेगा वो भी भूया के साथ yes.
And it's tough. All right. Hopefully that doesn't affect Aurora Gaming.
You just have to talk about Aurora Gaming somehow.
I said I won't be saying the name once again. Anyways, Aurora Gaming was just like eliminated as he's trying to go for a revive. It's just unfortunate. They have to stay outside of the zone. Aurora Gaming can soak up full squad, and then the moment that one by one, Team Falcons going for those revives, Aurora Gaming is just capitalizing and shooting them down.
But this is exactly what we expect to see from the EWC, right?
Yep.
Yeah, he crazy tha yaar ye to.
Yesterday, but today, 17 elimination points in just one game. That is so amazing. AGAL 16 elimination points. It shows that the team that weren't performing so well yesterday are finally feeling the pressure, and being under that pressure lit the fire under their bottoms. So yeah, that's exactly what we're seeing today.
Neptune gave him a nickname, Taggle. Because it's Tag
Top 4
and
नहीं
AGL
आया तो
just
कुछ नहीं
winning.
होगा.
Came up with Taggle.
टॉप 4 नहीं आया तो अपने को 5 to 10 के बीच में रहना है और उसकी सर्वाइवल कल है ठीक है तो हम लोग को कल दोबारा सर्वाइवल खेलना पड़ेगा बट उस सर्वाइवल में प्रॉब्लम ये है कि अपने को फिर ओवरऑल पे टॉप 4 आना पड़ेगा समझ रहे हो जो 5 टीम अभी ग्रुप 1 से जाएंगी सर्वाइवल के लिए और जो 5 टीम ग्रुप बी से जाएंगी वो टोटल 10 टीम्स का 12 मैचेस का वापस से होगा और उसमें अपने को टॉप 4 आना है समझ रहे हो.
But another squad that has been able to maybe listen to some of the stuff that we've been talking about has been none other than AG.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, from earlier we were talking about how well they are holding the south side of each circle, how their group rotation is just keeping them safe. And in the previous round, we saw them in the north. So the same strategy that they were able to pull off. And one thing is, even if you make that adjustment, it's not easy. But good thing that they have good snipers, good information getters, as well as those frontliners who keep those paths safe for them. So the rotation, either way, south or north, east or west, it doesn't matter for AGL.
Well, let's take a look at that overall ranking because we will have only 2 matches left of Group A. Buram, congratulations, you had passed the 200-point mark. I think it's safe to say that all these 4 squads might end up going to the finals unless we see an absolute just crush of emotions, and Team Falcons doing amazing.
Yeah, of course. I mean, seeing
173
how AGAL right now has collected 199 points. We all know that AGAL is one of the strongest when it comes to Southeast Asia, but when it comes to the EWC, this is actually quite a surprise. I mean, Loud, EFOS, you guys better get
173 Booyah, matlab Booyah is like chicken dinner of BGMI.
I mean, even Team Falcons is trying to pick themselves up, even though it's not, maybe it's not working as much as they wanted it to be.
Yeah, and if we
देखो
have a look
देखो
at this,
कितना
like,
difference
so
है,
we're talking about
173
the
है.
AGAL, and their consistency is still shining through Barium United as well. If we look at Loud, like Loud up to about 8 matches had 10.8
मुश्किल है.
elims average.
नहीं
with
होगा, नहीं होगा.
9
दो गेम में नहीं
placement,
होगा, थोड़ा
which is
मुश्किल
probably
है.
our top team that is focusing on those rotations.
बट
So
अपन
it
टॉप
looks
10
like
में है. अपने
that's
को
not
कल
really going to the
बहुत
case
ज्यादा
for them
गैप हो
going
गया.
into
हाँ
these
नहीं
games.
होगा.
So
दो
like you
गेम में
said,
कवर नहीं हो
Loud,
पाएगा गाइस.
gotta
पॉसिबल ही
keep
नहीं है.
your
दो
wits
गेम में
about you
दोनों
because
भूया
Falcons
चाहिए.
are sort of solidifying that path into performing with the
अपने को
elims
दोनों गेम
and
भूया
also
चाहिए
the
और अपने को
placement
चाहिए
points.
कि
So
टॉप
this
की
is
चारों
something
टीमें
where
जल्दी
Loud
मरे.
needs to
थोड़ा
keep on their
मुश्किल है.
toes for.
Now, not only for
क्योंकि
those
टॉप की
top
चारों
4 teams
टीमें
going to
लास्ट
the
तक
finals,
सरवाइव
the
कर जा
bottom
रही है.
2
भगवान
teams
जाने
will
कैसे.
end up going home. With those 2 games left, I see Demon Sprite finally being able to climb up. They're 9 points away from Titan and Paradox as well. Possibly, we could see another shift here on the leaderboard, Neptune.
We'll have to fight. Let's see though, because even against AGAL, they're struggling. Earlier, I thought that Titan Esports Club will be able to bring a fight against AGAL, but with Katush, the only one remaining in this point, on 1 point in that game, it was hard. It was difficult. Even with the Moors, he couldn't use that stealth bite to get away. He couldn't be stealthy enough to pull away from that engagement.
Yeah, I was just concerned about DP or demons because all I'm seeing is that terrible calls after terrible calls, and it's like it's not even about the bad strategy; it's positioning as well. So I'm really racking my brain to like, how can we help them? How can we make them feel more comfortable? And
बस हम टॉप 10 है वही बढ़िया है. हाँ अभी के लिए एक चीज बढ़िया है कि हम लोग टॉप 10 हैं.
Some of those teams that were supposed to be listening to us aren't listening to us, and the ones that are currently secure in the finals, for some reason, they're listening to us.
अभी गोल्ड लाइन यार मैं आपके सामने बैठी हूँ, मेरे को कैसे पता होगा.
We're talking about positionings with what AG has been able to do. Loud, I feel like this
टॉप
top
4 तो नहीं होगा राइट.
using this last couple of games to try something different because
टॉप 4 नहीं होगा but at least अपने को हाँ.
Yeah, I mean they took the position.
अपने को थोड़ा कॉन्फिडेंस आ जाएगा सर्वाइवल स्टेज के लिए.
Outside of the circle, so it's a good strategy as well. Like halfway through.
But सर्वाइवल स्टेज में ना 10 टीम है, 10 में से टॉप 4 आना है.
You will be anticipated.
सर्वाइवल स्टेज मुश्किल होने वाला है.
You will have to switch it up. You have to change your approach. Otherwise, you'll be targeted so much. And you did mention how critical it is for the top 4 for them to get in the top 4 and secure it.
Yeah, you can't sit in that top 4 and be like, oh, you know, my job is done here, because there are people tailing on you that also want that position as well. I mean, no one wants to go to the survival stage. They don't want to have to fight again. So this is where these next couple of games are going to be incredibly crucial for these teams. And, you know, we have been touching on, I think Barium United, you're kind of safe. Like, that is an exceptional lead for them. But, I mean, mid-range of this leaderboard need to be able to be a little bit more cohesive and get those placement points on top of getting eliminations. Because, yeah, cool, you can make it into that final circle, but everybody else wants that same kind of action too. Yeah. So we need to see obviously exceptional eliminations right at the start and a little bit more strategy to push themselves into that final zone and be able to secure a spot there.
Yeah, I mean, there's still 3 places up for grabs, right? So it's everyone's game. I think it is time for us to see what's going to happen next.
मैंने already Pirate कल देख लिया था EWC का.
We were able to bless some teams, wondering if they were going to be able to get 3 booyahs. We have 2 squads now with 2 booyahs apiece. So
उसमें भी टॉप 4 आना है. Yes, उसमें भी 12 टीम है हर ग्रुप से 5 to 10. Yes.
I am pretty sure at this point of time that anything
उसमें भी
is
वही है
possible,
यार.
and I'm
उसमें भी
looking
टॉप
forward to see
4 आना है.
AGL
वो
can get
थोड़ा
the
सा
third,
देखना
maybe
पड़ेगा
TAG,
क्योंकि
but I
उसमें
gotta
बहुत सारी
say,
टीम अच्छी होंगी.
spicy words from
ऐसा
Nix,
नहीं
from
होगा.
Lau, and Conchita's takes have been getting harder and
कल
harder.
भगवान से टॉप 10 के लिए बोल रहा था, आज भगवान से टॉप 4 के लिए भगवान भी लाइक शर्म कर ले. ब्रो कल बोलोगे आप भगवान से.
Exactly, at this point none of the things that happened yesterday in terms of points, in terms of how storylines were built, are all broken down as we see the flight path. This time at least a tad bit better compared to the previous game that we ended at Purgatory. But yes, a great end for Team Apex Gaming in India.
I did not understand
And now
क्या
another opportunity
चल
for
रहा है.
AGL to get their 3rd here, and again like how.
ओके जिसको समझ नहीं आ रहा मैं एक बेसिक सा आपको समझा देती हूँ, ठीक है. अभी बार बार मत पूछना. आपको एक फॉर्मेट बता देती हूँ. 2 ग्रुप है, ग्रुप ए एंड ग्रुप बी, ठीक है. इतना तो समझ आ रहा है. 2 ग्रुप है, ग्रुप ए एंड ग्रुप बी. ग्रुप ए में 12 टीम्स है, ग्रुप बी में ले शोटो ने पहला किल मार दिया है यार. शोटो भाई क्या खेलते हो. ओके ग्रुप ए में 12 टीम्स है, ग्रुप बी में 12 टीम्स है. 12 टीम्स टोटल खेलने वाली है 12 मैचेस. 12 मैच हर ग्रुप के 12 मैचेस है, ठीक है. मतलब एक ग्रुप के हर टीम 12 मैचेस खेलेगी. सो ग्रुप ए में जो 12 टीम्स हैं उनमें से आपको टॉप 4 आना है. अगर आप टॉप 4 आए तो आप डायरेक्ट फाइनल्स में जाओगे, जो कि 18th को होगा. बट अगर आप टॉप 4 नहीं आए, आप 5th से लेके 10th के बीच में आए, तो आपको सर्वाइवल स्टेज खेलना पड़ेगा जो होंगी. ठीक है. और नीचे की जो 11th और 12th टीम होगी, लास्ट की 2 टीमें, वो सीधा एलिमिनेट होंगी. सो अभी ग्रुप ए से 5 टीमें निकली सर्वाइवल स्टेज के लिए, जो 5th से 10th की पोजीशन में आई. ग्रुप बी से जो सर्वाइवल स्टेज के लिए निकली 5th से 10th पोजीशन में आई, वो 10 टीमों का दोबारा से कल सर्वाइवल स्टेज होगा. 12 मैचेस होंगे. उन 12 मैचेस में से आपको टॉप 4 आना है. अब आप क्या होगा, ग्रुप ए में से जो टॉप 4 टीम आई है वो फाइनल्स चली गई. ग्रुप बी में से जो टॉप 4 आई है वो फाइनल्स चली गई. अब सर्वाइवल स्टेज में से जो 4 टीम्स आएंगी 10 में से, वो फाइनल्स जाएंगी कल परसों. और परसों फिर 12 बंदों का फाइनल्स होगा. समझ गए? अब इजी पीजी. ठीक है. अभी मत पूछना 10 बार और, थक गई बता के यार तुम्हें फॉर्मेट.
Vanquish.
Match number 11.
मेरे को एंजॉय नहीं करने दिया. छोटो भाई ने पहला किल मारा.
Happy, however, tag not yet because Wolvin just got taken down by Loud.
BZP Loud
and the team's very first elimination. And Sahil Jad in a complete different direction.
Match पर ध्यान दो अभी वही यार.
Because this start was not great for them. They were unable to replicate what they just did in the previous game. And I don't know how, right? One game they got a booyah, did not make the best in the second, and then coming back to the next again, another booyah. A little back and forth happening here from Team Apex Gaming.
Yeah, we actually have a terminology for that. It's called the RRQ experience.
Top 12 matches नहीं है, 12 teams के 10
You know it's true. You know it's true, Conchita. I love you a lot. But I gotta say, after match number 10, we already see the clear hierarchy, right? Top 4 confirmed. Even if Falcons go on a miracle run to do it in 2 matches, highly unlikely.
Sorry,
so
12 team के 10 matches है survival stage में. Yes, my bad. मैंने ऊपर नीचे कर दिया. मैं इतना समझाने में खो गई. Yes, 12 team के 10 matches है. 10 matches में से top, like 12 team में से top 4 आना है. आप देख लो.
But getting the game going is going to be due. Elimination, damage, all being done. Aim God now taken down by Titan Esports Club. That was one of the players, but there's still a challenge coming in. Ray, he gets taken down. Titan Esports Club, they get challenged by Aurora. And look at the Axel's position.
12 team में से top 4 आना है भाई.
Aurora taking this as an advantage. And Titan Esports Club, all they want is making sure they secure their survival stage chances. And a challenge coming in from Azriel is good to deliver one, but then the entire trail of Aurora follows through. And Titan Esports Club, they lose their players one after another, and it's only up to Kutush, and Kutush has always been the savior for this team.
Forced to slow the pace down. Not really close to his team, but the dynamic clear from top player confirms the absence of anyone there, so he can't get the revive going. Nameless and Cypher linked up. Shoto, great snipe on the trap. Kutush with the full revival there, TAG.
टीम में से एक तो खेलेगी फाइनल होपफुली यार. मैं भी यही चाहती हूँ एक टीम तो जाए यार.
So the sniper of AGL will need to be brought back, and that's will be the case. As Loud makes that rotation, BZB wants to push the envelope.
Loud, they are in the top 4, and as you said, they're just making sure they seal the deal with match 11 and match 12 on board. AGAL trying to get closer to their booyahs so that they can cascade in the champion rush. But right as now, Aurora, they're biting their chances, trying to get better, and they're picking on DRS one after another.
Aurora fight ले रही है because Aurora
not
को
even
top
giving them
10
a
में
chance to
finish
breathe over
करना
there
है.
or even counteract.
Wait a minute.
And look at that, instantly they go for a hit list and goes to Loud's Gosha.
Aurora has 16 eliminations.
What?
What?
Yeah.
How much has happened?
That happened.
Wow.
Aurora ne
Where did that happen?
16 eliminations.
We'll see in the replays.
Yeah, we looked away. We looked away for just a little bit.
Yeah.
You see that, Neptune? Thanks for not mentioning Aurora.
And Aurora, big
अबे
picks.
कितना
They did
fight
trouble.
ले रही है Aurora.
Titan Esports Club. Those are some of the eliminations that they managed to get.
17
And right as
kills.
now, being troubled is going to be Paradox. Falcons in the meantime,
Aurora
they are
पागल हो
trying
गई
to go
है.
in
ये
for a
game में
challenge.
पागल हो गई है
They're being
Aurora.
used to force on fire, not getting closer. Fire battling with fire, using a chrono, but not for long. And Zuez puts him down, and another back coming in. Aurora, 18 eliminations. It looks like Aurora are taking this chance as the top teams have decided to silence themselves, at least here on Nextera. Aurora are going all out. Another challenge, and Limit X7's positions compromised. Riptide defense not great. Azriel tried to jump closer. Unfortunately, the landing was not that great, but what can Limit do? He's stuck in a very hard spot, surrounded by the entirety of Aurora.
Unfortunately,
हिंदी वाला देखो और भी मजा आएगा यार. नहीं यार, मेरी चैट में सबको इंग्लिश देखना था, थोड़ा अच्छा लग रहा है. फाइट ले भी रही है, पता नहीं भाई. फाइट ले भी रही है, जीत भी रही है, वही ना, पता ही नहीं चल रहा मेरे को तो 2 सेकंड. ओह, TG सर्कल में ऐसे कर
Limit from the area. They get such a stronghold in that area around Zipway. I think the best part of Aurora right now, again, chances of making it in the top 4 pretty much unlikely, but they could cement the position to one of the generation record run. Remember, so far today, the most elimination a team has gotten for themselves is 20. Aurora is at 19, 18, 19, so they're already looking to break a record.
This is around the 7-minute mark,
right?
Not at the end of the game. So Aurora, in a brilliant run, for the time being, even EVO's trying to stretch that towards 10 of their own elimination. Tag, they find Kutasho there.
Nice one, Wolvin ne diya.
Seems like the elimination feed slowly, right now, lighting up one after another. AGAL picking off the last player of Paradox, and that is Sneaky out. And Paradox, just like Demon's Pride, their chances are looking bleak.
Really falling out of their hands. Some hit scratches there from Paradox. The only thing that they could hope for right now is for TEC to be next. Then they will have a chance to bring it back. Maybe for Demon's Pride, it's going to be an easier journey, but for Paradox, it's a 20-point gap. And a lot of hope that TEC don't make it this round and the next.
It's going to be a difficult one to kind of look forward to teams fall and their own uprising, and especially with only one game to go after this. But on the other end, Loud, they have a challenge. That's going to be DRS. They thought they were ahead of the game, but BCP, he was quickly surprised by DRS. But the challenge not yet done. Gosha was there.
अरे भाई Aurora क्या पूरे मैप में
20 eliminations on the clock. Not yet 10 minutes. And Azriel going in for a chase. Pratik, he will be taken down by Azriel. Stroix.
भाई ये पागल हो गए हैं क्या कुछ?
And Aurora not yet seen, but finally it's going to be the Axel. And DRS
भाई पागल हो गए क्या?
However, Aurora roaring in this game.
A slight smirk from Axel's face. He knows that the magic is being performed here. They might even set a record for the highest elimination count in a round if this continues. They add a Booyah on top of that. It might be the record for the most points in a single round.
Aurora is fire. कहाँ था ये fire अभी तक?
Set by Aurora. Missing 4 years from the international stage.
भाई ये fire अभी तक कहाँ था फिर?
They win a trophy in the end. There is going to be them inscribed in the history books by the end of this one.
Yeah, to do it at the Esports World Cup, to break records is not at all easy.
They are
Titan
going
Esports Club,
crazy.
their journey started today in recovery, and somehow they are above the chopping block for the time being, and especially maybe a blessing in disguise that both Demons Pride and Paradox are out. So get the defense even bigger. That's what they have to act here at Deca Square. Right close to them, they have Team Apex Gaming to be worried about.
Best part is that with DRS being wiped out by Aurora, Titan Esports Club have a better chance now to ascend in the rankings. And not to mention, booting Paradox down to the last spot. Race of hope.
Pushing on TC is gonna be tough for TAG. It's okay भाई, it's okay. अभी उनका momentum बना हुआ है. Let them be. उनका momentum बना हुआ है तो I think वो कर लेंगे अगर होगा तो अच्छा से निकाल लेंगे.
Or to move forward, potentially bump into Falcons. BRU making the rotation over the boxing gym. Launchpad will be used. This is going to be quite the rotation straight in. Stealth bites by Rasha. Going ahead. And guess who lays ahead? It's Aurora.
He might have the stealth bites and might be in call for the time being, but right in front of Aurora. The only two teams right as now here in Nextera having double digits. Aurora and EVOS both next to each other, and it seems like EVOS do not want any fight of this. They're back off the
Aurora के पास
compound.
खोने के लिए कुछ नहीं ना, survival में ही जा रहे हैं इसलिए अच्छा खेल रहे हैं. ये भी है.
Do they continue this action? It seems like they're not yet, but that was a warning shot coming in from EVOS.
Yep, indeed, Rasha. Always the consistent figure in the
वही
team.
है कि
Even in the
अरोरा के
darkest day
पास
of
वैसे भी वो
EVOS,
सर्वाइवल
Rasha
स्टेज में जा रहे हैं
is
तो
the
उनके पास
beacon of
खोने के लिए
hope
कुछ
that
है
you
नहीं तो
can
they are like
lean your shoulder
let it
upon.
be. But बहुत अच्छा खेल रहे हैं यार.
Even
अचानक से
yesterday we
पागल
look
हो
back
गई.
at EVO's track record, right?
Yeah.
Rasha is the one that enables everything. He's the one that lights the fuse and gives EVO's the second wind. Survivor and Dominator all packaged
थोड़े
into
शांत हो गए
one.
लोग. Fight नहीं ले रहे.
It's going to be quite the standstill between them and Aurora. Maybe BRU will break the ice. They now make the presence into the circle.
Every team getting closer, inching against everybody. 4 points for eliminations to be above and surviving, afloat. And I think right as in at least in next era, every team is safe and sound. Whether it be the top 4, the middle order, because the chopping block teams are already out. They are under threat of elimination.
It almost seems like they've already been placed at the guillotine here.
Yeah.
At the EWC's terms, the Crusher.
This is silence. Just
अभी
before
कोई fight नहीं ले रहा अभी.
complete
अभी ये
cascade
next
of an
इसके
action
बाद
breaks
होगा.
out.
Yep.
Zones closing in. Falcons.
TAG
a very
survival
big
जाएगी,
spread
yes.
right at
TAG
Deca Square.
survival में जाएगी,
But
survival
with the
stage में.
binoculars being used,
Where is
it gives
TAG?
an
TAG
idea
is
of
on
a
7th.
totality of the number of teams there.
TAG on 7th,
Either
I
it
guess,
came
yeah.
from Tag or it could be Titan. So it showed that there are 2 different teams holding in the major compound at the center of Deca Square.
Yeah. Lau now makes their move.
Oh my God,
Hits
Lau
the
to
timing
the
just right. With the circle centered around Aurora.
सीधा circle के center
Najat takes out
में.
BZP rotation. Lau has no
आते.
way to retrieve him. Rasha from the back one. Backside takes out Trap as well. Dual walls have to be used, but even for Guaksha, didn't really have much window to keep his team up. Evo's now being the difference maker. And that gives Aurora even more time to set up. TEC will have to move. But then this Falcons lying in wait on fire. Shows it head!
Oh!
And there's a bait and switch with Limit following up.
It was
Blazes
a
popped up
bait!
and instantly, as you said,
That
the
bait
setup
was
coming in from Limit
crazy.
and now Titan Esports Club. They wanted to create a difference in the
भाई
number of
क्या
points they
bait
have.
किया है
And
वो?
Falcons have them surrounded. But on the other end, it is Team Apex Gaming. They decide to jump in, put Limit itself down, but Kiroro acts quickly. Volvin and Katie got her down. Sahil Jad trying to recover this. Shoto has to do something brilliant right as now. Falcons have him surrounded, cornered, zones closing, and Shoto is in deep troubles. However, there's a close vending machine, and Sahil Jad with Shoto will be able to get one of their players back up.
And this could be an opportunity for TEC to take advantage of. Get a couple of knocks down, whittle down the members of Falcons and give themselves a chance to move on forward. Have
Nice, 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 Falcon.
And they will have
ऐसे
to
मारो
get
उनको,
that revive going again.
ताकि revive दे पाए.
Every single second.
Let's go!
spent
Wolverine को
rotating
revive
is
दे
going to
दिया
be
उसने.
detrimental. BRU.
But अपन
Up
के
with the monster truck.
अपन का यार
There is
Aegis
going to be pressure.
चला
Aurora.
गया.
They gotta receive this hit. Can they overcome BRU? As they crash through, hops on top of the roof. Falcons wipes out the members of AGAL.
AGL going out, Aurora have a chance to make the biggest record here at EWC 26 in Free Fire. 22 eliminations, they died down after that 8-minute mark we were talking about.
Zone में आना था यार, zone का
Talking
BT
about
हो
chances
गया,
dying out,
zone
Team
का,
Apex
zone
Gaming
का.
here in next era, they lose their chance out. However,
Zone की वजह
still
से-
chances for Titan Esports Club to rake up points, but they're under the axe of the Axel. And Zue is also helping out, and
Aurora
that is
पागल
going
हो
to
गई
end for
है.
Titan Esports Club. 24 in total eliminations coming in from Aurora. Buriram know this is happening, but that's happening right below them. Is there a change?
BRU might be the only person that can, the only team that can stop this carnage from the Malaysians. Of course, with Azrael leading the charge as well. Axel onto Limit this time.
God, what is
Aurora
happening?
not overheating this time. Get high. Removed from the equation. The clutch factor of BRU no longer in the conversation. And Aurora, new surge of confidence, newfound hope, now takes on BRU, and they are on top of the roof.
चलो
A fight
survival
between
में अब
Loud
हाँ.
as well as Evos. But Evos, they have the numbers. Loud don't have it. Riptide Rhythm coming in, trying to fend it off, but it goes towards Aurora. The Axel's down, but they are quickly recovering. That's the best part, as you said, they are not overheating. Jun, he stepped out, quickly spotted multiple players and backed out. On the other end, Limit taking an advantage and Buriram out in the open. Buriram thought they're going to be ahead of the circle. The zone shifting, they wanted to take an advantage of it. It did not work in their favor. Aurora on the other end, back into the compound, pummeling bullets towards Falcons as they did trouble Buriram.
अरोरा का आ रहा है भूया ये. जिस हिसाब से इनका performance हो रहा है यार.
25 and counting. Make it 26. Astro with his 7th. Side by
Aurora
side
का
with
for
June.
sure booyah
They make it to
है.
the high ground, and now Evos is going to be the next on that hit list.
जिस
They
हिसाब से ये
eliminate
लोग
BRU with the
वो
help
रखे
of
ना
Falcons.
बिल्कुल.
Down to just 4. Aurora and Evos have the best odds with the full squad left alive, as Loud also ends their journey in this match. Kororo all alone. It's going to be the neighbor derby here. Aurora ever so confident.
And the final fight breaking out at Boxing Gym.
भाई एक्सेल की पोजीशन देखो.
And the gloves are going to be let loose. Evos, the defending champions. Aurora, the first time in the making.
इनको पोजीशंस पता लगे.
Breaking a record if possible. Evos have to set themselves up. Like how we've seen Aurora, they have their elimination spread across all the 4 players, 6, 7, all of that has been seen, but we saw Evos themselves at the early, looking cool, calm-headed, with fun in their name, with 6, 7 already being done by Russia. But can they actually pull off something like that against Aurora, who are looking like the Goliaths in this game?
Start to eliminate the external factors. As Evos, they take the challenge head on. You know they never shy away.
Oh my god, he's अंदर ही नहीं आने दे
off angle as Evos barricades themselves in its compound, but the circle is going to force certain movements. Suez still preoccupied by Kororo. He needs
भाई
to
अरोरा
be
का है
removed.
ये प्रेशर नहीं है तो ऐसे ही खेलेंगे अब.
This is the plan. Aurora do not
भाई.
want to give the chance for Evos to step out until Kororo is removed. Because they do not want somebody trying to pepper them out without intent. And now with him going out, Falcons out, it is going to be a fair 4v4 battle. But the best possibility for Aurora
भाई
is they
कहाँ
have
चढ़ा
cornered
हुआ
them.
है
They've closed out
एक्सेल.
every opening on Evos.
There's a chance for a 43-point round right now for Aurora. A record never seen from a Malaysian team.
They won't expect. I mean
Last we
sound तो
saw
आ गया होगा
was
उनको अब
42
तक.
points last year by Falcons. Aurora have a chance to make it 43. And how cool is that on EWC a year apart?
अरोरा निकाल रही है भाई जिस हिसाब से वो हो रही है ना अभी पागल. ये आ रहा है भूया उनका ही है ये. इनसे ये
Neither
भूया
of
कोई
these
नहीं
teams
छीन
have the best
सकता.
of the circle.
कोई
They're at
नहीं
the
छीन
edge of it. They're
सकता.
at the center of it.
एक्सेल
It
को
will
देखो
come
भाई
down to a battle,
एक्सेल.
but look at Aurora using all their glue walls, making sure Evos does not head out. They're hoping that this zone shrinks in their favor.
Oh my
They're
goodness.
waiting for an opportunity. Evos also not trying to rush out. Might come down to just their HP.
HP game होने वाला है क्या?
Ezreal, not able to
Oh
sneak
my
in.
goodness.
It's gonna be so close. Axo is gonna be their lifeline. Rasha finding a knock. Here
my
he
God,
comes.
he'll
Evos on
fight.
the hunt. Ezreal with the knockdown here. But the lifeline is on top of the roof. Is Aurora. All hopes on the Axo. Can he outlast the odds? Aim God.
Oh my
down by the
God,
Axo,
it's a
determined to
heal
back himself
fight.
up. It's him and Apex. Who is gonna outlast the system? Axo.
Oh my
And Evos is the one that
God.
comes out on top.
That was
They
epic.
hold off the zone,
Aurora made a
helping
mistake by
them out.
blocking. Yeah.
Aurora,
नहीं ज़्यादा
they
इन्हें
should kept
क्या
an
बोलते
aggression
हैं?
going
He
on
was
and they could
ने
have
break
got
किया
a
होता और
record.
ज़्यादा. अरे
But what a booyah coming in
भाई.
from Evos, holding it off. We saw the fight could have broken out very early on. Russia instantly shut down
Oh
Aurora,
my
saying do not take that fight against
God.
us. And in boxing, Jane, we did look forward to the bell, but it was in favor for
मैंने
Evos.
actually guys expect नहीं किया था कि मेरे को एक heal fight देखने को मिलेगी end में. I was not expecting this.
Almost close to 40
I thought
points.
Aurora जिस form में है
A
उससे
scoreline
fight लेके
that
जाएगी.
Any team would dream of.
Yeah.
Again, we said highly unlikely that top 4 standings will change, but this has at least kept Aurora in the game. And even for Evos, they know what the plan of Aurora was. They were prepped to play that healing game. What an impressive
Great
round,
healing battle
honestly,
by
from
Evos.
the
True
Malaysian team.
भाई क्या healing battle था. I
think
was not expecting. Oh,
It is
he's
something
crying.
that, you know, we
Is he
saw
crying?
back in the SCA, back in spring. The good games of Aurora are the games that they are willing to make these moves and take on the fight, and god damn, they did it well.
Yeah, I wish for this fight to break out in their favor. They should have gone for it a little ahead.
I
But
agree.
yeah, there was
पहले
even
ही कर
electric
ले.
therapy being
Oh,
used by
Aurora ने
Evos.
block
That
कर
also
दिया
helped out
वो.
Apex over there.
Yeah,
And that's what
इनको
we talk about,
पहले ही
these
कर लेना
minute
चाहिए.
things, you having the skills ready for those final battles. It helped out Evos over there. Aurora otherwise maybe could have had their own big one. Let's hear them.
I was ready for a bloodbath,
अरे
honestly.
यार,
I was so ready.
आप देख सकते हो अनाउंसमेंट अभी देखिए कि कहते हैं अभी ब्रेक मिलेगा इसके बाद पूरा आधे घंटे का ब्रेक होगा तब देख लेंगे आज अभी मैंने देखा ना कल आधे घंटे का ब्रेक दे दिया था बट आज 5-5 मिनट का भी नहीं दे रहे हैं
It has not been hectic at all. And in this bed we saw Cons, they're like, hey, we understand what Aurora are trying to do. Let's do the same thing. It worked out for EVOS.
Yeah, I mean, you didn't even see EVOS trying to force their way out.
They're
from
sponsored
the
by Doritos,
I guess we chill.
Pop Mart.
I guess we chill and then we try to...
We 6-7.
We 6-7, right?
Go
and it's because 6-7, Game 6 is coming up. But of course, before we get to that, we gotta see
भाई इनका
what's going
कोच
on
तो कितना
the rest of
जवान लग रहा है.
PWC.
What is this? Are these coaches? सर्वाइवल स्टेज में हम लोग को अरोरा और फैल्कन्स को झेलना पड़ेगा. अरोरा और फैल्कन्स और अभी जो दूसरे ग्रुप से स्टेज से आएंगी वो उनको भी झेलना है, उनको भी करना पड़ेगा. ग्रुप 2 से भी तो आएंगी, ये भी तो सोचो.
Yes, so it's easy. I will push the start button and you will have 5 seconds to prepare and it will start falling down. You'll have to catch them all, so there are 10 in total. And once you catch one, you can drop it on the floor.
Wow, this game is going to be very hard. It's about flexible testing. Okay, let's see if I can do it or not.
Bye.
Well, at least I got 2. I think it's a good game to testing your flexible. And of course, my hat is falling off, but this one is pretty fun for exercise. Let's move to the next one.
Yay! What is this?
From that last map, I mean, ending it with a healing game and a record almost broken. Can you believe this, AJ?
I can definitely believe it.
वो record कौन सा break होने वाला था, guys? कितने highest kill का? Chart वाले बताओ जरा.
Falcons themselves, right? Massive game for Aurora, but that's exactly what you want to show the Malaysian fans out there, that you're not just here to fill a slot, that you're here to go all the way to the grand finals, and because of Champion Rush, maybe even run away with it.
Elimination it's anyone's game because today has been crazy.
Yeah.
We started off the day with Booyahs from TAG and they had 2 of them despite struggling yesterday and AGAL still rampaging and finally clinching in that Booyahs as well.
Absolutely, it's just Chuck Day India all day long. This is the moment for Team Apex Gaming to rise up to the occasion. They clearly knew it. Yesterday was a warm-up day for them, right? I wasn't too concerned about them at all because we've seen the way India plays and it is all about the patience. It's all about reading and understanding the rotations of the other teams and then going in for the strike when you truly need to do so. And today is the day. Perhaps they might not get the early access into the grand finals, but what they will most definitely do is not get relegated today. Down at the bottom, Paradox as well as Demon Sprite, they are the ones who are in a little trouble.
Yeah, it's looking really scary for them as well, especially as you know it is elimination day after all. You do not want to get dropped today. You either want to be at the very top all the way to finals or you want to at least survive for survival stage.
Absolutely, and obviously you want to get
Guys,
in there
बताओ ना मेरे को बताओ ना please chat में जो है जो देखते हैं record क्या है record कितने यूज़ का है
go through that also gives you a little bit of extra warm-up before you play the grand finals. But obviously the Super Titans want to get in there early, and Southeast Asia, as expected, finding dominance there. Now the surprising thing is Loud, even without a dominant run today, are still in the top 4.
Yeah, they still are. They're still farming. They're still going crazy right now, and I am very excited to see what will be happening. So, after this,
After this, we've got the final game. It's the final showdown. It is the final opportunity for the two teams down at the bottom. The ones they are chasing, though, is from Bangladesh, TEC. Now, they've done good enough so far to stay clear of that bottom spots.
Those nice
two bottom
games,
spots, but
yeah.
they're a little bit too close to being uncomfortable in the competition. This is that round. I'm expecting them to make a breakout run.
Yeah, it's really scary to think about it. But again, anything can happen. We've seen records almost broken as well. And I think that after this, before we go, I mean, again, it's the final game before we go into the second series of the day, right? So in your opinion, what do you want to see on the final map?
I want to see the underdogs rise up to the occasion, even though Demon's Pride, as well as, you know, the ones who are closest to them, are not going to find a way to maybe get the booyah at the end of the day. They still need to try. They still need to throw out a lot of points as much as possible. So if possible, get to that final circle before finding your eliminations.
I also agree. I want to see the battle of the underdogs, but who else better to tell us what will be happening in the last match? Other casters, we have Lucifer and also Husky.
Lucifer and
damn
also
right, Tash and
Husky.
AJ. Last match of Group A. And we are about to see some dreams get crushed in this brutal reality of an international competition. Paradox Gaming down at the bottom, followed by Demon's Pride in 11th place. But there is still hope. Even a slight glimmer is what might make the difference.
Let's
for
go, guys.
these two
Like
teams.
the stream.
We saw
फटाफट से like कर दो
TEC, they
यार.
ran away with the previous map thanks to a bit of intervention. Paradox Gaming have a mountain to climb to even make it to 10th spot. But for Demon's Pride, for the
थोड़ा
Pride
like
of
fight कर
Pakistan,
दो guys.
that
Like fight
journey
कर दो stream
might
को.
be slightly extended if they just get a good round.
It needs to be the greatest of rounds for both Paradox and Demon's Pride, as this is the last game for
of
Group
the
A,
Group
match
A.
number 12. And it starts now with Paradox already taking a dive towards Moat House, but they have trouble. That's going to be DRS, not the great journey as they dive out very first. Sneaky, however, has taken a dive in the other direction, but very close is even Demon's Pride. Both the
Guys,
ones
I can't see
almost
your
at the
chat.
bottom,
Can you
out of the
can
race
you
are
do
very
some
close.
chatting?
This is unfortunate.
Yep, very poetic as well that the last map is Purgatory. And can they survive Purgatory? Pratik making hope look a bit glimmed at L2K. Doing the same. DK needs to be picked back up, but L2K needs to be able to hold the fort so far. Paradox down in numbers. DRS with 2 already.
This is not looking great. Windy, he wants to do something, has a vector on hand, but can he do something brilliant? Skill ready.
KD is surely best sniper as you're internationally.
And he gets taken down with Pratik, the P90.
यार मेरे को ये बताओ ना वो रिकॉर्ड जो कह रहे थे ये लोग टूटने वाला है वो कितने का रिकॉर्ड बनना है कितने का है रिकॉर्ड चैट ये तो बताओ मेरे को ये पूछना है आपको कैसा लड़का पसंद है जो मेरे साथ गेम्स खेले लॉयल हो
The result for sure is elimination.
Not only that, you're also feeding points into the DRS machine.
बाहर जाने का मन ना हो
And that means at least
Cozy
for
game
this
player.
situation, it won't change much. But with Demon's Pride arriving, you gotta make something out of it. Aswa finding out 2K, that makes it even worse for Paradox. Whitney will bring him back. Finally, Sneaky getting the job done. Getting the first for Paradox. A step in the right direction. Strowax will want to find revenge. But Sneaky is doing his absolute best to stay alive. But Strowax pulls out the sight and ends Sneaky's streak. Madara now. It's gonna queue up and see if we can make something happen.
Demon's Pride, they also need points. If it was Paradox and they were battling against them, that would have been extra points. But DRS, they're safe and sound. So battling with DRS could be trouble. And they've looked better so far in the entire journey of the 12 games that we've seen.
Yes, अपनी fight हो रही है अपनी
Hope
fight हो
Demon's
रही
Pride are
है
prepared for it. One thing for sure in the intention of moving towards Moat House is the fight is isolated. Whatever happens,
अपनी
you may
fight
be able to
अरोरा से
recover
ही
it.
हो रही है
But can it work
मारो
out? It
मारो
doesn't.
मारो
Both
इसको अकेले
top
जाने
16
मत देना
and
इसको जाने
Madara,
मत
they
देना
get taken out.
And that does not look good at all.
अरे यार
At least for Demon's Pride and
यार
Paradox,
पीछे
they're
से
still in
किसने
it.
अरे
Still
GD
a
ने
chance,
आके गेम
TAG.
खराब कर दिया
On the other hand, not doing that well. Madara gets brought back. Gun Dynasty watching that top 4 slip away. Now we have to see if they can at
GD
least
ने
end
आके
on a high
गेम
note.
खराब कर दिया यार
Doing like what Aurora did in the previous round. Almost 40 bomb. Shairu getting spotted out by Jun as half his health bar gone.
Aurora, just before this, they had only Jun surviving, but thankfully got the whole team back up. So his life at this point, losing it out is okay. But on the other hand, as you did mention, going out with a bang is something
Shit,
that Gun
yaar.
Dynasty
47.
should
47?
replicate. Because their top
32
chances are
kills
now
का है.
gone.
Oh, that's why they were saying that बहुत close है.
Do
oh,
or say
record
much
break
here
हो
on day
जाता.
2 because the Southeast
Crazy
Asian
भाई,
Brazil,
crazy.
they went all out. And again going in for a battle is going to be EVOS and AGAL. Not yet found an opening. Bullets being exchanged on either end. Dew now gets closer with his sniper.
अपन
Can he
लोग
find
सारे
the
वापस
opening?
आ गए.
Yes, he does. It's going to be Ray getting taken down. Confirmation not yet there. Aim God running right across. Ray's confirmation will follow to Dew. And now Cypher following with A-backs going down. AGAL looking better, but finally taking a hit on Dew. Now it gives a chance for EVOS to get back into the game.
Aim Gods can get surrounded as he revisits that area. The double back for AGAL paid off big time as they picked off the majority of EVOS and forcing them into that revive game. Deal doesn't even go down. None is lost on the side of AGAL as the feed continues to light up with some of the bottom teams. Stroax finding his fourth on the sneaky. Jazzy picked up by Get High.
फिर GD से fight हो रही है
Continue to
अपनी.
develop in a negative way for Demon's Pride and Paradox. TAG needs to find a way to get woven back into action as Azrael also destroyed by Pina.
Do you have any hobbies related to music? I love to sing. Yes.
Falcons.
I love to do art. I love to
At
sing.
Central,
I love to
the
dance. I
UAV
have
to
so
scan,
many
they do not
hobbies,
find
like-
anything. On the other end, Aurora, we spoke about this. After almost a record-breaking performance,
Guys,
this
like the stream.
last
फटाफट
game
से
of
stream like
Purgatory
कर
is
दो
now
यार.
working in
जिसने
their
नहीं करी है
favor.
वो तो like कर दो. जो नहीं क्या हो
Last
गया
time
अभी
it was
कुछ
Jun, this time it's the
Last
Axel.
match चल रहा
On
है
the other end,
group का.
DRS is still hitting on Paradox.
Guys, whoever
Getting extra eliminations from them.
hasn't liked the
Quick on
stream,
the
haven't
revive,
liked.
thankfully had
Like
enough
it.
coins to get the whole squad back up. What is this again? Demon's Pride and Paradox one against each other. And Windy quick on the revive. Madara had the same intention as well. But at the end of it, it's going to be Madara who gets that elimination. And that's going to be a second. But DRS is still close by. If Demon's Pride as well as Paradox keep going at it like this, their chances of making it up will not work out because TEC, they've already picked up 5 eliminations of this game.
With top 16 going down. Again, a reset, a hard reset onto Demon's Prime. Madara would just have to make that rotation. Blade making good on his opportunity. Takes down Wasana in the meantime. Players of Paradox on your screens. Again, it's really tough,
hi,
Sneaky. Losing out again.
Group A ज़्यादा hard है. Group E से
And
कोई
like you
नहीं है. अभी
said,
तो हो
Lucifer, this
जाएगा.
cycle of
Why you
point
anti your
turning.
hair? Please do it again. अरे ऐसे
If it's
यार
not into
थक
the
गई
pockets
थी.
of Paradox and
बार-बार
Demon's Pride,
Yeah,
सही
there's no
करने
chance.
पड़ते थे.
Not sure what the thought was. Maybe they both wanted to go for a drop clash and DRS ended up becoming the surprise. And DRS are getting those extra points at the time being. TEC in the meantime, they are getting their own eliminations. They're already, we saw just before this, at 80 points. So a chase towards them is going to be very difficult for both Demon's Pride and Paradox. And especially they're losing players one after another.
gonna be
Finally, somebody has taken the most eliminations away from Trap, and it's going to be Sci-Fi, and that's what I'm pretty sure every fan of AGL will be happy to see.
Yeah. Russia still in first place.
Yeah.
At least tied up with Cypher. The previous Clash Squad tournament, he actually is the most damaged. The highest damage
Aurora
dealer.
और TAG की
And
होने
no one
वाली है
could get close
fight.
to him.
Aurora
Yeah.
और TAG की
Even
fight
though they
होने
didn't
वाली
win the
है.
whole thing, and that's the craziest part. Wasana actually
then-
getting removed. But now, coming to life, Gun Dynasty, that's exactly what they need.
Maybe the last game, but still, give it your all. A warning to the teams who will make it to the survival stage. That's what Gun Dynasty need to look forward to. Paradox, in the meantime, do get another revive again to their teammates. But driving away their chances are Titan Esports Club from Bangladesh, something that we were looking forward to. When we speak about South Asia, yes, India now looking great, especially after TAG getting 2 booyahs. I'm pretty sure teams from Bangladesh would want to do it because there's Straw Hats in our Group B as well. They've not looked great. At least Titan Esports Club have taken it up a notch.
Yeah. And it could be a source of motivation for Mia Corp too.
Yeah.
And no, it's the first time for South Asia, but they have had a slight taste before this. But for USA, absolute first time. Demon's Pride, unfortunately, the journey might have just ended here at the foothill of VWC 26. All eyes now on TEC and Paradox. 27
मैं
points
मेरे
to
जिगर
tie.
होगा क्या अब तुम्हारा दिल में
The
मेरे
highest
लिए
of
फिक्र
mountains for
होगा कि
Paradox
इस
to
बार वो
climb,
सारे
but
वादे
they're still in it.
निभाओगी
These are the numbers
जो
that we kind of
तोड़ेगी
talk about when teams need to get to champion rush. How
खाओगी
far are
oh
they?
my
How can they deny teams? But right as now, it's about staying alive. And that's going to be an even tougher task to dabble and work around. And
क्या
again,
पढ़ लिया
Paradox,
मेरी आंखों
they have
में?
a long statement to do if they have to put up a performance like this. Because we've not seen so far, 11 games they've played, we've not seen them pull off a double-digit game.
Yeah, it would be a lot more reassuring if TC didn't also have 8 eliminations under the belt.
Yeah.
The break even. And that is going to only make things harder as more teams get removed. Shox taken out by BZP. It's a good time to kind of lay it out on the table as well. This last round, a lot of what's happening is inconsequential if it doesn't directly affect Paradox.
मैं तो कह रही हूँ TAG GD के ऊपर आ जाए यार ये मैच में बूया निकाल दे एक और
They are either surrounded by
एक और
DRS
बूया
or
टच
being
वुड
challenged by somebody else.
Yep.
This time
हाय
at least
डॉबी दी
they've
हाय
fended off
गाइस
DRS.
जिससे
It's
भी
only
जो
gonna
भी
be
स्ट्रीम
Pratik
में
and
आए हो
then
और
instantly
अभी
surrounded.
तक आप लोगों ने
Nice.
स्ट्रीम
Quick
लाइक
on
नहीं
the
करी है
take,
प्लीज
it's gonna
लाइक
be
कर दो
sneaky
यार
happy on that
1.1
elimination
के
is
करा
also
दो
gonna be Paradox. But
जल्दी
they're
से
not out of elimination. Loud is getting closer at that ski lodge's end. Forge is above. Can they forge their very own key that
दीदी आपने
stays
बोला था
alive?
भाई
At
अभी
this
हम
point,
we
it
are
looks
planning to
tougher
come
than
to
ever.
Goa let's
And
see
remember,
if that is
with the
gonna
elimination,
work
they
and
tie
then
up with
वहाँ पे हम कर सकते हैं
TC again.
Yeah.
27 points. The count starts here.
गाइस जिसने नहीं करा है लाइक कर दो
Enough
स्ट्रीम को
bodies to
लाइक
go
करके
through.
ही जाना जहाँ
With
जाओगे
the right placement points.
Not the best challenge right they have. DRS, they somehow were able to fend off. You can see Takuri did get the whole squad back, but look at Love. This is how they challenge, going directly in. And Trap puts the player from Paradox down. Now Windy,
Oh,
he spots them from
Loud.
afar. Thankfully,
Stop.
none of the players from Paradox were close by. And Loud did just get one and tried to back off, but now Nyx has spotted them. That will instantly tell Loud to go for the next fight.
Yeah, forget about a hit and run. How about hit you straight? Again, Paradox sent on the run again. You look at the radar, Paradox actually have a good spot to not only get the revive, but reset again. But for Loud, they've already cemented their 4th spot. Really doesn't matter how this round turns out. Falcons,
solar
impossible
system.
to
Wow,
make it to Grand
okay.
Finals. Will have to play for survival. Gun Dynasty continues to make a statement on the feed as well, taking out Pratik. Spinell is the one that breathes life into the team. BRU as well, finding a recovery. It's Gun Dynasty under the lightning zone, challenged by AJL and deal best Spinell.
Two shots looking for the second on David, but Cypher was
my
close by.
God,
As
that
David
was a
goes down,
good
even
shot.
Vega gets taken.
यार जीडी को मारोगी तो अपने चांसेस ऊपर आने के होंगे एटलीस्ट अगर जीडी मरेगी तो अपने चांसेस थोड़े ऊपर होंगे आने के 7 से 6 पे आ सकते हैं मारो अरे यार फिर रिवाइव हो गए नेवर माइंड रिकॉल हो गए
Trap getting confirmed. Cypher puts BZP down. Now Nick gets closer to Dew in that CQC. It's going to be Nick delivering for Loud.
He did say that only Brazil will prevail, but unfortunately AGL will remind him that the true kings so far are still the ties, and Loud will have to take a bow now. Guaksha brings Trap back in. Another reset for Aurora, blowing all of that steam in the previous game, and now sitting at no eliminations and a rough round ahead of them. Only one remaining survivor. Paradox back in action. BRU right in front of them. The Paradox can get through this hurdle. Gotta start with TAG.
Which is the best fight for Paradox to pick? At this point, none. But they have to. If they want their chances at Esports World Cup 26, go to the survival stage right here in Paris.
Come on, Shoto.
And Tag right now closed off.
What?
Dash coming through. Windy has to find the opening, but it's going to be Shoto to turn it around, denying Paradox an opportunity. However, KD has been exchanged. That confirmation will not go through. Oh, they do actually. And Shoto trades it off with one of his own.
भाई शोटो ने आज 3 बंदे
But bailed out by Windy with his life, with his dying breath. Denrique now with the challenge.
Come on, let's go, Shoto, yeah.
Paradox down to 2 on the last legs. In front of TAG. L2K now removed.
अरे यार ब्रू भी आ गए इसी टाइम आना था क्या अरे यार क्यों यार ब्रू यार भागो यार
And that is all she wrote. Paradox Gaming briefs Dallas in Paris.
They held that fight for far too long, holding it out here. And
wow, sure too.
So they also need to decide to pick it up. And looking at the best spot is
यार ब्रू को नहीं आना था यार इस टाइम पे
यार. In the meantime, as Paradox has gone out, the troubles for Titan Esports Club have vanished. They did lose a player, but I'm pretty sure the threat of somebody else taking up a lot of points is not something that
क्या खेला है यार TG यार.
A nice hit coming in from Ray, denying Aurora and eliminating them. Evos. They
oh my god, thank you for the 5 jewels. Arey yaar.
That's going to be loud. That's going to be Buriram along with close by Team Apex Gaming. They're trying to time this perfectly. He's behind all the enemies who've already made it inside the circle.
Guys, like the stream. फटाफट से whoever new. फटाफट like कर दो.
That they still have points and they qualify, make it to the survival stage at least.
Yep, they've done just enough.
ब्रू यार हमें छोड़. अबे यार ब्रू भाई, GD भाई उनसे फाइट ले लो यार. बगल में ब्रू है तुम्हारे.
There's no more consequences to whatever happens. But it'd be nice to get the booyah.
प्रिया यू से फाइट ले लो यार. तुमको GD को भाई को अपने से फाइट लेनी है यार.
18 eliminations.
They've gone big. Gun Dynasty now in a cluster though.
अबे कितनी teams आ गई हैं?
So for his survival, it looks not that great.
He
should be picked up very soon.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 teams.
Buriram made the entry, but Buriram now they have an attention to pay to somebody else.
GD,
that's going to be Gun Dynasty, but Gun Dynasty before giving them any heat, they want to take a fight against Team Apex Gaming. They've closed all the fronts. Just like how an entry was done by Paradox, no other team is getting an allowance like that, and now Gun Dynasty, they have more challenges in front of them as Evos walks up.
And BRU is listening in closely, in separate tent as well. Russia will have to spend some time, heal back up, the medic gun speeds up the process. Loud, taking care of Nurja, there's Titan East.
भाई सारी इधर ही है क्या?
But again, just enough to make it to tomorrow.
भाई ये क्या हो
Loud
गया
now
भाई?
have distance, great angles to
क्या
intervene
है
in
भाई?
this four-way fight happening right in
Oh
front of them.
my god! Subscribe भी करो यार भाई.
4 players surviving. That's going to be Evos. Sahil Jad,
Sahil, open
plays to enter the doorway, but it did not work out. Sahil Jad was holding it off. BZP on the other end is spotting the entirety of Gun Dynasty. The chrono for the time being, will it save him? He gets into this
GD और Loud की fight.
Gun Dynasty and
Oh,
trying to hold
आपस
it off.
से
David on the other end trying to use his own
Yes,
with the
yes,
players.
आपस में लड़ो.
Players from Loud get taken down and Gun Dynasty.
Can we get one more
eliminations raked
Can
up.
we get one
18
more
to 21.
They tried to save David, but the blue zone hurt too much. Attempted Grand Theft Auto by Loud. Punish in the loss of GD. Russia getting tagged from afar. Benel and Shiru both going big. Circle closing.
थोड़ा मुश्किल है, थोड़ा
Evos
मुश्किल
now
है.
on the aggression. Inching closer and closer
Guys,
to
like
GD.
the
This
stream
is great for
फटाफट से.
BRU and TAG, and I believe we've seen this before earlier today.
यार ये GD और Evos आपस में फाइट कर ले यार. मारो मारो एक दूसरे को मारो.
However, Gun Dynasty, they do not want to give them a chance. They want to make sure this last game everybody gets to know their name once
TG को
again,
बाहर
just
निकलना
like
पड़ेगा
they
यार
did
अब.
on day 1. Chrono being used. Evos get closer, damage being done, and that chrono will protect Gun Dynasty for the time being.
The circle is moving. BRU calls tips on that. Team
यार,
Apex Gaming staying behind for the
TG
last time. The last
निकल
2
रही है.
times they did that. They won the round. But this time they have one lesser member. They don't have KD guard with him.
यार ब्रू यार करो यार. फाइट करो Evos से.
It's always Team Apex Gaming have an advantage, so they want to wish Evos and Buriram go fight against each other, but it looks like Evos have their clear intention of who they're going to take this fight against.
Evos clearly had the numbers advantage.
अरे वसाना की पोजीशन
That's going to cost them some help. Wasana already waiting in the flank. The point guard.
वसाना की पोजीशन. वसाना
Evos pushes forward from the side, held back by Moshi. Apex needs to get something
वसाना
done
मार
right
यार Evos को यार. What is this यार? My brother, little brother.
Shut up! The young prince of BRU, Woven.
Oh my god, nah bro, nah. This is getting. Oh my god.
PRU seems to be the target. Shoto gunned down by
Good
Rafa moving. Picks him back up, drops the dome. TAG are so close.
Another opportunity for them. Team
Let's
Apex
go,
Gaming.
let's go.
Man down. But they have
Let's
a lot of
go.
hopes with the aggression they would want to convert on. But the damage being done. Nice shot coming in from Aimgod. Following through. And the last man is a savior. Can he do something brilliant? Aimgod saves you and
NT.
You're defending champions of EWC. Looking forward
Bro,
to making sure.
अच्छी फाइट निकाली उन्हें डिफेंडिंग चैंपियंस के साथ भी. क्रेजी फाइट ब्रो. डिफेंडिंग चैंपियंस के साथ उन्हें फाइट निकाली है नेक टू नेक. इट वाज वेरी गुड. इट वाज 4v3. पहली बात तो थोड़ा डिसएडवांटेज था बट वाओ क्या खेले हो यार टीम एपेक्स.
अरे गुड मॉर्निंग. क्या सो रही थी आप?
सो नहीं रही थी यार.
Global final.
NTTG भाई NTTG hats off bro, hats off to team Apex Gaming. अपने उनके Apex Gaming का ग्रुप इतना हार्ड था जेन्युइनली हार्ड था यार. जिस हिसाब से मैं देख रही हूँ फाइट हो रही है और लास्ट ईयर की डिफेंडिंग चैंपियंस भी इन्हीं के ग्रुप में एंड दे वर लाइक वाओ. आई थिंक मेरे को लग रहा है TAG के पास ना अब एक मोमेंटम बन गया और अब वो लोग ना उसमें करेंगे अपने क्या बोलते हैं कल सर्वाइवल स्टेज में बहुत अच्छा परफॉर्म करेंगे. ये यहाँ पे शोटो अगर बच जाता ना बस ये जो शॉट था ना. कोई बात नहीं. एंटी टीम इंडिया होता है.
Imgo standing up before the fight even ends, but
भाई क्या गेम चल रहे हैं.
They got that back-to-back booyah, but again, Buriram United Esports.
Survival stage, yes. We'll meet them in survival stage, guys. Now.
And you know what that means, Lucifer.
Yeah.
They're gonna pull the
guys,
trigger.
whoever is new to the stream, please don't forget to like the stream. At least like करके जाओ. Subscribe नहीं करना तो like तो करके जाओ यार. शर्म कर लो थोड़ी सी.
He knew his teammates in a 3v1.
And
eventually they work out. Evo.
Guys, Team India spam मार दो एक बार. Team India यार.
At the biggest of stages, this is how the part and parcel of competition is. Paradox. They're happy on one end that they were able to make it to such a big stage, represent their region, and put a performance that they could deliver on. And on
chat guys, chat karo chat.
This was their very first time from their region, and they wanted to make sure they put up a big performance. They tried their best, but the level of Group A being the toughest.
तभी कर दिया भाई बहुत पर बहुत अच्छा था यार genuinely.
Here in full force, and that's just a fraction of it. I mean,
let's go Team India. अभी सेकंड ग्रुप का वेट है. सेकंड ग्रुप में दो टीम इंडिया है अपनी. टीम टोटल गेमिंग एंड टीम एसिटोल एंड वी आर सपोर्टिंग देम टू. आई विश आज वो भी बोया निकाले भाई. मजा ही आ जाएगा भाई. मजा ही आ जाएगा. EWC के टॉप 5 ग्रुप में है. हाँ यार इनका ग्रुप टफ है. जेन्युइनली बहुत टफ है. Day 2 dominant
an exciting day, and Group A has now come to a close. 6 teams have secured a spot in the survival stage. 4 have made it through to the grand finals directly, and 2 are gonna go home. And so
मेरा भाई नहीं लग रहा. देखो ये मेरा भाई नहीं लग रहा.
I'm gonna have a little
वसाना मेरा भाई
interview
नहीं
with
लग रहा.
Buriram United Esports, because what a dominant day. Okay, let's set the scene.
He looks like my brother, guys.
Your journey to this point. World champions.
Group A is the hardest group. I know it was the hardest. It's a hard group. I can see that.
But now dominating in the group stage at the Esports World Cup, that's got to boost your confidence, right, Wasana?
ก็ก่อนอื่นเลยนะครับขอแสดงความยินดีด้วยนะครับกับผลงานในวันนี้ออกไปในทางยอดเยี่ยมเลยทีเดียวนะฮะแต่ว่าก่อนอื่นเนี่ยขอย้อนเวลากลับไปในปีที่แล้วสักนิดนึง
Wasana कह रहे हैं यार मेरे इंटरव्यू लेते जा रहे हो.
หรือว่าในเวทีระดับรีเจียนนะฮะเราจบที่ 5ซึ่งแบบว่าผลงานไม่ได้ไปตามทางที่เราหวังมากนะอยากทราบว่าในวันนี้เนี่ยเรารู้สึกยังไงกันบ้างฮะ
ก็วันนี้ก็ทำได้แล้วครับก็ทำให้เห็นแล้วก็ใช่ไหมพี่ผมตอบถูกไหมตอบนะฮะก็คือก็ดีใจครับแค่นั้นเลย
Yeah, actually we are very happy and excited that we finally be able to prove ourselves that we deserve to be here to become the world champ of this year.
वसाना का मुंह देखो वसाना कह रहा है ये क्या बोल रहा है
It seems like you guys have that in absolutely mountainous amounts because you guys managed to secure 3 booyahs yesterday. Today, not so many. However, you're still putting up
Wasana
points
be like, what is he
every
saying,
single
bro?
game.
I'm not
What does
able
it
to
mean to have these
understand.
teammates with you
What is
and
it?
performing so well here on the main stage?
ก็ในเวทีการแข่งขัน EWC 2026 นะกรุงปารีสนะฮะในกรุ๊ปสเตจทั้ง2วันนี้เนี่ยเราทำผลงานออกมาได้ดีทั้ง2วันเลยถึงแม้ว่าในเมื่อวานเราได้ทำ
Cool guy question
ด้วยกันแต่วันนี้เนี่ยถึงแม้ว่า
I'm also an E athlete in FF. Lots of love from FF. Thank you.
ทุกเกมเลยนะฮะ
Lots of love.
ก็รู้สึกดีใจครับก็ได้ตามซ้อมตามแผนที่เตรียมมาครับผมว่าคะแนนประมาณนี้พวกผมก็ทำได้เป็นเรื่องปกติอยู่แล้วก็ไม่ได้รู้สึกดีใจหรืออะไรครับ
डॉबी ब्रू वाले क्या बोल रहे हैं अभी पूछूंगी भाई को कॉल करके अपने वसाना भाई को कॉल करूंगी अभी मैं और पूछूंगी आपने क्या बोला वो इंटरव्यू में दोबारा बोलो
true form and true power so if we can do it like this over and over again I think we're going to be able to claim the champ trophy.
I like to hear that. I like the confidence. It's good. Now, gentlemen, it's time to
I
join
feel
me.
like
Come on, walk with me. This right here.
Team Apex
This is
आज
called the
जैसे
crusher.
परफॉर्म
And
कर
as
रहे
you
हैं
can
ना
imagine, we're going to crush some
अगर
hopes,
Team
gonna crush some
Apex कल
dreams
भी परफॉर्म
and
कर ले
crush some
सर्वाइवल
teams.
स्टेज में
Like I'll remind you, we
आ
have 2
सकती
teams
है,
who have been
आ
eliminated
सकती है.
from the competition. They need to have their keys crushed. And so, we're going to start things off. Would you like to press this button?
กดปุ่มเลยครับ
It's going to open up. It's going to reveal the teeth. It looks menacing. Let's be honest. We're going to crush these keys. Okay, Wasana, would you like to gently pull on this lever and send them home? Is there anything you would like to say to your teams before we crush them?
ก่อนที่เราจะดึงคันโยกลงมานะเพื่อส่งดึกคีย์ทั้ง2อันลงไปเนี่ย
They're
มีอะไร
crushing
อยาก
the
จะฝากบอก
keys.
ทีมเลย
Why?
กับแล้วก็2ทีมนี้
Why are they crushing the
ผม
keys?
เก่งกว่าครับโทษที
Yeah GG nice try but we are better than you guys sorry
Oh, that's what I like to hear. Okay, pull that lever in 3, 2, 1. Send them home. And just like that, 2 teams have been eliminated from Free Fire at the Esports World Cup 2026. But don't go anywhere because 2 more teams will be eliminated later today. And as we get those groups prepped, we're going to head back to the
Paris
studio
early.
before we continue
नहीं वो
with
लोग
day
पहले जा रहे हैं.
number 2.
I'll go in PUBG वाला week. They are going Abhi this week and maybe they'll be staying. They'll be extending their trip. हम लोग अगस्त में जाएंगे and then अगस्त में मैं पूरा अगस्त extend करूँगी उधर. Last 2 teams eliminated. Oh, उनका keys eliminate हुआ है. अब तो full break चलेगा.
Now, something that really hits close to home, and one of the things that we cherish.
Finally, Indian team का interview.
Players on the main stage, and one of the most incredible things is, of course, when families, fathers, sons, brothers, mothers are here to cheer for their children and for their siblings on the main stage. It truly is amazing. I've got Shalash here joining me, Shoto's father from Team Apex Gaming.
ये Shoto
Shalash,
के पापा
tell me
हैं?
what it's like being a dad. I'm a dad. I have a 4-year-old son. What is it like to cheer for your son on the main stage at an event like this?
It's great to cheer for your son, especially if he's an 18-year-old son and who is doing something which I don't understand. So you can imagine it's very difficult to cheer for him. But once he won the Indian Championships, before that I was a tough opponent of his. I used to refuse and deny him whatever he asked for. But after he won that, I knew he was passionate about this game. So you can imagine I've got 4 other family members with me. I have spent so much money to come here to support him. So that says it all. Now I am one of his biggest fans.
I love that. We managed to convert you to
so
being a fan of
cute.
esports. That's brilliant. Madhvi, what is it like being here as a mum? I think that one of the most important things is to teach your children to chase their dreams, right? And now
That's
Shoto
so
is chasing
sweet.
his. How does that feel?
It's a proud moment for me as a mother. He's playing very well, enjoying.
He's playing incredibly well, especially today. After yesterday, okay? Yesterday was a struggle, an uphill battle. Today they're playing so well.
Oh my God, पूरी family आई
Tell me how
है.
it feels.
Yeah,
Yeah, I think 2 games is quite the progress, I would say, because I think yesterday it was kind of a struggle for almost every single player in their team. But finally they have proved themselves and made a great comeback, which I'm sure a lot of people, even in our home country, India, are proud
We are
of.
proud. Yes, we are proud.
Shoto's family is going to be happy because Tag is going to survival stage, as we saw the first keys being crushed here for Free Fire at EWC 26. None other than Demon Pride and PDX, but we'll talk about that later because we're going to be talking about the teams that are in the top 4 and will be going to the finals. One of them, Buriram. Very consistent 2 days.
Yeah, consistent as heck, but it seemed like they did run out a little bit of speed from day number 1. I felt day number 1 was explosive for them, and it felt like today they're maybe in power saving mode, but after all,
नामुमकिन सिर्फ एक वर्ड है अंग्रेजी में अगर इम्पॉसिबल को तोड़ के स्प्लिट कर दिया जाए तो वो
day number 1, I felt day number 1 was explosive for them, and it felt like today they're maybe in power saving mode, but after all, they're still up there in the lead. Do they really need to rush a little bit more?
Yeah, absolutely. I think Loud was on power saving mode as well. They didn't really need to do much. They're just being very consistent, very average games, and they still remained up in the top. But what's interesting is Dynasty is slowing things down, maybe intentionally or unintentionally. Unfortunately for them, Loud has taken away their spot in the top
Toto
already.
18 साल का है and उसके बाद apart from that उसके क्या बोलते हैं he's doing this great and उनकी उसके dad और mom उसके भाई सब support करने हैं. It's TG and Institute time. Yes, I'm excited to watch that.
To keep them away from those bottom 2. But the way you were talking about Gun Dynasty, that's a team that slowed down in a big way. Yeah. Lace, boy, did they slow down in another squad that was kind of able to bring it back up as we see the top 4 teams that will be moving on to the grand finals. Was Falcons.
Yeah, I mean, Team Falcons, you know, I sort of said that this is something that they need to showcase a little bit more grunt into it, and boy, did they do that. So from up to about 10 matches, they were about 9.4 average kills and to 4.4
I am excited to see. I hope please TG and Institute will be एक booyah निकाल ले यार. मजा आ जाएगा भाई. I really want Total Gaming please और Institute please एक booyah निकाल देना booyah. Oh भाई, crazy हो जाएगा.
Final circle, it was like looking good for these teams, and then somewhere along the line,
टोटो की पूरी फैमिली थी. yes, पूरी फैमिली उसको सपोर्ट करने आई है. Isn't it crazy? Like, isn't it so like something what a you know child would dream about, that उसके parents उसको देखे इतने बड़े स्टेज में खेलते हुए, and that too इतना अच्छा भाई.
Excellent feat from them. So I'm pretty keen to see like what happens with like the next group and how these guys will go in contention with that. But like
guys,
obviously,
कितना लंबा break है अभी?
I guess team effort from Team Falcons for them.
I think कल की तरह होगा साक्षी. Most probably आधे घंटे का. बच्चू तो चली गई.
कितने टाइम का?
I think आधे घंटे का तो होगा अभी.
Apex Gaming, I mean, we saw
आधे घंटे का तो स्ट्रीम बंद कर दिया.
नहीं मतलब चली गई उठ के. अभी
a little bit too late from what we saw in the first day, but a great bounce back for this squad going into survival and taking some momentum with them.
Yeah, it's crazy seeing this team.
अभी होगा क्योंकि अभी आप दूसरी टीम के लिए वो करेंगे ना, दूसरे ग्रुप का करेंगे ना.
And I think it's really good as well because day 1 is more of like icebreaker day. Everyone's just
7:30 को next group यार 40 minutes तो है ना उनको ला.
7:30 को हाँ 7:30 होगा आराम से. 7:30 कल तो 8 बजे शुरू हुआ था. Don't worry, the both teams will. Yes. एक घंटे का होगा अभी. Oh my god.
Even I'm going to the washroom and all.
But not the execution and whatever it is that happened yesterday or today. In fact, they almost broke a record today.
Yeah, absolutely. But I want to bring the conversation back to Team Apex Gaming, right? Because I think this is a whole big win for India.
Saying something about
region
India,
who are making it back into the global scene after a long, long time. I mean, many people would have expected these Indian teams to be rusty, and that's exactly what they were in day 1, at least for Team Apex Gaming. But today they have shown us that they can play some good fights, they can rip away some good booyahs, but is it going to be enough for them to qualify into the grand finals? Because if you're looking at the teams that are stacked here, that are going to probably make it into the elimination rounds, it's not going to be easy. I mean, in this group in itself, I've got 3 or 4 favorites, but there are only 4 spots left for survival rounds.
And you mentioned it too. I mean, first time being able to be in this kind of stage. It's been a while. We even heard Lucifer saying the first day was going to be a bit of a slow start. The second day was going to be a hyped up moment for them, which ended up being exactly like that for this squad. Going to tag, though, I know you've been at the Global Finals many times. You've been at many events. What is something that you would like to see Team Apex Gaming do coming to tomorrow for survival? Because only the top 4 will be going, and it's not 2 days. It's just going to be 1 day.
Let me just put it this way, okay? The Indian teams are already winning, okay? Shoto is already winning. I want Indian parents like that, man.
Yes!
I mean, when the common factor for any Indian boy in his house is you become a doctor, lawyer, engineer, or you're a failure in life, all right? So to explore esports, to have your parents fly all the way down to Paris to celebrate you and to support you, I think that's a huge win already. They are setting an example for everybody else out there. I wish and hope those other parents support their teams as well.
His parents must be so proud.
On a more serious note, I think they're doing very well. I'm not expecting them to run away with the EWC trophy the very first time they step back into the global stage, but it's more to prove to the rest of the world what India can do. And I think they're doing a very good job at that.
And Tash, one thing that we saw being able to do from that team was getting the booyahs.
Yeah.
And in regards to those top 4 squads, we ended up seeing they had to get those booyahs. I feel like that's going to transition into tomorrow for survival.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I think that one thing's for sure though, when you are going to be running this and you do make it to that top 4, that survival stage, for me personally, I think that having that 1 more day to play gives you momentum, gives you an edge in terms of trying to learn.
Guys, अब तो full on break होने वाला है. मैं भी चाहूँगी थोड़ा freshen up होके आती हूँ, थोड़ा clean वापस से होके आती हूँ. But bro, what a proud moment! What a proud moment for Shoto. Like his family showed up. They even gave the interview. I mean, that's literally like if I was an esports player, if I was an esports athlete, I would have dreamt about it. Like my parents coming to the LAN event and watching me play, and then they're saying that they're proud of me. I mean, hats off. Shoto has achieved everything in his life, I think, till now, and like there's more to go, and I hope he'll achieve more. I hope other players too, TAG के जितने भी हैं, but क्या खेला है आज, guys. You literally make us all proud. Indian team को, Team India को आपने बहुत proud किया है. Like no nazar, touch wood. I wish आप लोग survival stage में top 4 आओ भाई. I really want them to go forward. Really want them to go forward.
Pretty tough for this lobby. Like this lobby is exceptionally stacked. And you know, if we do sort of like swivel over and move over to our second lobby that will be coming up, you know, you're talking about India, SAUL, they're sort of in that middle pack range as well. So it's going to be an absolute grand fight, I feel like, in the survival match. But one thing I want to pick your guys' brains on, if this is okay. Yesterday, Paradox's performance was actually exceptional.
Yeah.
They have now found their way right down to the bottom of the leaderboard.
Yeah.
I guess, you know, AJ, I'll hit this with you. Was there any sort of inconsistencies that you saw being like watching this team throughout their play style today?
No, not at all, right? It's the first time Africa is stepping onto a stage like this. They don't really have a lot of experience in the esports scene within their own country. They don't have a lot of powerful teams to go up against, to scrimmage against. So coming in here, it's all about learning. It's about the experience. It's about, you know, traveling around Paris, just watching, you know, exactly how the culture is like here. You know, having some baguettes.
I mean, it's exceptional just to get here in the first place.
Absolutely correct.
Isn't it?
Yeah, I think it's inspirational.
That's what you were saying about tag too. I mean, you feel like this is definitely a win for that squad. The experience that they're going to be getting is going to transition into later on with some of the other squads. And I think this is something that Neptune was touching about. And we even heard Conchita touching upon it too from EVOS. They did have one of the players that was just starting off. They started off slow, but they ended up bringing it back as well. Same with the other squads. Aurora, I know that's one squad you were just talking about earlier on. They weren't able to bring it up. It's been quite a bit of an inconsistent 2 days for Aurora.
Yeah, they were struggling on day number 1. Even today, I think one thing's for sure about them, though, kind of like tag, right? You can see that they were making it up with these big hero plays, these big hero moments. You want to play catch up. It's good. But for me personally, consistency is key. You want to be able to go to that next map with at least 5 to 10 points just to keep yourselves ahead of the rest of the teams. That's for me personally.
Yeah, you are being too Asian mom with this right now. We have seen Aurora play for many years, and I think, you know, 2 out of the 4 players on the main roster already have got the global stage experience, but they've been missing the past 2 years, right? Multiple roster shuffles, but now they are kind of getting it together. So this is one of their best performances that we've seen from them in the past 2 years. So based on that, they're doing hella well, right? I didn't expect them to walk away with an almost record-breaking game.
That was crazy,
number 5. Yeah, that in itself shows how good they have come.
Great momentum, too, that they're going to be able to take that into survival. And that's the thing, though. You can be consistent here when we're talking about groups just to make it to survival. But it is going to be a bit of a level up, a big level up when we end up moving to survival, because the top 4, that's all you get. After that, it's not just 2 teams that are going to be going home. It is going to be the rest of the teams that are going to be going home that are not in those top 4. So going into survival, I know, by the way, there's amazing people that have joined us, Tash, Bunny, AJ, and Lace, especially you two. You guys are going to get a chance to cast that Group B. We'll get a chance to break down Group B with the other squad, but I want to just pick their brain. Who is somebody that you're going to be keeping a close eye on coming up in Group B?
Man, I am not keeping my eyes on anyone, right? That's the beauty about shoutcasting a battle royale. Anything goes, anything happens. Like from what we've seen already in Group A, teams that kind of didn't really do all that too well yesterday, even Titan Esports, they weren't having a fantastic run yesterday. Today is where they showed us what they're truly capable of, right? And that's exactly what I'm expecting to see. Teams who were not doing too great yesterday to step it up. Teams who are doing great, maybe, you know, take a little bit of a pause, just like what Loud did, just like what Buriram did. Don't get too crazy with it.
Yeah, I think for me personally, I mean, I did dig a little bit with Carol about the Brazilian, I think, scene, right?
Yeah.
And she was telling me, like, in the regular season for Brazil, one thing's for sure, the Fluxo was known as the
boogeyman.
Yeah, the boogeyman, right?
Yeah.
They were the ones that goes for back-to-back booyahs coming forward. But now in this tournament, they are the ones that are just farming eliminations.
Yeah.
So they've changed up the way they play. And I agree with you. You really cannot tell what's going to be happening.
Yeah.
And I'm so excited to be a part of this with you, AJ.
Likewise, Tash, right? And, you know, speaking about Fluxo, I am not too worried about them at all. That's the team that we're definitely going to see at the Grand Finals. I'll be shocked if we don't see Fluxo in the Grand Finals.
I mean, let me give you my little opinion here on the end, guys, because I shouted it from the rooftops right at the start. We need to look at Team Secret, guys, okay? I have placed them as my underdog, all right? The view is there.
Underdog!
Yes, and if we saw from there, like, obviously, groups from yesterday, shaky start, but then they pulled out these Bazingas just to skyrocket up the leaderboard. So, you know, I don't want to jinx them. I know we're all about jinxing, unfortunately, but this is going to be one team that needs to obviously make this happen.
Yeah.
And I'm going Team Secret.
I mean, this group has been just talking about when we went to Group A, it was pretty much Southeast Asia.
Yeah.
When we went to Group B, it was none other than Brazil. You can hear the crowd in the background. You can hear them getting hyped up. And for everybody currently watching at home, don't forget, support your local team. Get into Free Fire. Make sure you support your local team, whichever one it might be. You can be biased. It's okay. We're trying not to be biased here, but sometimes it ends up happening. We'll be getting ready for Group B, but we do have an amazing video with Mia.
Yo estaba en el trabajo y ya cuando estaba bajando caminando hacia la casa ocurrió los temblores. Ya cuando nos frenamos y esperamos que pasara los movimientos para poder pasar, porque yo iba a pasar por un túnel. Entonces cuando pasó logré bajar a casa y estaba buscando a mi mamá. Ya cuando la encontré se encontraba llorando, y cuando pasamos al apartamento le encontramos los bloques, estaban partidos. Tenían ya de ahí salimos del apartamento porque no era habitable. Ya estaba partido, estaba botando el agua, pasaron muchas cosas. De ahí estábamos esperando reunirnos con la familia para poder llegar hacia donde nuestra abuela, que allá era un poquito más habitable. Ya nosotros nos fuimos a una plaza donde era más abierto y estuvimos ahí en el carro de nuestro tío esperando que las cosas estuvieran bien, porque había muchas réplicas. En un momento nosotros estábamos en la plaza y yo estaba logrando contactarme con el equipo, pero no podía porque no había señal, no había luz, como durante 2 días. Entonces nosotros esperamos los 2 días, nos acostamos en la camioneta, en el carro, y ya cuando llegó la luz pude contactarme con el equipo.
Right after the earthquake hit, I didn't realize how hard the earthquake had hit. It had happened right when we were going to join Discord for a meeting, and I ended up not joining the meeting for another reason. and found out a couple hours later that it was tragic. It hit me pretty hard emotionally. You know, these are my boys, people I spent time with, and then not knowing from them for hours until it became days for some of them.
El medio de la nada accidentado, pues. ¿Qué opinas, Capa Flow?
Feo porque nosotros teníamos pensado ir desde el aeropuerto de Caracas, que me tía. Ya teníamos todo planeado, todo bien, pero hubieron rumores que las carreteras se habían dañado por lo del terremoto y así. Entonces varias gente nos dio opciones, ejemplo, que nos podíamos ir por Medellín, y así fue lo que hicimos, pero fue por Medellín.
After we knew that we were going to attend EWC, I already had a relationship with the mothers. So they knew my name. They always heard me on Discord when I spoke to them. And one of the things that I told them and I promised them was that I was going to take that trip with them from Venezuela directly here, and that they would never be away from me, that they were going to be with me the whole time. And the minute I found out that I wasn't going to be able to travel with them from Venezuela, it just broke my heart. And I try to make it as transparent, as much communication. I tried to inform the mothers. Up to now, we have a WhatsApp group that they're constantly receiving pictures. They're constantly getting updates from me, and they know that I've been trying my best to keep them updated.
Lo más difícil del viaje fue separarme de mi familia. El proceso de tomar la decisión fue hablarlo con mi familia, porque no estábamos seguros si ellos me querían dejar ir, porque como había muchas réplicas y estamos en familia, no nos queríamos separar. Entonces hablamos de eso en familia y mi mamá tomó la decisión de dejarme ir porque es una oportunidad grande. Duramos como 5 horas para llegar a Barquisimeto, después 14 horas para llegar a Cúcuta y como 14 más para llegar a Medellín.
The day after it happened, I knew there was something that we could do, and the Free Fire community as well. And I started doing some flash tournaments on Thursday, which was that next day. I started putting statuses on my WhatsApp of who in the community wanted to contribute, whether it's a mod, whether it's a narrator, so we can do live, whether it's a producer to do live on TikToks, and also to teams to see who wanted to join and make a donation to be able to play our tournaments. We did 5 on Friday, 5 on Saturday, 5 on Sunday, every day for a whole week. The tournament, I named it as Manos Unidas, which means United Hands, which also contributes back to, you know, our logo, which is a logo of a picture of my hands. So Manos Unidas just came naturally. United Hands as a community, you know, we come together to try to help our Venezuelan friends. And we had a lot of turnover. I mean, we had a lot of people wanting to join it and contributing more than, you know, the normal. When we come back to our homes, this coming week, we're going to have bigger tournaments that are going to last for about a week. That's going to be our goal now, to continue raising funds. For them, this is a dream come true. Coming from the whole tragic of the earthquake, it's just makes them stronger, makes them believe more that this is meant for them, and they're gonna do a great job. I trust a lot in our team, and I know that they're going to try their best to take something back to their country.
Pues que todo es un sacrificio, que sigan su sueño y así, que nosotros pues aquí vamos a demostrar y así.
A team that has been able to overcome adversity with tragedies that happen. But at this point, I mean, they're just trying to reach the pinnacle of Free Fire at EWC 26 and trying to find a way to get into survival, trying to find a way if they can maybe make it to finals. And to be quite honest, it is going to be a hard road once again, because this squad is starting not in the best positions for day 2 of Group B.
Yeah, it is definitely a hard climb for Mia Corp, but hearing what they have to go through, it is such a miracle for them to be here with us today. And of course, it's for them, it is also a milestone and something that they can forever be proud of. So yeah, this is just one of those stories that gets you thinking of how grateful and how easy you have it in life compared to others.
Yeah, I mean, one thing is I personally saw their qualifiers into EWC. I was shoutcasting their games, and this is a team that really surprised everyone. We really didn't expect them to get in that champion rush condition, and I'm like, the story that they have, they fight through it, they manage to just go with what is needed for them, and they didn't have that much of booyah even from the group stage. It's only grand final, so it's just the effort that they put in to get here that is what we are looking forward to.
Yeah, you can just see how much it means to these people. You know, they're going through all this sort of, you know, we talk about the mentality of performing on a stage like this, but also, you know, you got to add the pressures of what's going on at home and everything around you. So just to be able to, you know, we were saying before to the other guys, just make it to Esports World Cup is a fantastic feat in itself, of course. But look, the battle's not over yet, Seven.
It's not, definitely not.
Yeah, the battle's definitely not over yet. 33 points they're truly having to overcome to make it to the top 4. But as we saw in Group A, that's going to keep moving along the day. They just have to make sure they are consistent. And don't forget, those booyahs have to start coming, because we saw from Group A, everybody that was at the top, they needed to get some booyahs. A squad that was able to get the booyahs yesterday was none other then remind me again who it was, because it was a team from Brazil, Neptune.
Yes, MIVR lost. We're really looking forward to how they are going to continue this, because from what we've seen, especially comparison of Group A, Group B, we've already talked about like how Group A is a group of death. There's a lot of teams who might be able to go and get those booyah against Birmingham United, and this time around, I think MIVR lost will have an opportunity to continue their reign, because even from yesterday, once we switch it up to Group B, it was a slow game overall.
It really was. It really was, Lace. I mean, we felt like the pace definitely slowed down in regards to what we were seeing in comparison to Group A.
Yeah, I mean, even if we look at like the leaderboard at the end of the day, it was super close compared to our first lobby. So they can interchange and obviously work their way up to be secured in that top 4 position. But what I want to do, Seven, okay, is I want to give you a reason. All right, you saw me before saying Team Secret.
Oh.
And I want to tell you why.
Why?
Okay? I want to tell me why. Okay, so I want to tell you why. Sitting in 6, you know, I'm always going to look at sort of that middle pack just under top 4. This team in 2025 was an entire brand new roster, right? Talk about storylines. They were not doing well, okay? It was an incredibly rough start, and this generally can happen with like an interchangeable roster here. But on Free Fire Worlds in Southeast Asia, they won 4 games back to back.
Damn.
Okay, so this team, once the consistency hits, can actually put in the work for this. And now, in relation to our first lobby, they're actually sort of like rivals of AGAL. And if we saw how incredible they did, Team Secret were actually beating them in their series. So I'm expecting massive things from Team Secret.
Okay.
I've got the stats to back it up, baby, okay?
All right, hit me with
And there's about to be a power shift, baby. Team Secret underdog. Watch this space.
So you have them finishing in top 4 directly to finals.
I think they will just hit that top 4 mark, yes.
Okay, I love that.
That's exactly what I talked about yesterday, because Team Secret won the FFWS Spring 2026 with a consecutive booyah, and that was amazing. But of course, speaking of rivalry, my eyes are drawn straight to Felixo and Twisted Minds, because they have the same amount of points, 90, and the same amount of elimination points, 55. Also, we still have Leon or Lion or whatever you pronounce it.
However you want to say it.
However you want to say it. Because this is actually one of the strongest team that did not perform well on the first day. I mean, just look at it, 7th with 72 total points. And this is not the Leon or the Lion that we knew, especially with all the great players they have. One of them is Games King, right?
Yeah, I mean, I do agree. Games King will be able to bring the fire to Leon, but I'm looking at another team. We've seen how well Team Apex did in Group A. Now, another team.
This is the blessing, by the way. This is the blessing.
This is blessing.
Preface.
Right.
You're about to be blessed by none other than Neptune.
Yeah. Total Gaming. Let's see. Total Gaming. They might be able to catch up. I mean, overtake Leon, overtake Team Secret, overtake RRQ.
No, stop. We're blessing, remember? We're blessing.
He's blessing all those teams as well.
Blessing all those teams.
One team that you were able to actually bless yesterday, Conchita, was RRQ, and it worked out perfectly how you mentioned it. Starting slow, maybe some jitters of day one, but they were able to turn that around.
I do believe that the true challenge lies today, because when we talk about RRQ, obviously, the well-known fact is that second day chokehold, second day jitters, and the pressure that sometimes they just cannot handle yet. This is the true test for RRQ, especially for Duts as the captain. This is where he should be performing well. He should be calling all the right calls. So yeah, I guess we're just gonna have to see 88 points sitting at the 5th position with 63 elimination points and 1 booyah. It's looking quite promising, but if I'm talking about the Indonesian team, of course, I am super proud once again to see how Vitality has been performing and has been doing so good in this group, Neptune.
I want to say Vitality.
With that voice, right?
Yeah. The new strategy ended up working out for that squad, and hopefully will continue today, right? Because remind everybody that might have not been here yesterday, it's okay, we'll let it slide now that you're here with us. What was the new strat?
Yeah, my strategy of going for double snipes. We've seen that from Southeast Asia. We thought that they are going to let go of that, because even Brim United, we're seeing them trying to do the same thing. But out of that, they just capitalize on it. They can easily switch up to, especially for those who are just adjusting the sniper, they can easily switch up to sniper, mid guy, or frontliner. So that's what I'm loving about Team Vitality right now.
Yep.
And again, going back to Chris Joe, like the mindset of the coach, it's just so much of things that we might expect from Team Vitality.
And they might be able to start hot right away instead of what we were able to see yesterday. One team that's looking to get some booyahs is Fluxo, because their fans are behind us. And if I'm not mistaken, I think I see, is that Barney and Carol? What are you guys doing here?
Oh, here we go. We are here with the Fluxo W7M. Incredible fans. It really is amazing. Oh, Sal Cinelli joining me here. Tell us about traveling here with these guys and, you know, what this team means to you in this competition.
My family, I can explain how important Fluxo is for me. And it's really amazing to be here because my first time traveling abroad, and with the organization, it's like living a dream, and it's so perfect. I love you.
We can't hear you, unfortunately, so I'm going to pass this. I'm going to use this. Talk to me again about this being the first time that you've traveled outside of the country and what it's like to travel with all of these guys to support your favorite team.
Yeah, it's abroad, and I truly love, it's like we are really family. I love Fluxo. Fluxo is my family and make me start doing live stream just because of the organization. So all that I am is because Fluxo. Sal Cinelli exists because of the Fluxo. So it's awesome to be here, and I know that everyone has the same feeling.
I love that. I'm going to take this mic back off you because we've got to learn some of these chants because they're absolutely incredible. Go on, let's go, Carol.
Definitely. Amoroso. Okay, so yesterday we talked a lot about your travel here. It's probably the first time of most people here getting out of Brazil. And you guys share with me incredible stories. But I want to know if you guys have prepared any kind of song for this moment here.
Cara, preparamos algo muito da hora para você, para aproveitar bastante esse evento. Trouxemos várias bandeiras, inclusive uma música nova. Então, eu quero impressionar vocês.
Okay, so basically they have prepared a special song for this moment. They create a special song for AWC, and even they bought a huge flag. So they are gonna show us the flag and teach us the new song. Come on, guys, I'm with you. Let's go.
Ei, Spotify, puxa aí, tô aqui na AWC, que é a música da AWC, puxa aí. Bora.
AWC song, let's go.
Vai. Puxa aí.
Oh, I love this. Oh, this is good.
E o meu fluxo vai vencer. E o meu fluxo vai vencer. MT vai deitar. MT vai deitar. O Curtizinho vai ruxar. O Curtizinho vai ruxar. Chama aí o Luquinha. Chama aí o Luquinha. Chama aí o Luquinha. Chama aí o Luquinha. O Gil é muito bom. O Gil é muito Popis vem pra ser campeão. Broques completa a seleção. Chama o Bentinho. O Fluxo vai ser campeão.
Blocks are absolutely popping off on the main stage, and we love it. For now, we're going to head back over to the studio, and we're going to head down to the main stage to kickstart the second part of Group B, Day 2. There we go.
Oh yeah, let's go, Fluxo. Oh, I got distracted. We're back on us. Okay, Fluxo. I see you with the energy right there. Let's go, Lace. This is a squad that, as mentioned earlier, they're going to be looking to get their first booyahs. And it was none other than their Brazilian brothers actually stopping them from getting those booyahs, Neptune.
Yeah, I do agree. I mean, well, it has been said already. Despite of not getting booyahs, they're still taking the top of board. So it really doesn't matter at this moment. As long as they can get to the top 4, then it's okay. No booyah, no problem for the moment.
No, I want to see some booyahs out of them. Imagine how if they're crazy right now, if they're being loud right now, that Fluxo crowd, Conchita, it's gonna go crazy.
I know, but that's exactly what I'm waiting for, actually, Seven, because we have Buriram and AGAL in Group A, but we also have Lost and Fluxo in Group A, and that's gonna be interesting.
All right, well, it's time for Group B, Free Fire at EWC 26. Let's get started. 6 more games to go.
Half of our players now know their fate, while the other half is ready now on this Giria City Ride.
That is right. 2 teams have now been eliminated from the competition, so the tension just got a little bit thicker because the consequences just became real.
Indeed, Barney, there is no room for error anymore. With only 6 games left, it's crucial to hit the ground running Day 2s now.
Look, expect insane plays, expect heartbreaks, but above all, expect absolute chaos. And so, with that being said, it's time to introduce your next 12 teams to the main stage to fight for survival, starting with the Mia Corp.
Al Ali Sports.
Team RRQ.
Twisted Minds.
Team Secret.
Fluxo W7M.
Total Gaming Esports IQ.
Straw Hats.
Lion.
Emmy Bear Loss.
S8UL Esports.
And finally, Team Vitality. Here we are, our Group B is ready. Anything can still happen, and no one is really safe.
We've got $1 million on the line, the survival stage around the corner, and our grand finals reserved for just the most elite teams. And so with that being said, it's time to close out the group stage of Free Fire at the Esports World Cup.
24 of the most dominant teams in the world will step onto the Gdynia City grid for the first time today. Teams who swept through their regions and left their opponents in the dust. But now they stand at the base of a mountain faced with an almost impossible climb. Well, let me take this opportunity to remind you that this is your chance to instill the fear of combat into your opponents. Don't hold back, don't hesitate, and trust in your teammates.
The damage comes through, and Loud, all they have to do is just rush forward, and they're completely surrounded from every single angle. And Loud, once again, a booyah!
MIB are lost, they turn it around, and Bobs is the last one standing. It's going to be very difficult, but also Bobs struggling unholy along with the help of MIB are lost, and it's going to be MIB are lost getting the very first booyah of Group B. Looking for the final player, Kororo, looking for that recovery, and they won't be denied as Buriram pulls away the third booyah of the day to take the #1 spot on the leaderboard. And Lion are losing players one after another, and as that happens, even Dix gets eliminated, and Games King was the last man standing. And it is going to be MIB lost getting the final booyah of Group B's Day 1. Our eyes on the teams who are in the top 4 slots as well as the bottom 2. Today is the chance for early qualifiers. Today is an unfortunate moment of heartbreak for 2 teams who will get to go on a little bit of a holiday here in Paris before they fly back home. But who is it going to be? Miakop, Straw Hats down at the bottom, and SHUL a little bit too dangerously close to them.
Yeah, because today is anyone's game.
Oh, yeah.
Game 1, or at least Group A, was a story where any team could still make it big and survive. And I'm wondering if Group B will tell us the same story. Yesterday, loss went huge. 3 booyahs, ending the day strong. And I'm pretty sure that every other team in this group as well want to replicate that.
Yeah, absolutely. And obviously, it is a situation where MIBR lost, wanted to control the situation, but also wanted to find out exactly what they can do in a lobby like this. They've already proven themselves yesterday. I'm expecting them to have a little bit of a slower day today. I'm expecting the teams who are down in the mid part of the battle instead to really show us exactly what they've got. Obviously, it's the fight to squeeze themselves into the top 4. Even if MIBR kind of sleeps on us, giving us average games back-to-back, I don't think they're going to be at risk of getting kicked out of the top 4.
Absolutely. I think one thing's for sure, though, everyone wants to maintain that top 2 slot.
Yeah.
After all, again, you get that holiday, you get that direct slot to that finals.
Yeah.
And on top of that as well, you mentioned just now during, the desk, right, about how hard it would be to be playing through that survival stage. It's going to be hard, it's going to be lethal, and most importantly, it's going to be mind-bogglingly stressful.
Yeah, absolutely, because we have got the best of the best from around the world. We've only got the 4 slots. I guess a little bit of a blessing as you take these Super Titans out of the race. Now you get to go up against teams who are maybe just a tad bit better than you, right? Because you're taking out the teams who are down at the very bottom, so no easy picking. I think it's going to be ruthless. It is going to be very challenging for the teams to maintain consistency when we get into the survival stage. But of course, beyond all of that, if any teams do manage to show us a constant streak throughout those 10 games, I mean, color me surprised for sure, but I'm looking forward to a situation like that. What's going to be the fate of the Indian teams? Now, we saw the support for Shoto. He's got his family members here, but for the rest of the Indian squads, I hope they are not going to be depending on the support, but they're going to be depending on all that they have conversed, all that they have prepared for before reaching this stage, because there's still a lot to prove, and more importantly, you got to save yourselves from Miakop as well as Straw Hats, who are sure as hell going to be looking to climb up the leaderboard today.
Yeah, and I think what's really important as well is that day 1 is the day that you get a feel of everything. You have an idea, you learn from your mistakes. You have that few hours before coming into today to really fix up your mistakes, whether it be changing your drop spots, whether it be figuring out which teams you'd rather go head-to-head with. And that is why, it's really scary today. Definitely, I think the heat is up. Everyone's playing a little bit more faster compared to cautious compared to yesterday, at least from Group A, that what we've seen. I wouldn't be surprised to see it here too in Group B.
Absolutely. Fluxo, the potential of them going all out today I really don't see it, right? Because at the end of the day, this is a team that usually flies under the radar, and when it's definitely needed at the finals, that's exactly when they show you what they're truly capable of. That being said, though, 2 years back-to-back, they haven't been able to grab the trophy. Not only were they not able to grab the trophy, they were nowhere close to walking away with the trophy here at the Esports World Cup for Free Fire. So perhaps they want to change their tactic up a tad bit this time round. They're currently sitting in the 3rd spot, not too far away from MIBI loss. I feel like one game can allow them to catch up. 2 games should allow them to overtake MIBI loss. But that is, of course, a question. Is MIBI going to allow such a thing to happen today as well?
Yeah, because yesterday they were on a streak. They were taking advantage of the fact that everyone is going to be cautious. It was very high-risk play, but it worked out very well in their favor. And now today, after hearing about what's happening in Brazil, right? Them in the regular season, how they were the boogeymen, how they were always back-to-back-to-backing when it comes to those booyahs. Can they bring that happening here today? Because definitely they had changed their strats from yesterday till today, but that is why things get really interesting, because definitely all eyes are on this top 2. I'm sure no way in hell do they want to go into survival stage when they have the capability of making it into the top 2.
Yeah, and shout out to Chris Joe as well. Vitality has been whooping some butt out there on the battlefield. Who would have expected Vitality to do even better than their Brick Brothers RRQ, who yesterday did manage to walk away with 1 booyah to their name, but not in the top 4 just yet. Vitality, on the other hand, are doing better than Fluxo as well as Twisted Minds. This is a big factor. I feel like they definitely need the confidence boost. Seeing Vitality make that early access into the grand finals is definitely going to be fantastic for them. We've got the RRQ fans out here versus the Fluxo fans as well.
Yeah.
Who can be louder? Who will have these smiles on their faces by the end of these 6 games?
And also, most importantly, who will be silenced by the end of the day as well? I'm really curious to see who it's going to be. But we all know who's the loudest of RRQ. Conchita in the backstage. She was screaming for them.
I highly doubt Conchita only screams for RRQ. That woman is unbiased. She wants to scream for everyone, but she sees the potential in the kingdom of RRQ. But I have to tell you, the Fluxo fans are a tad bit more lively, right? I want to see that exact same energy from the opposite end as well. RRQ, y'all need to stand up. Y'all need to make some noise, baby.
Y'all need to yell, that's for sure. Give your energy to your favorite team as we go into this game. Oh, they're starting to dance here. There we go. That's
you
energy.
Go. More energy, RRQ. More energy.
Come back.
Yeah. I want to hear them sing. I mean, we hear a lot of
ये
Fluxo
group
chants,
वाले
right?
हो
Yeah,
जाते
so I
हैं.
need to hear them start singing, start yelling, because they do have a chant, by the way.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we're eventually going to hear it. And I hope
Hi,
they continuously
guys.
cheer their team
I'm back.
on, because the kingdom of RRQ just tend to get a
भाई मैं मैच देख के आ गई. कोहली के 50 हो गए. 50.
Looking to go wild out there on the
कोहली ने 50 मार दिए दोस्तों.
into the grand finals. But knowing
कहाँ
the team,
चली जाती
knowing
है
how they
यार.
play
थोड़ा
and how
फ्रेश
they
ना.
do
ब्रेक
develop, getting some
बेड में
extra
रेस्ट
experience
लेने
out there,
चले गए
seeing
थे.
exactly how well the rest of the teams
अभी
can do.
6 मैच और
I think
देखने हैं ना
RRQ might
लगातार.
be taking it a tad bit slower this time round as well.
कोहली ने
You also have to
50
look at
मार
the teams who are
दिए.
trying to maintain the top 4 spots, right?
Half century.
So MIBR
Cricket
lost.
match
These
देख रही
3
थी मैं.
teams are going to be very difficult to knock off of that perch. The closest ones that RRQ understands in terms of rotation,
Hi,
in terms of
Dobby.
their
Hi,
play style,
guys.
is going to be Vitality.
अरे
So
यार,
maybe
एक तो
some
नहीं, इसलिए मेरे को
infighting.
losses
Maybe
नहीं
we're going to
है.
find
बाल
a little
चिपकते
bit of a battle between the 2 Indonesian squads out there.
Yeah, Conchita said that's a term for that in Bahasa Indonesia.
Uh-huh.
Perang serumpun, she says.
All right.
Yeah, so that is something that I wouldn't be surprised to see as well. I do agree with you. The rotation is going to be happening. They can go for that as well. And I also really am excited to see if if any of the bottom teams could actually just really surprise us as well. I think Total Gaming Esports as well didn't really have the best of days yesterday. Maybe a reset today would be something. I mean, you talked about how this is the
भाई
first
क्या
year
मजा
that
है.
India
मैच
has made
से
it into
चल
the
रहा
big
था.
stage as well, right? You want to get
मैच तो खत्म हुआ.
yeah,
अब
after a
अभी
long
हो
time.
जाएगा
Now
शाम
you know
को.
you want to get experience. You want to really get into the groove of things. It's so different playing
game
from the
चला
Indian
इधर.
stage to a
अबे
global
मैंने
stage with so many
fuck,
different
मैंने
play
तब से
styles.
phone
out
charge
there
पे
in
लगाया
the
और
open,
on
and
नहीं
they
करा.
definitely learned something from
This
yesterday.
is crazy.
Yeah, tough lessons were learned yesterday for sure. I think IQ Total Gaming, SHUL Esports, they have a very heavy burden on their shoulders, because if If you look at the size of the fan base in India, expecting them to perform, it's absolutely stressing, right? You know, some of the other teams who don't really have a huge support back at home, they've got nothing to lose. They've got nothing to worry about. Not many people judging them out there. Every mistake that the Indian teams make, on the other hand, you're going to see some harsh comments on YouTube. You're going to see some harsh posts.
So I'm back. Hi guys, I went to watch cricket का match. मैं मस्त अपना अंदर बैठ के रूम में थोड़ा देर बेड में लेटी मैच के स्कोर देख रही थी, क्रिकेट मैच देख रही थी. कोहली ने हाफ सेंचुरी मार दी, 50 हो गए. Yeah, I was feeling sad for Rohit. I know. मजा आ गया वो मैच देख के भी.
Yeah, I think I'm also
अभी
very
not
excited
out
to see
चल
this
रहा है
as well
कोहली
as we
अभी.
go into
जब
this
मैं last
later.
देख
I
के आई
think
थी
one
तो.
thing's for sure though, when you talk about so many of these teams,
बढ़िया.
compared to say Group A, which means I would say a cutthroat group. Group B, I think, is something a little bit more anyone can be making anything happen, right? So that is where we really have to be paying attention.
Yeah, absolutely right. If you look at whether or
Hello,
not Group A
Captain
truly was
Amko,
cutthroat,
big fan,
yeah,
man.
you've got so many
Let's
Titans in
go.
there, you see a lot of eliminations, but because you don't have as many Titans in here in Group B, you're back with even playing
Let's
field.
go.
So it's not any easier in Group B at the moment for survival. You're still going up against world-class squads out here. But of
Kohli,
course,
yes,
this is game number
Kohli.
1, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, as we hop on into
Let's go,
Bermuda.
S2.
The flight path is going to be dictating quite a
Rocket.
number of things, and the
Let's
first one's
go,
going to be who's
TT.
out of the flight first. It's MRBR Lost, RRQ, as well as Team Secret. And Team Secret's another team that we definitely have to talk about. This team, the current kings of Southeast Asia, and some may argue Southeast Asia might just be one of the toughest lobbies out there.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think, you know, when we talked about that as well, I think a lot of our fingers were pointed toward that Group A, right? We saw what happened from Buram United. It was really scary seeing them on that day one as well. But at the same time, in this lobby, you know, Southeast Asia, and we're meeting up against, I would say, one of the hard hitters, which is going to be Brazil as well.
Yeah.
And again, when you look at the group stage leaders, Lost really put a big lead between themselves and the rest of the pack as well. Yeah, it's going to be easy to catch up. I mean, coming into a few matches more today, if
Paris
they can
when
maintain that
first week of
consistency,
August I'll
or
go.
many other teams
When
can do
the
so.
BJY
But
team
right
will
now,
go, then only I'll go.
undeniably, at least for day one, Southeast Asia is at the top.
I mean, Southeast Asia being at the
Godlike
top is
वाले
no
का
surprise to
PSG
me at this point of time
because
because of what they've shown us
PSG,
historically.
Godlike,
capable
ऐसे
of
12 वो सब
doing.
इंडिया में चलता
Army,
है.
on the other hand, yesterday, I feel
इंडिया
like they
के
had a
बाहर
decent
it's all
enough
about
run.
टीम इंडिया
Sifu
only. समझ रहे हो, इंडिया के
knocked
बाहर
down,
जब
but
भी
Seahawks
इंटरनेशनल
is
कोई भी
there
रिप्रेजेंट
to
करता
find
है
the
इट्स टीम
instant
इंडिया.
recovery for
तब
his
तो मैं
buddies,
ऐसे टोल की
and they will not
सपोर्टर
have
भी
to
हूँ,
waste
मैं
their
टीएजी
time
की भी
going in for
सपोर्टर
the
हूँ, मैं
revival.
गॉडलाइक की भी
But it looks
सपोर्टर
like
हूँ,
Vitality
जो
wants
इंडियन
a big
टीम होगी
fight.
मैं
The
और
launch pad
एडवर्टाइज
is
की
going
भी
to be putting
सपोर्टर
them
हूँ.
in the best spot to knock down Simon. Sifu, barely any health
समझ
left
रहे हो?
on him. He's going in with the medkit, double riptide rhythm, breaks down his defenses though, exposing him. But
What?
Dix is just a tad bit too busy, batching himself up on the opposite side. Vitality versus RRQ. This is an infighting. What was that Serumpun you said earlier? Perang Serumpun. That's exactly what we're having out here between the two brothers.
Yeah, and now Dude's on the very top side here, putting
Oh,
it down from above.
oh,
And
yeah.
Joel will be the one.
Oh,
No, it's not.
nice
because
trade.
Dude is there to make sure his teammate remains alive. Rans also falls, and Abai falls to reposition, finding a different way to bring his team back into the game.
Oh, looks like this little battle between
Okie
RRQ
dokie,
and Vitality might have to
yeah.
take a pause here as Straw Hats drops by to say hello. This is the survival battle for Straw Hats. Can they overwhelm RRQ, who are already hurt, already injured? They just need to take 2 players out of the equation, but that is easier said than done. Vitality's not abandoning the compound just yet. Straw Hats picking each other right back up, and they're sticking together. They do have a chance in here if they can continue with this level of aggression.
This is exciting already. We already saw or anticipated what was going to be happening early. Now, Vitality waiting in the wings, hoping to see who shows their hand first. Straw Hats waiting. Who will be the one to show his first shot here? Dix takes a bit of tick damage, but never more than that. And for the rest of the team, Vitality, at least for Dix, he's gonna be completely crunched from multiple angles here. What are you gonna do when this collapse happens?
Yeah, information comes on through, and Straw Hats flood in, getting their 5th elimination. This is what you gotta do if you're the Straw Hats. Kaizoku Oni, Orewa Naru, that's what they want to say as they rise up to the top. But unfortunately, only one can be the king of pirates for the squad, so they'll have to figure it out between themselves exactly who's gonna be that Joy Boy Joel as well as C-Bank. Team Vitality taking quite a beating very early on in the game. They've got the coins to bring back their buddies though.
Okay,
But only one
yes,
revival
तुम
here.
cute
Joel
तो
still
हो,
needs to
thank
hit
you.
those coin machines that are in the compound. Leon, on the other hand,
TAG, yes, TAG का group तो हो गया खत्म. TAG के अब कल matches होंगे.
And takes Della out of the equation.
अब
Who's
है
trying to put a little bit of
SHL और
distance between
TG के
himself
matches.
and
भाई
SHL.
जैक को देखो क्या
That
मस्त
one
खेलों
shot
के
finding
खेल
the
रहा है.
connection, Della still alive and
Jack
kicking out there on the
भाई,
battlefield. Troll shut down by Joker. The flank around the right with the BSK allows Leon to take control of this compound.
Yeah, crazy stuff coming from him as well. And it was almost like he was really undetected throughout the entire moment this was happening. As you are not going to be reacting off this though. They're just going to be chilling and waiting and biding for time as time goes. And I'm really curious to see what's happening on this side because Huang has been already knocked out by Nyx here, by Mia. And this is another team that is really trying their best to keep themselves still in the game.
Leon, yesterday, they had no placement points off of Bermuda and 5 eliminations. So they have to be really careful to not make that same mistake here. Once again, Straw Hats continues to pop up. This time, SHUL loses yet another player to the Straw Hats. 6 eliminations strong. They're looking for more. Buddy will find his back to that Mag 7 and Shocked will shock the world as he overwhelms them. Straw Hats rising up to the occasion here. And SHUL having their souls reaped away.
It is incredible to see this coming from Straw Hats. Definitely motivated to move around the area. More proactive, in fact, compared to yesterday. Eager to take these fights around the area. They were 2, 3 teams already. They've gone head-to-head against.
Straw Hats yesterday in Bermuda picked a total of 4 points. Now, just through the eliminations, they've gotten 8 already. So they're double better than whatever they were yesterday. And we're just kicking this matchup off. And that's the kind of hunger that you see in the squad. How much more can they deliver on this battlefield? They need to keep their confidence at an all-time high, and clearly this first game helping them do exactly that. But if you are Straw Hats, you definitely want to calm down a tad bit and focus on those circles, focus on your rotations a tad bit more as well. You don't really want to be playing your luck with too many of these early engagements.
Yeah, now toward Bima Sakti, we are going to be looking at a team. Oh no, looking here over on this side. Well, Jack already sniped to his death so quickly. Joker is on a rampage, doing so much damage with just the snipers.
Yeah, Joker's just annihilating with the VSK. Beautiful stuff out of the guy. Once again, 5 eliminations out of the 7 that the squad has so far. We already said this is the meta of the snipers, and Joker clearly understands that, wanting to take maximum advantage of that. Della catching up with the rest of his buddies as now Straw Hats once again ends up in a very early battle. I am not liking this, but can they overwhelm Leon, who's just not the best at Bermuda in this lobby?
Yeah, they just have to just move away here as well. So Shocked is going to try to find a vantage, but Della and also the rest of his team quickly finding time here. Who will get a double kill there somewhere? And even bringing his teammate back into the game, but Joker's not done quite yet.
One more, and Game's King down. But the shots from Joker is absolutely annoying. But thankfully, Leon does not have more numbers here alive to pressure Straw Hats. They back away. They call a truce for the time being, and Straw Hats will be able to pull Nil back into the game as well. Look at this phenomenal performance from Straw Hats. 10 eliminations already.
Crazy.
This is their best run so far. Yesterday, they got nowhere close to 10 eliminations in any one of their games.
Yeah, it's
Come on, TG, let's go, let's go, let's
the one in trouble next. Pain from above as TG pressure them. Bullets upon bullets.
अभी ये कैसे खेल रहा है वोटा ऐसे?
As they didn't manage to get the resets, and the collapse hasn't happened quite yet. Abe
plays
moves
like
forward,
this?
now knocked down, and Abe is the last
भाई ये
one
तो
alive.
position
Has
खतरनाक
to
ही
survive
खेलने
this
की.
to bring his team back into the game. During an interview, Dutch said that yesterday was supposedly their warm-up day, but they're still facing so many problems by so many different teams in these rotations.
Abe just trying to make some magic work out of this monster truck's gonna find that gravity is not gonna be on his side. So unfortunately for him, he cannot drive away. But even if he did try, Shanky would just snuff him out in an instant. You've got Aztec there as well with an AC-80, so it's just not going to be possible for Abe to save himself at the moment. He's just got to hope and pray that by some luck, IQ Total
I
Gaming
guess TG will hold that
walks
angle.
away from this bridge,
कैसे
giving him a little bit
लगा
of a
TG को
leeway
बहुत अच्छा,
to escape
बहुत
this
अच्छा.
sticky situation. RRQ left with their final player, and
Top notch.
potentially
मेरे को लग रहा है एक और
after that vitality
एक और
uh,
crazy
what is it?
hand
What's the
cam
report?
Perang serumput.
Perhaps that put them in a tad bit of a pickle. And speaking of vitality, you're going up against Meerkorp, and Meerkorp cannot afford to lose this battle. And if they can take down Vitality, that should definitely boost their confidence quite a little bit. Vitality were on fire yesterday.
Yeah, and I think one thing's for sure that we wanted to see Mia just try their best, not only just survive, but also be able to bring themselves into more than just bottom two. Now this shot by Daniel was just nasty as well that happened just now. In fact, he had moved around the area, got 2 snipes, and he was undetected throughout the entire time.
Crown 98, definitely a weapon of choice for many of the players here, because of the advantage it gives you out there on the battlefield with a little bit of an assistance. You saw the deadly timing from the guy, but Sibank now, trigger discipline is there. Straw Hats understands the situation, and they will secure the vending machine for themselves as well. Bangladesh still has got their dreams alive through Straw Hats. Yesterday was a disappointing run. Not a single match they managed to walk away with more than 5 points. Today, on the other hand, in this first game in itself, Straw Hats sitting on 10 eliminations. In fact, they are on fire with the eliminations. They're the best ones in this round so far. If they can keep this up at least for 3 games, they sure as hell will be able to escape doom from the bottom 2 spots.
You know, I think we didn't really see too much from Lost, but finally they did show their hand just now. They got a pick up onto Abe, trying to bring his teammate back into the game. They did manage to come back online though, so that's really, really important for RRQ. Regardless of that, still surviving alone without Abe. Now it goes back to his team. I think it was Dudes that he brought back. So he has to be able to find a way to not only bring his team back into the game, but also survive. There we go. I think Mal is already back into the game as well. So this is massive.
Yeah, very good play here from Dux. Managing to bring his buddies right back in, triple revive. And they pick a great spot at the observatory with the tanks of the R1's binocular scan, spotting no players there. They'll have to tank a little bit of damage from the circle, but they do have a double team booster on their side. Dirt's in a little bit of trouble there. MIBI Lost spotting him out, trying to shoot him out of the air, but they're going to be unsuccessful with that attempt. MIBI Lost is a tad bit slower today in terms of raking in those eliminations, but they really are not pressured to find more numbers out there. They're definitely going to secure the top 4 as long as they can find the final circle game after game.
You know what? I like this. Everyone has a little bit of, an area where they're holding on to. No one's really trying to really commit to this fight, but it will change very, very soon. Especially since the majority of teams are trying to get into the circle. Twisted Minds are here. Leon is coming in very, very soon. And Leon has been really active in this game as well. I think 9 eliminations so far.
Ico Total Gaming.
नींद आ रही है, कॉफी पी लो. Already एक पी चुके हो, अभी और नहीं पीनी चाहिए.
Point gets them yet another elimination. That's what you need if
TG is playing calmly. Yes, I think it's a good strat TG is using. Playing calmly is a good thing.
Meerkorp needs to do that exact same thing. Show us what you've shown us already in USA. Show us what you've shown us in terms of your capability of finding that final circle. Leon, just like Straw Hats, doing so much better today with their positioning.
Oh, Joker is still on a rampage with the sniper, and it's a lethal weapon in his hands. Got so many eliminations, even some chip damage to any team that's rotating away as well, which makes it so terrifying. This angle he's going to be able to just really abuse, and it's AHL that he's going to be paying attention to. Hawk knocked down already, and over on this side here, TS also trying to find their way up onto a high ground.
Yeah, Team Secret just staying a little bit quiet in the game for the time being, wanting to just pop off a little bit later on. And because they've been quiet,
that's a good
nobody
thing.
has really taken away the
भाई ये
resources
लोग
that
तो
they've
लेते
been
ही नहीं है
collecting from the very
fight. ये
start
लोग
of the
ये
match.
group
That's
में
really
तो
making
fight
Team
होती
Secret
ही
a
नहीं
dangerous
है.
squad within that final circle.
Okay,
And
then
we
Myth
know
PO एक
they are
बहुत है, हाँ
definitely
यार.
capable of annihilating many a squads out there. Jack out in the open, a very daring position for him to be holding on to. Leon's going to be losing 2 players. Make that 3 as Joker gets shot out as well.
Oh my
King is the
God,
final one
that
alive
was
here
so
for Leon.
good.
Alani, can you take advantage? They might be able to. And he's far, far away from any vending machine, and Al Ahly won't be able to find one.
Hello?
Right on last game is king. With the valiant dash, that's a number on that 1v2. Like the troll under the bridge, eliminates
It just happened.
We were just talking about Team Secret just now, and now Ansha
कोई
and
सुनाई
the
नहीं
team
दे
are
रहा,
in
आती है या
trouble.
नहीं, क्या नहीं
Dio
आती है?
presses forward, and now knocked down by Bobs. They were very much ready for it. Fluxo is now here. Bobs barely alive, but somehow TS will be the team
Fluxo
to
मर
pull
गई.
themselves forward, but not for long, because Lost is close by.
MIB Outlaws just taking advantage of that situation, but now it's a battle between SHUL as well as Lost. Round 1, knocking Jack down to the ground and taking him out of the equation, goes out as well. IQ Total Gaming, what can you do up against RRQ? They've already built up the solid walls on top of that monster truck just to keep the Indonesian monsters away from them, and Twisted Minds will land right behind. And this is that Riptide rhythm out of nowhere, courtesy of Vitality, courtesy of Straw Hats with some shots as well. And it looks like Twisted Minds is not going to be as lucky as they take the fight straight up to RRQ. But X-Bossy lighting up the battlefield, kicking RRQ out of the lobby.
Third party. It is insane seeing how Twisted Minds just rush forward, destroy RRQ, who are sandwiched between these two teams. Now TG gonna way forward here, gonna take this fight head on against Twisted Minds. The rest of the team forced forward here. TG barely alive, surviving for that time being. But now with so many teams pressuring them, Aztec takes a lot of damage already. But they're doing their best, just really lock themselves in behind all those glue walls.
No, TG has lost a ton of glue walls already in the battle. They need to take Twisted Minds out of the equation, loot them up so that they can continue to play this all the way down to the very end. But MIB are lost, closing in the distance, tossing out those
TG first day
Rigby with the double, and he goes in for the annihilation, and just like that, IQ Total Gaming out of the equation. Twisted Minds up against MIB Outlaws. What can Southeast Asia do against the racing Brazilians?
Diamond's already knocked down already and forced to move away. They have to go for this reset. Teammate brought back into the game, but the timing from Lost is too much to deal with. They're fast and they're furious. Knocked down already, but still have to worry about the rest of the team below because General knocked down. Diamond's still alive. Rigby should have no problem bringing General back into the game.
Yeah, recovery is there. A cheeky nade here from Diamond. Can he get one? Round 1. It's all up to Rigby, and Rigby, an absolute solid player for MIB Outlaws in this lobby. 8 eliminations for him alone, and he was definitely cracking it as the Grenadier. But now trying to get off of that bridge is going to be a tad bit tough for Lost. SHUL Esports out as well, but placement points wise, they do manage to walk away with something decent here. MIB Outlaws out.
Hi, Stylist. All is well for 10 joules. Thank you.
But Leon hanging on for their day alive.
VIT killer,
a huge improvement from yesterday at Bermuda.
Yeah, Vitality still healthy right now. Knows where Games King is, and despite his best efforts, will be knocked down as well. A valiant effort by Leon, despite Games King being alone at 1v2 win, plus the multi-frags that he got before going out is insane.
This is what I talked about. This is what I said on the stage. Today, what we expect is the teams at the very bottom to make it into that final circle. Eliminations or not, I don't care. But this is what we want to see. Straw Hats and Miakov showing us that they've got the fight in them. They take each other on, and Bangladesh shuts down Miakov, booking an appointment with Vitality.
Vitality.
My God, Vitality ने तो oh my God, Vitality. Vitality का booyah हो गया, booyah. What a match! What a match, Vitality.
They used to be known as the Falcon Hunters, and they were just purely disruptors of the lobby. No one expected them to dominate. We just expected that element of disruption out of them. But now, you can't expect them to walk away from lobbies consistently. Yesterday, they showed us that consistency. But I want to take the attention away from Vitality and their booyah. They already got a lot of praises from the casters yesterday. Today, the ones that deserve the praises is Miakov as well as Straw Hats. The absolute determination to stay alive, and Straw Hats actually walking away with 10 eliminations and surviving long enough to get into that final circle shows you that hunger. So SHUL, Ali, they better watch out because the two from the bottom are looking to rise up.
Yeah, both SH and Mia making it to that top 3 as well, raking in a lot of points as well coming into this one. So the race is on right now because again, it can be anyone's game. Everyone was thinking the bottom 2 might not be able to come back today, and they are showing us otherwise. Eliminations coming in from SH as well as the tenacity to survive by Mia is something to be praised. And even then, we're seeing so many teams even individually pop off. Leon Joker just now was going crazy. I believe also Games King was able to not only win a 1v2, but before going down to Vitality, he got 5 eliminations.
Absolutely. But of course, we got to bring the conversation back to Vitality at a certain point as well. Chris Joe, the main reason why these guys turned from disruptors into absolute monsters out here on the battlefield. He has certainly guided them well to the top. But can they stay at the top? Can they hold on to those top 4 spots and find the early qualifier into the grand finals is going to be a big question. Because the move that Vitality pulled off in the final battle sequence was exactly what got them the booyah. They did not wait for Straw Hats to complete their battle first before taking advantage. They were already taking shots at them.
Yes,
Whatever angles that they could find, trying to
I'm
weaken the
streaming.
Straw
We are
Hats
doing
crew,
watch
and then
party
with a
right now.
proactive rush to take them out of the equation as
We
well.
all
This is
TG
a
fans
huge
miss
improvement
you,
from
delete
Vitality,
भाई.
and that is
यार
what
हाँ,
the
आप
other
लोग मेरे
teams
को
need
बता
to
रहे थे कि
clear.
delete
The
नहीं
fact
खेल
that
रहे
they've
हैं,
got a
बहुत
coach
अच्छे
that
player
is
हैं.
absolutely brilliant to tell them exactly what they need to fix. If you look at what Vitality
TG
did
को और
at
एक
Bermuda
ऐसे duel
yesterday,
का I
just
really
4
want
placement
कि
points, 5
please एक
eliminations. They
बूया
had
हो
a
जाए,
rough
मजा आ
run
जाए.
in the first game of the day, but today they twist that around. But they have to make sure as well that they don't run out of gas.
पर Vitality ने बहुत अच्छा खेला, genuinely बहुत अच्छा खेला, बहुत crazy खेला है.
Bit of a breather. We'll be back with you in a bit.
Human body was built to move, not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day.
Crazy भाई Vitality. Hello Dobia, hi. Please guys support team जो होगा देखा जाएगा ये. यार support our team India भाई. हमने अभी TAG को support किया like first group में, अभी second group में it's SA2L and it's TG team Total Gaming. Let's just support Team India, bhai. W.
He thinks he can come in here and play my game. He knows nothing but go! Tyler Wine, you're done.
Faction Wars.
How do we do yesterday?
How was your mental after yesterday?
So we are going to try to do our best today. So we have all the hopes and trust that we are going to make very good in yesterday. So we are positive.
Yes, Team India, yes. How
So,
TAG, because I did
obviously,
TAG played
new day, you're
very
saying that you were able
good. They
to
got
reset a
2
little bit. You
boyas
feel like
today.
you'll
Oh
have
my
a much
god,
better
it was
performance
so
today?
happening, like so good. They were
We are
playing.
going to do better.
They were
than
playing
yesterday.
insane. I think they are
What has
very
it been
prepared
like working with your team
for
here at
tomorrow. They are very
EWC and
prepared for
competing on
tomorrow.
the stage?
I mean, we are going to be like try a lot of bad things together, and be here today is like a good feeling that we are all together and can be here competing with a lot of teams.
Well, I know that there's definitely a lot of people pulling for you guys as well. So obviously this is a quick chat, but thank you for taking the time to talk and best of luck today.
Thank you.
Best of luck today. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, you are right here in the heart of France. It's Paris, Free Fire at the Esports World Cup 26. And we have a bit of a review for you for the first game of Group
थक
B.
गए भाई,
Sparky
आज तो
and
crazy
Lucifer,
हो गया.
and things are only getting started. We see Straw has making the top 3. And that was something that we were hoping to see from
Break
yesterday.
है अभी,
and they've
कितनी
done
देर
it.
का
I think
break
this
है?
is what I was waiting for. Even in Group A, right? The teams at the bottom make a comeback. Titan Esports Club did it. I was about to bring that verticality where, hey, there's Bangladeshi team who've already made one through into the survival stage. Straw Hats started off, and they rightfully did from game number 1 itself.
Absolutely. I mean, from what we've seen from Group A earlier on, when TAG got 2 booyahs, I think that really set the stage. If a region like India, who has been trying to prove themselves for so long, can do it, why can't the other people do it, right? Why can't the other
ये
squads
girl
step up
host
to
की
the
Insta
occasion?
ID
And
दो
I think
ना,
the best
भाई
part
तुम
right
मेरे
now
को
is that we have
क्या?
some of the super fans in the house, with Fluxo
क्या
on one
समझ रहे
side,
हैं?
on my left, with RQ on the other side, and they are here in full force.
I think this is what we needed, especially Group B. We were with the vibe yesterday casting on the desk, but right now here, I can even feel it better. And I know this is going to be added on pressure for the players itself.
खाना हो गया क्या? नहीं 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 वही खाया था बस उपमा
RQ
खाया था
again, a
अभी
similar
नहीं
stretch of
उपमा
what
कह रही
happened
हूँ
yesterday
उत्पम.
is being replicated today as well. I hope it changes for them.
Yeah, and when we look at the standings, you can kind of see the separation, right? The first thing that comes to mind, MRBL lost, still the front runners, still the head of the pack. It really feels like no one can overtake them. Even in games that they don't get the booyah, they are still the predator, the apex predator.
Guys, मैं देख लिया बिल्कुल मजे में ऐसे
They're picking up the
झुक
pace. They
के
understand,
बैठ
yes,
के
it might be a loss of taking it away, but Team Vitality bringing it out, matching up with
Enjoying.
pace,
I'll
toe-to-toe
just-
is
I'll
what
be
they're
enjoying
looking
this,
forward to
okay?
because they also be at the top 4. They make it to the final.
Yeah, and I think
Love
at the end of the
from
day,
her,
Team
me
Vitality, RQ, the Indonesians, they have plenty of fans here, even though we saw RQ super fans in droves, but I can assure you Team Vitality is also on the support list, right? Because again, we talk about
2
second
मिनट
place.
का है वो announcement वाला. अरे थम जाओ यार, तुम तो
heartbreak the
पीछे
most
ही पड़
actually here,
गए.
and through the highs and lows, they have been with them.
I think in this game, there's one more team that we have to talk about. It's going to be Twisted Minds.
Yes,
मेरा
sir.
तो मन कर रहा है बाल सारे बांध
Later
के
in the
ऐसे
games,
बैठ
they
जाऊं.
started to make a comeback, but right now, they did put up a good performance. Unfortunate that MIBL loss ended up taking a head-on fight right at the bridge. If it did change out, I think maybe Twisted Minds also had an opportunity for a booyah.
Yeah, I want to try something, right? Since we have the super fans here. RQ fans. You see me? Yes, RQ fans. Kita cuba ya. Kita chant RQ, okay? Viva! 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 Yeah, that's the spirit. You got the Fluxo people on your side.
Fluxo, do I even need to start, or is it going to be your drums?
My God, Fluxo वाले full drums लेके आ रहे हैं.
That's the spirit of Freefire. We love it so much. And this will only continue to electrify the arena as long as the games are going. We know that there's a lot of
Taris जा रही हो तुम,
competition.
yes,
We're going to
yes.
see Fluxo, we're going to see RQ. Either in the survival stage or
हाँ,
in the
इनमें
grand
देख
finals,
लूँगी,
and this
हाँ.
rivalry has
Tension मत
extended
लो.
beyond boundaries.
अभी मैं यहीं पे हूँ 2 दिन और.
I'm pretty sure the casters are ready to bring us more Freefire action.
Oh yeah, we're very, very ready. And the whole crowd, this arena is shaking right now from the noise, from the sounds, from the fans as well. Whether it be RQ, whether it be Fluxo, everyone is ready to see who makes it into the next stage.
Absolutely. Now, yesterday, I have to say, it was not the best run for Leon, right? But today,
गोटा और शांति
opened up
बहुत
the
डर
unit,
डर
I
के
have to
खेल
say,
रहे
this
हैं.
has
माफी
been
कितना
their best
खेलेगा राशु
performance
के.
so far.
कोई नहीं हो जाएगा. अभी they are
12
just
eliminations, 7 placement points, a total of 9
they are figuring this out. आपको भी पता है हो जाता है कभी
This
कभी.
is exactly what you need if you want to show that you are well prepped for the grand
अरे
finals.
अरे
Is
team
it going to be
secret.
enough for them to squeeze themselves into the top 4? If they keep up this performance, that's definitely going to be the
Oh
case.
my God, such a pretty eyes that guy is. भाई छोटे बच्चों की आंखें देखो.
Just for Leon, just about so many of the teams. We talked just now a bit about what to see at the bottom of the brackets, right?
Yeah.
And now suddenly everything's shifted. What we thought we knew about all these teams yesterday has changed. Mia looks different day and night. Even Straw Hat starting off very, very strong.
Yeah.
If you had missed map 1, please go back and look at it because it's crazy.
Yeah, from being nowhere close to making a break away from that bottom 2 spots, they picked up 22 points. And I'm talking about Straw Hats. That is phenomenal. Yesterday, throughout the whole day, we saw Straw Hats pick up, I think, about 24 points in totality out of 6 games. So to pick up 22 from just one match shows you that they are a very different squad today. You cannot underestimate them. You cannot count them out of the race just yet. But Mia Corp, I have seen better from this squad within their own region. I'm still... I'm unfortunately going to be Asian parenting them at this point of time. I'm expecting more, although they got into that final circle earlier. More consistency for sure. As we hop on into game number 2, this is going to be that battle at Solara.
Yeah, Solara was very, very interesting yesterday as well. It was, I think one thing's for sure though, we saw a lot of not only just moments where people were like moving away and running away, but we are seeing on top of the rail fights, chases as well around the map, and it's going to be very exciting. Now we saw a bit of a glimpse of what we could see from SH as well as Mia. I am wondering to see whether or not this momentum will continue into this map.
Yeah, absolutely. Straw Hats down at the aquarium, but they have to be really careful. They've got a split drop, which means they do have a little bit of an insurance policy. But beside them, the other team that has got a split drop is the one and only
TG
Fluxo.
split खुदी हुई है.
Who got taken
Waterfall
out
और
of
the hub.
lobby a tad bit
TG
too
की
early.
fight
I
हो
know they
रही
weren't
है
too
लियोन
happy
के
with the
साथ.
performance
TG
in
की fight
Bermuda,
है लियोन
which
के
means they
साथ.
are the bleeding predators at this point of time. And a bleeding predator is a very dangerous predator. Miakop, on the other hand, Beyblade's already sustaining a shot to his chest. But they do manage to quickly reposition off of those slide rails. Looking to find a little bit of extra loot here at Riders Club. MIBR lost up against Twisted Minds though in a very early encounter earlier. And Rick B taken out early, but of course the team's not really going to suffer bringing him back. There's just one. Total Gaming could just be taken down here by a good performing Leon. Games King.
Oh, nice trade. अरे यार, but
pick up and they want to put on that pressure.
Shanky पे
Shanky backing
चढ़ेंगे.
away all alone now. Games King with the mag 7.
will take him out
कोई
instantly.
नहीं.
And this is trouble time.
They'll recall him. They'll recall him.
But Mafia buying an insurance policy back for the squad. That one revival is going to keep them in for a little while more.
I think it's super exciting to see this happening because we were talking about how Lion just now was having such a great game. They were very aggressive. Hold that thought. Shocked. Instant kill. Headshot. Eliminating Abai so quickly. But now he is in trouble since all eyes are on him.
Yeah, Rand's looking for a little bit of revenge shot, but great defense there. But a double glue wall. Medkit's going to come in handy at this point of time. We'll catch up with Straw
Twisted की लड़ाई VIT से.
Players at the side of Vitality doing battle with Twisted Minds. 2 eliminations in hand already for Twisted Minds, and they're looking to take Dix out of the equation. The Indonesian player, Valiant Dash, breaks down his defenses, and the pass with a sliver of health cannot sustain as Joel from behind the glue wall hits him with the M82B.
Yeah, he's keeping his teammate alive as well. All eyes. I think he's definitely the most.
हाँ, इस लड़की को देखो ना कितनी अरे BGMI की कब है डॉबिया? BGMI के 6th of August से.
He's gonna try for more.
I think 6th of August से है, हाँ, if I'm not wrong.
He's got the car 98, so Diamond can't mess around. M82B will find the access behind the glue wall as well. Diamond in a lot of trouble here. Joel with the advantage, and Koja with the flag. The BSK puts the guy down. And Twisted Minds will understand that they're not messing around with a small squad here. Vitality, do you go for the wipe? But there's Yankee interfering in the battle, and that forces the reposition out of Vitality.
Yeah, they do not want to deal with this too early as well, but great work coming from them. They have so many high grounds and angles well to be able to trade off one another. But meanwhile, for AHL, all eyes on the Fluxo side. They want to take this fight, but Fluxo, and you know how they play. They don't want to take this fight too early, putting a bit of space between each other.
Let's see what will Al-Alhi do here up against one of the biggest monsters you can come across.
यार ऐसा नहीं लगता आप लोग को?
Fluxo, not powerful just because they've got a huge fan base
आप लोग को
behind
ऐसा
them.
नहीं लगता कि
They've
एक
got a
दिन में
huge
6
fan base
मैचेस
behind them
ही
because
होने
of
चाहिए,
what
like
they can do out
8
here in a
मैक्सिमम.
lobby like this.
उसके बाद जान ही नहीं बचती देखने की, मतलब ऐसा हो जाता है.
Defenses, but could not go in for that instant shot. Sifu looking for that recovery and gets his own blue wall broken down here, but the backup from GU and the Cord will give him the advantage and pushes and follows up the M590 shot. Al-Ali now in a lot of trouble. As Remind quickly tries to back away, Car 98 in hand, but there's nowhere to run. Fluxo's on the hunt.
Yeah, and you know that while they are chasing, they are almost like a boa constrictor who does not want to let go of that prey. Shot to Remind. He's managing to stay alive for
बेचारा बच गया, पर इसका पीछा नहीं छोड़ रहे फ्लुक्सो वाले. फ्लुक्सो कह रहे हैं किल चाहिए.
Outside, Bobs with the woodpecker. Not
Bobs!
shots on connection, and Remind actually manages to scurry away. Vehicle on fire though. Remind, what an escape from Fluxo.
PG delete, I'm waiting for you in FFWS. Yeah.
Aztecs going to be backstabbed here by Extra. And what a play. Still Straw Hats on another level. Keeping the dream alive for Bangladesh once again.
Oh yeah, you can definitely tell that they're riding off that high and momentum from map 1. We questioned it whether or not it will continue, and they definitely came into today with a game plan.
Yeah.
Now, a reminder for yesterday, when we were on Solara, Team Secret had a booyah with 31 points, but we haven't seen too much from them from map 1 and in this game as well yet, so far.
Absolutely, yeah. Titan Esports, they survived Group A. The group of death, many people called it. But he's showing everyone that they are capable of getting into the grand finals. But of course, if you look at where they sat on the overall leaderboard, it's going to be quite a bit of struggle. So more is going to be needed out of them. But if they play anything like what Straw Hats is showing us out there on the lobby, they're going to see Bangladesh in the grand finals for sure. Leon, on the other hand, on the hunt. Al-Ali, Hawk. But the Hawk's not up in the air, it's wounded, it's on the ground, it's running away. And birds should be flying. Unfortunately, Hawk can't do that all alone as he's hunted by a pack of lions.
Yeah, they're very hungry as well. They love taking these fights. They don't want to let it go. There we go. That's the first shot onto Hawk. That's a lot of damage done. Joker juking away, trying to stay healthy, and you know
क्या कर रहा है TG को? अभी they recall तो हो गए हैं. TG की fight हो गई थी. But कोई बात नहीं.
Yeah, beautiful play. Hawk at least tried his very best. Had the Skylar on him, Riptide rhythm, finding the connection, but of course Joker just dodged that bullet perfectly, saw a little bit of natural cover with the compound and made good use of that. If you look at the most eliminations, man, MIBR lost, still on fire, even though we didn't see a massive game from them at Bermuda. They still walked away with the 14 eliminations, and Yago's just topping the charts with the damage as well.
Yago to top
Yeah,
kar
that
raha hai
circle hard
bhai.
shift to the right as well, with SAUL being so comfortable in that middle area. And this is where things get super interesting, how the fights are going to be happening, and how many teams will be eyeing that compound.
Absolutely. Now, the next circle will move towards SHUL as well as MIBR loss. Both of these teams will stay silent for the time being. But now Team Secret up against Fluxo. The shot onto Dekui. He needs to recover. Wang Am on the other hand. M60 in hand already. Enhanced with the hammer. Looking for the reposition as well. Flanking towards the left. He does have the thrill of battle in hand. But he could just be the distraction here for Team Secret so that the rest of these players can get into position. RRQ looking for a straw hat, and they find who? That's not a question, that's a statement.
Abe waiting in the wings as well here. Knows that close by you also see Twisted Minds as well. Could overextend this. Move forward as here. Diamond takes quite a bit of damage from that corner here. Just is putting a lot of pressure on him. Forced to move away, forced out into the open. His teammates managing to rotate across. Dude's close by here. A jump shot forward. Diamond cannot survive longer and will be able to secure that point.
As expected, Fluxo really not going all out just yet. The boogeyman still choosing to fly under the radar. They've already gotten taken out. No placement points in this game. Barely any eliminations from the outside. Twisted Minds on the other hand still on
वोटा
the
और
hunt.
शैंकी मेरी जान आज चलाना होगा मेरी जान यस यार तुमको कितना देखो लगता है ओह माय गॉड डर डर के मत खेलो हो जाएगा
Both of them outside the circle. Explosive runs, still does not check his corners. Still does not see him. How in the world?
There is
Mahal the ninja. Without the stealth bites, he's still
हमें भी
stealthy.
दिखा दो यार
That's just one corner unseen, survives, and the ability to be able to prolong RRQ's run on this map.
When they said keep your head down, I never knew it would work like that.
For real though, it worked out so well in their favor. And now we're going to be looking here at Vitality that's already repositioned themselves quite in the middle of the map as well. And these early rotators would have a bit of an advantage in terms of positioning.
Ex-Posse needs to check his eyes, bro. Man. And Ma'al, that's the luckiest camp I've ever seen. He was hoping and praying he doesn't get spotted.
I was so sure he'd be seen just now, especially to that large, big area that he was crossing.
Ex-Posse was just too busy. He had a mission on his mind. He's like, we are out in the blue. We're tanking a tad bit of damage here. We need to look for the next circle because it's going to move
Oh,
yet again.
circle ऐसे ट्यूल के
And
ऊपर है
Ma'al
पूरा
just lucked out big time, and RRQ gets to have a little bit of fun there at Fun Fair, catching up with
PG
each other.
बहुत
But
दूर पे हैं
Twisted Minds just tied to
हाँ they were
RRQ
taking fight
fatally. IQ Total Gaming, on the other hand, unfortunately for them, they've been taken out of the equation a tad bit too early. It's definitely going to be a long journey for them to squeeze themselves into the top 4. But as long as they can keep themselves away from the bottom 2, I think India can rest easy.
Oh yeah. Abe waiting here, Twisted Minds. Diamond already knocked out so early there. Abe now positions noted. Still wants to go for that hunt. Jump will be seen. Breaks that with a valiant dash.
Wow.
Able to put the glue wall down for that second time. The pass knocked down. And now it's a 2v1. His teammate's already back in the game as well. So the crunch is here. And Abe, a quad instantly doing damage to so many members of Twisted Minds.
Come on, PLS1. Show us what you got with that sniper. AWM time, baby. Ex-Posse driving away. Trying to juke. But the cord lights the vehicle up in fire, and PLS1 with the AWM takes him out of the vehicle and the lobby.
ऐसे ट्यूल की फाइट हो रही है दिखा दो ऐसे ट्यूल की फाइट चल रही
RRQ
है
did not show them the same courtesy Ex-Posse showed Ma'al.
Oh yeah. Now C-Mox is in trouble as the rest of the Lions look to go for the hunt. Finds him in the corner. The Valiant Dash breaks it in the end. He's so quick to take him out of the game.
Well, PLS1 stole that one away. Beautiful play! And Gabeskin gets knocked down as well. That AWM from PLS1. Team Secret has got a nasty sniper on their side. And Jacobs dealing with that instant lead with the M82B, but of course,
Yeah,
the
please
recovery
दिखा दो
should
ऐसे
be
तो अभी
easy
आईडी की फाइट चल
for
रही है.
Team Secret. We move on over to Vitality up against SHUL. I think this is a little bit of a peace treaty between them. They're not going to find
Probably
engagement
supporting
between each other just
CJP.
yet. Looking to play it safe for the next circle.
तेरे को खुद ही पता है यार, मैं पॉलिटिक्स में नहीं पढ़ती.
Southern side here in control of the Lions. Well, meanwhile, close by, we also have Team Secret. I think they definitely had their eyes onto the members of RRQ here.
Yeah.
And meanwhile, for the Straw Hats, well, surviving this long and still at the very top of the lobby, it is terrifying seeing this team activated on the second day.
Absolutely. Can we see yet another Bangladeshi squad survive the group stage? Unbelievable survival play from TEC. Titan Esports just showing everyone that the dream can be kept alive, and Straw Hats again early game, 10 eliminations already.
थोड़ा दूर
Yesterday,
बन गया,
man,
but
they were
they can enter the zone easily. अरे यार ये क्या भाई, TAG की तरह TAG के मैचेस हो गए. TAG अब कल खेलेगी.
down in the dumps, but today Straw Hats just showing us their awakening, their conquerors hockey. He's just knocking everyone out without even bumping into them. He just
Hello Robbie, how are you? How's you? I'm good. भाई ये क्या है? Hello.
Well, I have to find your way around the Straw Hats, because if you let them run away with this, I think they're going to be dominating the lobby eventually. Team Secret, 7 eliminations.
भाई ये क्या मेरी स्ट्रीम हो रही है कि हो रही है? अबे यार मेरी स्ट्रीम लोड हो रही है भाई, मेरा नेट जीजी है. My net is not.
There's the circles looking for them, getting the damage in. Team Secret is trying to gatekeep it on. RRQ Straw Hats on the way, Bangladesh looking to sneak away the point at the third party. Y'all better wrap up your...
God, मेरा नेट, गाइस मेरा नेट चोक कर रहा है. नेट गॉड आई गैच पबजी, मेरे को क्या पता भाई, मैं तो यहाँ वॉच पार्टी कर रही हूँ.
Right now, Straw Hat says, because we will not have a choice. Whoa, RRQ! God, Nate from the master Grenadier dudes himself.
Beautifully done, and they had so many close calls in the beginning of the game, and they're looking to keep so many of these teams out here. Team Secret in trouble. The Lions taking in so much pressure from RRQ as well. Della knocked down and trying to be able to be brought back into the game, not able to do so.
SAUL Esports taking out Vitality. Talked a little bit about the aggression from the Indian squads. Team Secret shut down as well. You can't thank RRQ for that. Who would have expected them to step out of their own safe zone to take the fight up against two teams who were looking for their defensive spot? So a little bit of proactive action there from the Indonesian Titans. Leon's out of the equation already. We are left with 4 squads in here. RRQ, MIBR lost. Miakop and Straw Hats again getting towards that final circle. But Josh wearing a little bit of a boo-boo there, looking for the pickup from his buddies.
Yeah, time is dwindling and no space to move because Lost is here pressuring
Oh.
the Straw Hats. The shot goes huge. Neil knocked down.
What a
is
shot!
waiting to be the next one to fall, but they're able to recover. Who as well taking a lot of damage here, but RRQ on a hunt, getting active.
Might be a loss. RRQ taking the fight straight up to them, which gives the big opportunity for the 2 underdogs down at the bottom to run away with the booyah. Straw Hats and Miakop, they just need to stay silent for the time being. RRQ takes the fight to them. Round 1, Yamo taken down. Mahal with a super snipe. Dunsnow traded out. Shock taking advantage. This is Straw Hats hopping on in, trying to stab RRQ in the back.
Oh, the Straw Hats still survive, but RRQ is the team who's on fire right now, surviving healthy with the 4. Both these two teams, Mia and Straw Hats, started the day at the very bottom, and they're survived again at the top 3 here. Shots knocked down already so quickly because Mia has their eyes on this team. Going for more, Mia will get 2 more points.
Ami Tomake Balobasi, Bangladesh. That's the kind of spirit we want to see here in EWC.
Ami Tomaro Bhalobashi, did he seriously say that?
The odds against Mia, and RRQ will use the odds to their favor to walk away with a booyah here. And they want to show they are alive and kicking, and they want to make it into the top 4 for the early qualifier to the grand finals.
Oh man, RRQ had so many close
Nice
calls
one,
with
yeah,
one
nice
player
game.
left alive, whether it be Abe, whether it be Duds, and
Good game,
somehow
good
still
game.
being able to bring the whole squad back into the game, recover
बढ़िया था
and
यार.
get that booyah is insane.
Guys,
work.
1.3 likes. We are very close to 1.3k likes. करा दो यार. 8 like और बचे.
RRQ shows that they definitely can step it up. And
Let's do
Solara,
1.3k.
not necessarily the best map out there, but they have shown that they have got that veteran experience.
जिससे
and a
नहीं
little
करा है,
bit
जिस
of the
stream
circle,
देख
a
रहे हैं,
little bit of the
फटाफट
action
select
on
कर
the
दो.
battlefield favored them in multiple of those situations. Maal could
Game
have
का
gotten
stream
taken
रुक
out
जाए.
a
Oh
tad
my
bit too
god.
early, and the recovery could have been delayed a little further for the side of RRQ. But thank goodness Exposy did not check his corner in this particular sequence. Gave us
क्या खेले हैं यार, क्या खेले हैं. क्या खेल रही है टीम अपनी. गाइस 3 more likes फटाफट से कर दो जिससे नहीं किया है. टीजी का क्यों नहीं हो. अरे हो जाएगा. अभी थोड़ा शायद मोमेंटम उनका उधर है, बट ठीक है ना. देखो अगर टीजी टॉप 4 में नहीं आई और ऐसे 12 भी टॉप 4 में नहीं आई, फिर भी उनके पास एक और चांसेस है कल दोबारा फाइट करने के. सो वी वांट कि अभी राइट नाउ टीजी और ऐसे 12 टॉप 8 में तो टॉप 10 में तो रह ही रहे, समझ रहे हो. वी वांट देम टू स्टे इन टॉप 8 टॉप 10 सॉरी. मैं तो आते ही कर देता हूँ भाई. जिसने नहीं करा वो कर दो फटाफट से. मेरे बालों की धज्जी उड़ गई है और मेरी भी हिम्मत खत्म हो गई है. गाइस जिससे लाइक नहीं किया कर दो. जस्ट 2 more likes. We just need 2 more likes. तो अगर आपने लाइक नहीं किया है, go and like the stream. मैं भी करूँ क्या अपने अकाउंट से. भाई थक गई हूँ पता है. अभी I am gonna go and sleep. मेरी आंखें तुमको दिख रही होंगी कि अभी इसके बाद बंद होने वाली है. मैं आते ही कर देता हूँ. ठीक है भाई, ठीक है. तुम मैं भरोसा मान गई आपका, मान गई. मेरे YouTube स्टूडियो को ना कभी कभी झटके लग जाते हैं, सच बता रही हूँ. कभी कभी खतरनाक झटके लगते हैं. तो उसे जा रहे हो क्या. हाँ यार अभी मैं जा रही हूँ बिकॉज कल भी हमें करना है भाई. 8-12 मैचेस लगातार क्रेजी हो जाता है देखना भाई. गैप बिल्कुल नहीं है. हाँ यार थोड़ा सा तो होना चाहिए यार. बट ठीक है, कल मिलते हैं गाइस. कल सेम टाइम पे मिलेंगे. कल दोबारा से टीम इंडिया को सपोर्ट करेंगे. विल सपोर्ट ओ टीम इंडिया. और या अभी थक गई. अभी आई गो एंड आई जस्ट टेक अ नैप. थोड़ा सो जाऊंगी. कल सुबह मिलते हैं. कल दिन में मिलते हैं. हाँ यार मैं सिर्फ आपके आईज को ही देख. ओ माय गॉड मेरी आईज को देखते हो. मेरी आईज दिख रही है तुमको भी. कैन यू सी. इट्स टायरिंग राइट. चलो इतनी भी जल्दी क्या है. तुम्हें पता है 3 बजे से 3:30 बजे से बैठी हुई हूँ लगातार मैच नॉन स्टॉप. पिलो इज सो लकी. और कितनी बाकी है. लाइक कर दिया. लेट्स गो. बाय गुड नाइट. लव यू.